This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Brady boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry reigns extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Eat your ass, that's fitness. FYF gotta hit us. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we will win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going now.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. Gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attracted to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Getting funny work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled. This ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Ooh, bank account still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when when it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, here's we speaking, no. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones that do it for the bites. Oh, we going now, supporters, no fans. LVCM, they talking on rear. Yankee hard, could be on the rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, it be too funny. Debunking this shit, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, and we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking, no. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones that do it for the bite. All we going now, your feelings hurt when it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking, no. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones that do it for the bite. All we going now,
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont. We back. Another show. Salute to you guys, man. We got a great show for you guys today, man. And again, as usual, these live streams generally stem from very, very bad takes and talking points that I hear people try to sound factual with. Right. I've heard this take for like the last 2 months or so. I don't know where it necessarily stemmed from. Just doing my own research. There's some of the false narratives that I'm about to talk to you guys about. The only real place that I can identify where these talking points stem from is Reddit, from the back pages of Reddit. Outside of that, there's no legitimate basketball mind making these claims. And really, these claims that we about to discuss today, these claims only come from people that are truly looking for something negative to say about a player. So what you do is you dive into the depths, into the back pages of Reddit to find a narrative that you can push and say, oh, this sounds like a good fact that I can push to make myself sound right. But the unfortunate reality of it is that you aren't right. And the facts, the video, remember, when I talk about things, it's the facts in the video that support my claims. It's not the words that are coming out my mouth that support my claims. When I say facts, we're talking about facts as they were stated in the moment, not facts that have been rewritten in 2022 and 23. I like to know what was going through the minds of the people in the moment, what was going through the minds of the writers in the moment. I don't care about what's been rewritten in 2022. And that's what we're going to revisit today. But, I was listening to an episode of Player's Choice, and I don't have the clip. I couldn't really find the clip, but I know a lot of you guys remember these two guys. They've been regurgitating this one talking point, Legend of Winning and Marsh. Hard to tell if either one of them are really trolling on this or not. But because I've heard them say this take multiple times, I have to believe that this is something that they feel confident in moving forward with as a legitimate fact. And the new narrative now is to push that Michael Jordan guarded Magic Johnson in the 1991 NBA Finals 85 to 90% of the time. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to show you proof of where this this lone fact, the first thing I'm going to show you is where this lone fact exists. It only exists in one place on YouTube, and that's in Reddit. So I'm going to pull that up just to start. So this is when we talk about doing your research out. When we talk about doing your research, it ain't about digging into the back pages of very uncredible Reddit pages where we don't know where the information is sourced. But if that's what you call research, if that's the hill you want to die on, is your source of research, that's fine. So we're going to pull it up right here. I'm going to show you on the screen. Just to show you guys where this narrative comes from. And this is before I completely dismantle this lie with all facts, right? So I'm going to show you. So for anybody, because I know some of you guys like to take the things that I say and you like to run back to like other people. What we're doing is we just fact checking. So remember what I told you guys. The only place that I could find on the internet, because again, there's only one real source on the internet that details how many possessions Jordan guarded Magic, how many possessions Pippen guarded Magic, and what the thought processes were. That's Synergy. Synergy is going to delve into the percentages. And I highly doubt that some guy on the back pages of Reddit delved into to identify these percentages. So basically, Legend of Winning and Mars both got this take. They'll both claim that, oh, we went back and watched the entire series. That's the claim. This is this new logic. Like, yeah, don't be afraid to say you didn't watch a series. And sometimes you just have to go back and rewatch. You just have to kind of go back and rewatch to make sure you're right about something. But don't sit there and pull facts from the back pages of Reddit, then come forth just to denigrate a player like Scottie Pippen and then claim that you watched the entire series and went, like, remember, this is what Lowe said. He said, when I watched the entire series, Jordan guarded Magic Johnson 85 to 90% of the time. And when I heard that in my head, I said, that's a very exact number. Where do you get this 85 to 90% of the time from? So as we read through the back pages of Reddit, that's exactly what it says in this Reddit post. That's almost exactly what it says in this Reddit post. You have people on this Reddit thread talking about Pippen guarding Magic in 91 finals was a myth, right? And then it talks about, then it gives a odd synopsis of the series that does not delve into any real facts. And as you read through the thread, of this post, that's where you get these weird percentages that Jordan guarded Magic 85 to 90% of the time. No real facts, no video to support it, nothing like that, no highlights or anything. It's just somebody on the back pages of Reddit just making a claim. And if that's the hill you want to die on, and then you want to push that against a player. A lot of people ask me, why do I have Scottie Pippen? Why do I have a player like Scottie Pippen, top 20 all time? A lot of people ask me that. And I'm about to show you guys why. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up a video one. So the first video I'm going to play for you guys is just a very, very short 2-minute video. This video was created in 1991. And this is Phil Jackson, Magic Johnson, and other Bulls players just simply, and we're not even going, we're going to dive deep into this, right? We're going to dive really deep into this, but this is just going to set the groundwork for what not only the Bulls players, but also what Magic Johnson felt was the most impactful defensive weapon utilized on that court, right? Utilized on that court to slow him down. And then I'm also going to pull up a quote from Phil Jackson where he goes into significant detail as to how he was utilizing Pippen throughout the entire series to slow up Magic Johnson. So we're going to go quotes from Phil Jackson, one of the greatest coaching minds of all time. We're going to see what was going through his head, why he made the decisions that he made. And when he made adjustments, why he made those adjustments. We're going to dive deep into that, not based on how I feel, not based on the back pages of Reddit, but from the words of the man himself, Phil Jackson. So let me get to this video real quick. And I want you guys to check out this video. Like I said, it's only 2 minutes. I may stop it as we go along in this video, as we get through it. But I want you guys to check this video out because I think it's going to shed some light on what was really going on in that series.
Going into the Lakers series, Phil had in his pocket the strategy that, look, I've got Pippen, who really plays point guard for us, point forward, runs the offense, and we'll put him on Magic at some point. He went to it in game 2, and it made all the difference in changing the Lakers' offense.
Michael had picked up 2 fouls early, and so it became necessary. And one of the things that Scottie did was he, on dead balls, he'd pick him up in the backcourt. He'd make Magic work. And Magic was good. He wasn't going to turn it over a lot, but he made him work to get the ball up the floor.
I knew that I could cause him a lot of problems. I watched Magic my whole career and even before my career, so I knew the style of player he was, and I knew what I could do to prohibit him from being as effective on the basketball court as he had been throughout his career.
Magic was like 6'9", playing the point guard position. But here was this kid, Scottie Pippen, I thought for the first time, that was able to match him size for size, speed for speed.
You rarely had someone of Scottie's athleticism and length who could guard him 94 feet.
So now Magic was in a situation where he was having to back his way down court. He's facing backward, just get by Pippen's aggressive defense.
The Lakers really thrived on Showtime and Magic making plays, and you can take them out of rhythm, then you can make them have to think a little bit.
Scottie gave me some problems, and he made it a little tougher for us to get into our offense. And so it was a smart move on their side.
And Phil doesn't get a lot of credit for being a great strategic coach. The notion is he's chanting and he's involved in mysticism or Zen or something. But Phil's a basketball guy. And one of the things he's done, and I always wonder why guys don't do it more often, is sort of the kill the head of the snake thing. You try to take away the best thing they do. Not necessarily go after the best scorer, but get after who initiates the offense.
And it allowed then our big guys to battle with Divac down there. Horace could roam a little bit and find his way, and Michael then was able to gamble a little bit at times and get in the passing lane. So we found a little thing that really disrupted their tempo.
And sure enough, they just dominated from then on.
And the Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
Okay, so we had that video right there. And we had somebody in the chat made a point that I wanted to touch on next, because that's the next point we're going to touch, because we got a few more videos that we're going to play. We got a lot of information. So again, that was John Paxson. That was even Magic Johnson himself. They weren't just talking about one game, because a lot of these people that like to push this narrative, right? We're going to break down the flaw in just their entire approach to the game of basketball. We're going to break it all down. So they talked about Scottie Pippen's impact in that entire series. Magic Johnson said at the end of that video, that was all the difference. So, but now in that video, they talked about how Phil Jackson was also a master strategist when it came to the game of basketball. So if you do actually go back and watch the series like I did, the one thing that you will see is, yes, Michael Jordan was the primary defender on Scottie Pippen. I mean, on Magic Johnson. That is a fact. He was the primary defender. Now we need to ask ourselves, why was he the primary defender on Magic Johnson? Was it because he was just this great on-ball stopper that they could just throw at Magic and slow him up? Well, obviously we saw in game 1 that great on-ball defense did not necessarily work. This is what made Phil Jackson say, we have to change our approach to how we attack this. And so we're going to read from Phil Jackson. So this is from an article that was written in 1991. And I'm going to read it to you. And this is what Phil Jackson, this is his thought process behind why he put Michael Jordan on Magic Johnson to start. And it had nothing to do with Jordan's great on-ball defense, because we just heard John Paxson say in that video, the goal to Scottie Pippen's disruption was to allow Jordan to play more freely defensively into passing lanes and gaps, hopefully to jumpstart the offensive break. So it wasn't about Jordan being a lockdown defender shutting down Magic. So let's get to what Phil Jackson had to specifically say about the thought process of why he put Jordan on Magic. So it says in the 1991 NBA Finals, between the Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers featured a multitude of strategic moves, but one of the most significant was made by Phil Jackson, then the head coach of the Chicago Bulls. Jackson made the crucial decision to put Pippen, one of the game's best defenders, on Magic, who was the engine of the Lakers offense. Phil Jackson later explained this move as a tactic to conserve Michael Jordan's energy for the offensive end of the floor. The Lakers often ran a pick and roll offense with Magic Johnson and Vlade Divac. And Jackson's strategy was to have Jordan, who was initially guarding Magic, switch on to Divac, thus allowing Pippen to take the brunt of the defensive load in guarding Magic Johnson. By doing this, Jordan was somewhat shielded from the taxing duty of guarding Magic Johnson one-on-one for the entire game, which could have diminished his offensive output. Mike Dunleavy, the Lakers head coach at the time, noticed the defensive assignment and the defensive changes by the Bulls, and thus made adjustments to keep Scottie Pippen off of Magic Johnson. However, this led to a more stagnant Lakers offense, which was unaccustomed to the new sets and struggled to maintain fluidity. The Lakers offense was built on Johnson and Divac's chemistry in the pick and roll, and when that was disrupted, it impacted the whole team's performance. This is during game 2, Michael Jordan found himself in foul trouble, which led to Scottie Pippen taking up the responsibility of guarding Magic Johnson full time. To counter the Lakers pick and roll with Divac, Pippen applied full court pressure on Johnson, thus eating up valuable seconds on the shot clock, making it challenging for Divac to set the necessary high screens. The defensive strategy effectively disrupted the Lakers' offensive flow, even with Michael Jordan out of the game, and allowed the Bulls to gain a competitive edge. Magic Johnson himself said in interviews post games that Scottie Pippen's defense was a key factor in altering the course of the finals. He mentioned how Pippen's length and agility made it challenging to execute plays and stifled the Lakers' offensive sets. Similarly, Phil Jackson highlighted Pippen's crucial role in post-game interviews, praising his defensive prowess and his impact not only on Magic Johnson, but on the entire Laker offense. And he also said, while I don't have, hold on, let me go down here. So it says right here, it says Pippen's role in guarding Magic Johnson was cited as a crucial element that helped the Chicago Bulls secure their first championship, marking the beginning of a new era in basketball. And it says by placing Pippen on Johnson, Phil Jackson essentially disrupted the Lakers' offensive rhythm and provided his star player Michael Jordan the leeway to excel offensively, thus setting the stage for the Bulls' eventual triumph. So what we're saying here is Phil Jackson understood. Remember, I talked to you guys about this. The game of basketball, especially at the NBA level, you don't necessarily solve problems on the defensive end by just sticking your best player on your best defensive player on the other team's best offensive player. It doesn't necessarily work like that. The one thing, as it said in this particular article right here, the one thing that the Lakers thrived on was the high pick and roll with Magic Johnson and Vlade Divac. The Bulls had to find a way to disrupt that pick and roll action. They understood that they understood that the Lakers were going to run that pick and roll option almost every time down the floor. So what do you do with Jordan? You just put Jordan on Magic. And you put Pippen on Divock. When that pick and roll happens, you have the matchup that you want, because they were just simply switching. Even in that game too, when Jordan got into foul trouble and Pippen just took on the duties of guarding Magic head on, who was Michael Jordan guarding just to kind of stay out of the way? I want you guys to remember. It says right here, it says Michael Jordan had to go guard Vlade Divac when he got into foul trouble. He didn't go guard James Worthy. He didn't go guard Byron Scott. They put Jordan on Divac when he got into foul trouble. They needed Pippen on Magic to disrupt that pick and roll. And so when Pippen had to guard Magic man to man, he still needed to identify a way to disrupt that pick and roll. What did he do? He says, all right, I'm not going to let you get the pick and roll off clean. I'm going to pick you up full court. And if you guys remember watching the video, what did Pippen do to Magic as he was bringing the ball down the court? It wasn't just ball pressure, but he forced them to one of the corners to where it would be much harder to get that pick and roll off. So he forced them to one of the wings of the corners. Now that pick and roll option is much more harder to get off, and they've burned valuable time off the shot clock. This is something that they weren't able to do with Jordan on Magic. One, they couldn't have Jordan picking up Magic full court because now you're expending the energy of your best offensive player. And as we've read multiple times, according to Magic, according to Phil Jackson, according to Sam Smith, the Bulls didn't want to do what they did in game one and overexert Jordan on the defensive end, and he had nothing to give on the offensive end. So if you understand the element, and this is the mastery of Phil Jackson, he understood pick and roll, we'll just switch with Pippen, and now Pippen has Magic for the rest of the possession. And we're going to clog the lanes. We're going to take away these sets. Remember, everything that was said about slowing up Magic, they talked about slowing up the Laker offense and slowing up his playmaking. I don't think they really cared if he scored in the ISO. I don't think they really cared if he scored in the ISO. And you know what? If we go to the video, because a lot of people want to purport that because that Jordan's on-ball defense was so great, it really wasn't. So because what Mike Dunleavy did was Mike Dunleavy said, well, if you're going to take away our pick and roll option by forcing Magic to a wing, or if you're going to continue to switch these pick and rolls with Scottie Pippen, then what we're going to do is we're just going to stop the pick and roll altogether. And he tried to implement some odd off-ball movement offense that nobody was used to seeing. And this is ultimately what it led to. It led to a lot of ISO plays like this, like what I'm about to show you. It led to a lot of ISO plays with Magic in the post trying to score on Jordan because the shot clock was running down. And this is how it ended up.
Now, and Magic as the off guard posting up down low.
Magic looking to get into it offensively. Locating a shot. Magic spinning and hitting. Shot clock at 6. Magic. Lakers his way out of the shooting slump during the course of the finals. 0 for 8 from the field the other day. Magic also has not been able to get going. Magic with the spin.
Effort wind up getting him good high percentage shots.
Magic on the recovery. Shot clock at 2. Magic jump. Important sequence for the Lakers. Magic, yes, and it counts.
Once Magic feels the pressure by Jordan on one side, he turns the other way, splits the defense.
Crowd wanted a foul on Jordan. Magic with the spin and the bucket.
So we see the Lakers ended up going away from what made them one of the best teams in the Western Conference. What made them one of the best teams in the Western Conference was their ability to get up and down, play fast, while Magic Johnson's completely facilitated, kicking it to Byron Scott, kicking it to James Worthy, getting other guys involved. That's what made them unstoppable. It wasn't Magic Johnson scoring and scoring and scoring over and over that made them unstoppable. It was Magic Johnson dishing the ball over the court. And so what Scottie Pippen's presence essentially did was it forced Magic into being more of a primary scorer as opposed to a primary playmaker, which is the primary playmaking part is what made that team lethal. Because as we saw in that video, you saw a lot of other Laker guys standing around. While Magic was not afraid of the one-on-one matchup with Jordan. He was not afraid of that. They wanted it. But what Magic knew is Magic, being a championship caliber basketball player, simply understood that for us to win this championship, it's going to be more so about me getting the other guys involved and not just me trying to put up 30 points per game. So as we see in the video, Magic was not worried about the one-on-one matchup because a lot of people talk about that overtime period. I think it was in game 3 where Magic didn't score any points, where again, y'all, Magic was not this league leading scorer that was going to go into overtime and give you 15 points in overtime. He was consistently looking to play make. And when you think about him not having any assist in that overtime, I implore you guys to actually go watch that overtime. And you need to understand the defense that Phil Jackson was running to slow Magic Johnson up. I think that was a game where Scottie Pippen had ultimately fouled out. All right, so we got to start dispelling these lies. So Magic Johnson's or Scottie Pippen's presence just on the court completely changed. It completely changed the way the Lakers ran their offense. They didn't want to keep running the pick and roll that made them elite, because Scottie Pippen was on the floor and they would just switch and put him on the Magic. Dunleavy wanted to avoid the Pippen Magic Johnson matchup. Because he's not a prolific and high-level coach, he went to an offense that just did not work well, which is why they didn't win another game after game 1. When we talk about coaches and the inability for certain coaches to make certain adjustments, Mike Dunleavy's adjustment, he made an adjustment. It was just the wrong adjustment. It wasn't the right adjustment. What could he have made? I don't know. I have to really go back and rewatch and look at some things. But the adjustment that he made, which is going to an isocentric offense where, as we saw, Magic Johnson going iso on those wings, looking over his shoulder. Guys like Pippen and Horace Grant, Roman, killing the passing lanes. Okay, just go one-on-one with Jordan. And he actually was doing a pretty good job of cooking Jordan in the one-on-one. Y'all saw how easy he was scoring on Jordan. But it eliminated, and Scottie Pippen just being on the floor eliminated Magic Johnson's strongest attribute, which was playmaking. See, Pippen, people will lie to you. People will lie to you about Scottie Pippen because for one, I don't know why. I think there are two elements as to why people will lie to you about Pippen. One, because they're afraid of giving a defensive guy equal credit for the 6-0. And if you give them equal credit, that means you have to, at a minimum, give them top 20 consideration. And a lot of people who grew up off of the highlights, off of the offensive plays, off guys that can score, they can't perceive a defensive guy being that good. And then you just also have a host of people that just want to push the narrative that Jordan played with absolutely nobody. He had no legitimate help, right? Because I think Pippen in 91 didn't even make an all-star game, if I remember correctly. So a lot of people like to say, oh, yeah, Jordan didn't play with an all-star his first championship. Well, yeah, Pippen was just coming into his own. He was in the MVP conversations from that point forward. Then a lot of people will say, oh, yeah, 1997, 98, Jordan won a championship with no all-stars on his team. Yeah, but Pippen was hurt half the season, missed the all-star game. And even only playing 40-some odd games, he was still top 10 in MVP votes. Like a lot of people like to lie about Scottie Pippen. They like to tell mistruths. And then you have a lot of people talking about the defense that was played in that series without understanding what impactful defense is. A lot of people will claim impactful defense is putting your best player on the best offensive player, and that's the solution. When I've told people on this channel multiple times, when they make those claims, oh, Giannis should have just went and guarded Jimmy Butler. Well, that's not a solution. That problem, that can easily be resolved. I'm just going to go screen Giannis and make you switch with somebody else. So sometimes what we saw Phil Jackson do, Phil Jackson understood. I can't just throw, unless I'm forced to, like he was in game 2. He understood that he couldn't stick his best defensive weapon on Magic just straight up and expect good things. That would have been a poor strategic move. Those are the types of moves that get out coached by the other side. And then people start running in and talk about, oh, the coach should have made adjustments. Phil Jackson just started with a great adjustment. I'm just going to put Jordan on Magic. If Jordan gets into foul trouble, we're going to put Jordan on Debunk. And Pippen will just guard Magic. But when Pippen guards Magic, he's going to press him and pick him up full court. He's going to get skinny on the screens. He's going to fight through the screen so he can't be screened. He's going to push him to them wings so they can't get off that high pick and roll screen at the top of the key. Right? We even saw in one of the clips that I just played when Eldon Campbell came, boom, set the screen on Jordan at the top of the key. Magic rolls into the rim. Jordan tries to recover because he's too small. He can't stop Magic from hitting the layup. Those are the types of things that happen if you allow that Laker team to consistently get off that high pick and roll and you're not switching it with a guy like Pippen. It is what it is. I mean, we got a lot more facts to go to because we got some more information. I'm going to run through some other stuff. So again, even if we go to, so let's go to this, because remember, I talked to you guys about what were people saying in the moment. What were people saying in the moment? Not stuff that we read on Reddit like Legend of Winning and like Mars did. Not none of that stuff. What were they saying in the moment when it happened? June 6, 1991. It was an article in the New York Times. You guys can find this yourself because it's public information. It's not on Reddit. It's on the New York Times website. Just pull up this article that was written June 6, 1991. They had an article that says Pippen performs magic on defense, a play on words, really highlighting the value of Scottie Pippen's defense in this series. And I'll read you the article. It says it was Showtime, Chicago style tonight, and it featured all the Bulls rather than just Michael Jordan. And it talks about Chicago's 107-86 routed the Lakers in game 2. In the NBA Finals was a sharp contrast to game 1 on Sunday. During that game, it says Jordan was a one-man offensive machine. It says Scottie Pippen shot poorly. Bill Cartwright and Horace Grant, they were non-factors combining for 18 points. But it says in game 2, right, it says the Bulls played what Phil Jackson preached, team basketball. And they had Magic Johnson under wraps. It says Pippen shot 8 of 16 from the floor with 20 points. But it says more important, he limited Magic Johnson to 4 of 13 shooting from the field and 14 points for the game. It says Pippen, who was matched up against Worthy at the start of the game, switched on to Magic Johnson with 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the first quarter after Jordan had picked up his second foul. And it says Pippen did a great job on me. This is what Magic said. He says once Michael got into early foul trouble, you had to expect that they would make that switch. They were trying to wear me out or take the ball out of my hands. Take your pick. Scottie is more physical than Michael. I'm reading to you guys what Magic Johnson is saying in 1991 after the game. Not all this made up stuff that people say. This is what Magic said. I'll read it again. He says they were trying to wear me out or take the ball out of my hands. Take your pick. He said Scottie is more physical than Michael. So the matchup was a little different. Full court pressure. Pippen said, I was trying to defend Magic full court so he could not pick apart our offense. This is what This also coincides with what Phil Jackson has said in the article. He said he's picking him up full court so he doesn't do what? Nobody cares about Magic scoring. He says, I trying to defend Magic court, full court, so he could not pick apart our offense. And how was he picking teams apart? He was picking them apart with that high pick and roll with Vlade Divac. And so this is why he picked them up full court, to kill the playmaking. I don't think they necessarily even cared about the scoring. Right? And it talks about, it says game 3, Friday night in the Great Western Forum in Inglewood in California. It says Jackson will try that defensive strategy again if Jordan gets into foul trouble. It says we plan to do it at some point tonight. So listen to what we listen to this. Phil Jackson said we had planned to do it at some point tonight already. It was their plan to put Pippen on Magic Johnson already. He says we were forced to do it earlier when Michael got into foul trouble. And that's what Phil Jackson said. And it says with Pippen guarding Johnson, Jordan switched to guarding Vlade Divac, the Lakers' 7'1" center. Byron Scott or James Worthy concentrates on offense. It says with Jordan free of the burden of trying to guard Johnson, he scored 23 of his 33 points in the second half. So when Jordan was free of having to guard Magic Johnson, that's when he did his scoring. So when a lot of people like to act like, oh, Jordan just did all this scoring, carrying Pippen and carrying all the Bulls, in this particular instance, we're talking about a game where Jordan only had 10 points in the first half. 10 points in the first half when he was tasked with guarding Magic. When he was free of that burden of guarding Magic, he said scored 23 of his 33 points in the second half, right? And it says Jordan also received plenty of offensive help that game from Grant, Cartwright, and Paxson. They all combined for 48 points, and that was 30 more than they had done in game 1. Paxson went 8 of 8 from the field. Cartwright gave 12 points, and they said he also played aggressive defense. Paxson had a great third quarter. Jackson said, referring to some key baskets that they needed. And he also said in his article that he wants Horace Grant. They want to find more shots for Horace Grant because he had been so good offensively. And look, y'all, these articles, when you read these articles in the moment, it gives you a different vantage point of what actually was going on, right? We got Heat. He says, Lamont, if MJ is your GOAT, why do you always build a case against him? Well, one, this is not a GOAT conversation. Two, this video is not about denigrating Jordan. That's the thing. See, the thing is, by me giving Pippen more credit, in the process of giving Pippen credit, we have to talk about some of the help or the flaws that Jordan had. It doesn't take away from Jordan. Every single player that plays the game of basketball, he has flaws, whether from the GOAT down. Just because you're the GOAT doesn't mean you're flawless. The problem with most Jordan fans is they look at Jordan as if he's God. This is why Jordan fans of the 90s called him Black Jesus. When you call somebody God or Jesus, that means you think they're perfect. And so Jordan fans think Jordan was flawlessly perfect on the basketball court, which is not true. He had flaws. This was one of the flaws. One of the flaws is that he was a smaller defender, as Magic Johnson said he wasn't as physical as Scottie Pippen. So in an era where people talk about physical defense and hard-nosed defense, Magic Johnson just told you Pippen is a more physical defender than Michael Jordan. He was more, and the Bulls needed to free Jordan's energy up so he can give more energy on the offensive side. They tasked Jordan and Horace Grant and Bill Cartwright and those guys with shoring up the defensive side. Even in the video that I played, Paxson talked about the way we played defense. It allowed Jordan to do what? Roam and play a little bit more recklessly and going for some of those steals. So it wasn't even, so for the people that like to claim, oh, Jordan was playing this lockdown defense on Magic, that wasn't even his role within the defensive scheme. His role within the scheme was to be a bit more free, to be a bit more lackadaisical, which is why when we look at some of those moves that Magic was putting on Jordan, it almost looks like he's giving lackluster effort. Them spin moves. It almost looks as if Jordan is giving up on the play. I want y'all to watch this again. This is how we know Jordan was withdrawing himself on the defensive end so that he can have more on the offensive end. I'll show you guys one more time. You can tell Magic, it almost looked like he was giving up on some of these.
Point guard now, and Magic as the off guard posting up down low.
Magic looking to get into it offensively. Locating a shot. Magic spinning and hitting. Shot clock at 6. Magic. Lakers his way out of the shooting slump during the course of the finals. 0 for 8 from the field the other day. Magic also has not been able to get going. Magic with the spin.
Effort wind up getting him good.
What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? So what do y'all want me to do? Well, y'all, and salute to Sammy in the chat, salute to Renegade, salute to Muslim Mate. You know. Hard work says watch the whole game. See, the thing is hard work. I've already played the whole game on this channel. If you go back through my catalog, there was a point in time where I was doing Flashback Fridays and I was playing full games. I've already played the full game for you guys. And you guys didn't care nor care to watch. So even when I play these old games, it don't matter. You guys really don't watch what you need to watch. Y'all really want to try to fake most. Look, I coach. It's intrinsic for me to look at things that the casual fan ain't really looking at. Right. So when I'm spending time while a game is going on and I'm looking at defensive breakdowns, defensive set, defensive rotations, some of you guys might be staring down. Oh, who got the loose ball still and dunked it? Oh, who hits this with a crossover? So we look at it completely different. So me watching the game and you watching the game, it's not going to have no impact. The only way you guys see what I see is if I do what I'm doing now. I slow it down and I do the film study. I slow it down and I tell you what's really going on in the basketball court. Outside of that, y'all be acting like it's only a handful of people that watch the game out the way I do. You got people that fake and act like they do. And this is why we're talking about this right now, because you have people that fake and act like they watched and can watch in a manner like I watch. And then they say silly things like, oh, yeah, Jordan guarded Magic 85 to 90% of the time, as if that's what slowed Magic Johnson up. As if there was no other reason why the Bulls won that championship. As if there wasn't a strategy behind putting Jordan on Magic, and it had nothing to do with great on-ball defense like some people would claim. Because as you guys can see from the video, Magic Johnson scored quite easily on Michael Jordan in one-on-one settings. Why? Because Magic Johnson, 1, is not settling for jumpers, and 2, because Magic Johnson is just a bigger player. And as Magic Johnson even said, Jordan, not being a physical defender, he scored quite easily whenever he wanted. Again, remember, he has the LeBron mentality, especially the earlier LeBron mentality where he's looking to play make and get his other guys involved first, as opposed to looking to score for himself. Even if you look to a guy like Jokic, we've seen this strategy employed by who? Steve Kerr, who also played. He also played for Phil Jackson. We saw Steve Kerr do this with Nikola Jokic a few years back when the Golden State Warriors were on a championship run. What did they do with Nikola Jokic? They took away his ability to play make and turned him into a scorer. Draymond Green said, we did film study. When this man has less than 6 assists per game, they have no chance of winning. We kill his playmaking and turn him into a scorer. We win the series. We win the games. So I don't know why people all of a sudden want to look to Jordan holding or the scoring battle as if something significant. We got Judah says, and Jordan held Magic to 0-0-0 in 1 turnover in 1 overtime. And we've already explained that Jordan didn't hold Magic to anything. The The lie there. Jordan didn't hold Magic to anything. The reason why Jordan was even on Magic is because the Bulls could forecast the Vlade Divac or Eldon Campbell pick and roll coming, and they could just switch the defender that they want on that pick and roll. Remember, the Bulls, as we just read multiple times, Judith, the Bulls wanted Jordan on Divac. How do we know we wanted the Bulls? Because we just had seen a team have success against this Laker team in the round before by putting Mitch Richmond on Vlade Divac, right? A shooting guard who they needed on the other side, but they struggled to find a spot for him in the defensive rotation. They had to hide him so he can conserve energy. Ultimately did not work, but Phil Jackson really stole this strategy from the team that played the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, where they had done the same thing with Mitch Richmond. So you put Jordan on Magic. Doesn't mean Jordan's holding them anything. Now that high pick and roll that they run with Divac and Magic isn't as effective. Now when Pippen, when that screen happens, right? Now when that screen, remember, as we just read, Dunleavy to counter Phil Jackson's move just completely went away. He completely went away from the pick and roll. And now mission accomplished by Phil Jackson, because now he has Magic playing more ISO ball, really hurting his ability to facilitate and play make. And now you have him playing ISO ball. So in a overtime period where Magic is probably desperate to get some of the other guys going, desperate to find buckets in somebody else, maybe he didn't feel like he had it going, he struggled. You say that, but when I drop the link, see, the thing is, I pulled up information from Phil Jackson. I pulled up multiple videos that support what I'm saying. So when I drop the link for specifically you, I don't want y'all saying y'all can't pull up to explain it. Because the thing is, for you to say that I'm capping, you're going to have some type of real evidence to support it. All right, so let me do that. I'm going to go ahead. Let me drop the link for either Judah or I'm going to drop the link for Heat. I want to see if they actually hit the link. Because, again, I want to talk to people one-on-one. I don't want a whole bunch of people up here over-talking, and I don't want you complaining and crying. So I'm going to drop the link for you. So, again, anybody up here, if you have information that can counter this, because of the thing, I've cited all my sources. And I've played the video to support it. When I told you guys that Mike Dunleavy made the adjustment of going away from the high pick and roll because they wanted to avoid Scottie Pippen. Remember, Mike Dunleavy specifically said, I needed to avoid the Scottie Pippen on Magic Johnson matchup. So they went away from the high pick and roll ball screen. Now you've played into Phil Jackson's hands because you went away from what you did best to do what you do worst. And we'll even read what Mike Dunleavy has said about this himself. It says, Mike Dunleavy, the Lakers head coach at the time, noticed the defensive assignment and made adjustments to keep Pippen off Magic Johnson. I want y'all, if Jordan was playing such stellar and elite defense, why did Mike Dunleavy say, I'm making adjustments to keep Jordan off Magic Johnson? He said, I'm making adjustments to keep Pippen off Magic. It said, however, this led to a more stagnant Laker offense, which was unaccustomed to the new sets and struggled to maintain fluidity. It says the Lakers offense was built on Johnson, at least that year in 91 was built on Johnson and D-Box chemistry. And when that was disrupted, it impacted the whole team's performance. Just waiting on somebody to hit the link. We got Jared in here. Let's see if Jared says something that can be backed in facts. What you got for us, Jared?
Hey, can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah. What do you got? What do you got that can be supported with real facts?
So here's my issue with this narrative, bro. Like,
No. No. I don't care what your issue is. I just need to know if you do have an issue with anything I said. What is that specific issue, and what facts do you have to support?
So basically, what you're saying is that Michael Jordan couldn't play defense in essence, because
Did I? No. That's not what I said, Jared.
What did you say?
When did I ever say today Jordan couldn't play defense?
Well, that's what you're insinuating. Like, when
How did I insinuate that? How?
Because when you're saying that like Pippen had to guard Magic Johnson instead of MJ, that is in effect saying that Michael Jordan can't guard great players.
Jared, did I say that?
No, I'm not saying you said that. I'm
No.
like,
Jared, all I did, Jared, was I played a video where Magic Johnson said Pippen was the most impactful defender. John Paxson said Pippen was the most impactful defender. Phil Jackson said Pippen was the most impactful defender. And when I say impactful, it doesn't necessarily mean guarding Magic, because as Phil Jackson explained, it was smarter for them to just start with Jordan on Magic. So when they ran that highly effective pick and roll with Vlade Divac at the top of the key, they could just switch Pippen onto Magic and Jordan on the Divac. That's the preferred matchups that they wanted. They wanted Jordan on Divac and they wanted Pippen on Magic. So if you're going to run the screen, why would they have Pippen on Magic to start, especially if he's not picking up full court? And you can't ask Pippen to pick up full court from first quarter to fourth quarter without getting completely burnt out, which is why we didn't see him picking up Magic full court in the first quarter. So you have to find ways for Pippen to conserve his energy and still be effective on the defensive end. And then you also have to find ways to conserve Jordan's energy defensively, so he's not sitting here fighting through these screens that obviously he couldn't handle. And then you have nothing left out of Jordan on the offensive end. So he has to find a balance. How do I do this? Remember what he said in game 2. We had planned to switch Pippen on the Magic in game 2 anyway. He says, but Jordan getting into foul trouble made us put Pippen on him earlier. But they gave Pippen different instructions than he gave Jordan. They told Pippen, pick him up full court, press him, push him to the wings so they can't get that pick and roll off, because they could not afford to have Vlade Divac screening Pippen at the top of the key, getting him off of Magic.
Right.
So I'm not saying Jordan couldn't defend. What I'm saying here is this right here. This is what he said. It says right here, by placing Pippen on Johnson, Phil Jackson essentially disrupted the Lakers' offense, rhythm, and provided his star player, Michael Jordan, the leeway to excel offensively, thus setting the stage for the Bulls' eventual triumph. Has nothing to do with Jordan being a bad defender. Magic just preferred Jordan defending him because, as Magic said, Jordan wasn't as physical as Scottie Pippen.
Yeah. Okay, that part I get. Like, okay, so let me not say that like you're saying that. I'm saying like certain videos that are playing, certain things that are said, like you can infer it in a certain way. So saying that Pippen guarded, it's complicated, but saying Pippen guarded Johnson instead of Michael, in a back channel kind of way, it's saying that like Jordan like isn't as great of a defender. Like there's a way that like I guess it comes off is what I'm getting at. Like Jordan was still a guy who was a great defender. Like that's not that we have to be careful sometimes with like how we say stuff, because like anything can be interpreted as a shot, like how you say it. Like I get your overall point. I'm just saying like it kind of feels like you're almost like taking shots at Jordan. It's like my point.
How?
Because like it was like a few months ago. Like there are a lot of videos and stuff that get played, and a lot of posts that get made. Like they are like low key shots at Jordan, and like we gotta be careful. Like sometimes we're trying to cut down on these legends. Like these guys are all time greats, regardless of like where we place them. Like we just gotta be careful and not like seem like we're hating on players, because like sometimes it feels like certain people do like hate on Jordan. Like I don't know why. Like that's the only thing I'm saying. Like I just wanted to make sure you weren't hating on Jordan.
I don't care. It's not my duty to care about how you interpret this. I'm just gonna tell you the facts. Is your if you feel offended by me telling the truth, like if you get offended by me basically telling you Jordan's not perfect, there were flaws, and Phil Jackson had to cater to those flaws by utilizing the other players on the roster. He understood that there were flaws Jordan had, as Jordan wasn't a perfect defender. As Magic just said, there was a difference between Pippen's defense and Jordan's defense. Magic clearly stated in the New York Times, this is something that y'all can go read for yourself. Jordan wasn't as physical. Magic was a physical guard. So he wanted the smaller, less physical defender on him, even if it was in one-on-one. The problem with that one-on-one thing is now you have your highest IQ defenders, Horace Grant, even Bill Cartwright, and Scottie Pippen, now playing all the passing lanes. So you're essentially taking away Magic Johnson's greatest skill set. We all know that Magic Johnson's greatest skill set is passing and facilitating, is not scoring. They turned him into a scorer that series, and this is why he struggled. They took away his natural role. That natural role was taken away from him with the one weapon that no other team had, which was Scottie Pippen.
Yeah. No, that's
now it's not taking away Jordan. Jordan did his thing offensively in that series. Pippen did his thing defensively that series. I'm talking to the people. This video was specifically to people that like to run with the back page Reddit narrative. Jordan guarded Magic 85 to 90% of the time, but you put no context with it. You act like Phil Jackson, some slow ball coach that just says, oh, Jordan, yeah, go score 30 and go guard the best player, as if there was no other context to be explained. That's not true.
Well, no, I've never said that like he guarded like all this. That's not what I'm getting at. The only thing that I'm getting at is that the level of hate that certain guys have for MJ, like there's usually two boxes that people fit in. There's the people who hate on Jordan to elevate LeBron, or the people that hate on LeBron to elevate Jordan. Like there's usually two camps of people nowadays, where like you're either going for one or the other, and you're cutting out one and elevating the other. Like that's where we are nowadays in the media. And so that's really all I'm saying is that I don't know if like you were like hating on him, or if you were just like trying to like.
No, because Jared, you came up here and you said nothing about Scottie Pippen, and you're only crying about the fact that Jordan's being spoken about. Jordan was on the team. I mean, again, this is not a protect Jordan channel. You know, it is what it is. Jordan in 1991 did his thing. Like we can read this right here. This was written right here. This was written June 12th, 1991. And it says in Chicago's first ever appearance in NBA Finals, it says Scottie Pippen took the primary role, responsibility of not only guarding Magic Johnson, but being the lead defensive player on the Chicago Bulls in 1991 versus the Los Angeles Lakers. And this was written in 1991 on June 12th. It says Pippen's stellar defensive efforts altered the scope of the series and set the standard for teams searching for a taller, more athletic point guard to shut down opposing point guards. It says during the regular seasons, Pippen gave the term point forward a new meaning after leading the team in assists and ranking second in scoring, rebounding, and steals. It says quite simply, Scottie Pippen did it all. It says at first, all anyone could talk about was Michael Jordan versus the Magic Johnson matchup. But it says, but as the series carried on, it was clear that it was going to take much more than one individual for either team to succeed. And it says Jordan was superb on the offensive end, averaging 31 a game. It says, but the Bulls were no one-man team. Their defense held the Lakers to a record low 458 points for a 5-game series. This is what Magic said. Or there's another quote. It says, it's tough to guard Magic. And then this is a quote from Michael Jordan. It's tough to guard Magic and then go down and be expected to carry the load offensively. That's from Michael Jordan himself. Right. This is what he said. He said, it's tough to guard Magic and then go down and be expected to carry the load offensively. Jordan said following the series opener, a game that they lost. Jordan also said, it's a challenge. He says, but I'll try to do it. It says, at first, it talks about how Phil Jackson had designated Jordan to guard Johnson with relief help from Pippen, but things changed in game 2. It says, this is when the Bulls discovered a new defensive stopper by switching Pippen onto Johnson after Jordan had picked up a foul in the first quarter. And then they talked about how poorly Magic Johnson did the rest of that game and how Pippen impacted the series from that point moving forward. That's all we're saying. This has who cares about Jordan in this conversation? Who cares? Who cares that Phil Jackson had to utilize a different weapon? He utilized a different weapon. You know how big Magic Johnson was? Magic Johnson's 6'9" and outweighed the shit out of Jordan. Right. And he wasn't going to be out there chucking up threes. So the thing was, they had to find another weapon. The weapon in that series was Magic's playmaking. Hold on. I'm going to pull up Magic Johnson's stats for that game 1. I'm going to show you what happens when you allow Magic to play make. And what up, Herm? What you got on this?
Salute to everybody, man. Salute to y'all.
It's just me, Herm.
All right, but I just saluting everybody in the chat, on the panel, all that, Jared. But the thing is, there's nothing wrong with the fact that you had to use a longer defender on a guy that's 6'9". There's nothing wrong with it. And Jordan told the truth on that. So I don't see the point of guys trying to defute. We both know those two guys are great defenders. And we know how great those two were for us, how they was dominant for us, guarding wings and guards in the league. So it's no shame in that. When you got two great defenders, there's nothing wrong with guys. Some games, Jordan make a lockdown the best player. Gonna be other games he getting cooked, and Scottie step in, and vice versa. So that's just how it goes, man. Scottie Pippen did a superb job in that finals. He guarded Magic Johnson. It was a better fit. It was a better matchup for the Bulls to exploit that because Pippen is way more athletic than Magic. He's longer. He got a 7-foot wingspan. So, of course, you need a guy like that to hold a Magic Johnson. You can't use a 6'5", 6'6" guard to hold a 6'9" guy that probably outweighed Jordan by 60, 70 pounds, which Lamont was alluding to. So, I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with Lamont saying the whole time.
I'm going to ask you a question. Why do you think people, because remember, this video was really aimed at the quotes that I heard from Marsh and Legend of Winning, who are, for whatever reason, pushing the narrative that when Pippen gets talked about in conversations, the first thing that they say, oh, yeah, in 1991, people say that Pippen had to guard Magic, which we know Pippen's primary assignment wasn't Magic. That's already been proven. But then we have to talk about how Phil Jackson utilized this strategy. This was a strategy to put Magic on Pippen in a head-to-head setting. Why do you think they want to push the narrative that Jordan was the primary defender against Magic, as if that's why Magic might have struggled, especially like in that game 2 or even in that game 3 overtime? But they don't credit it with what Phil Jackson actually said was he needed to put Jordan on Magic. So when they hit him with that high ball screen, they could make the switch that they wanted by putting Jordan on Divac, and Pippen then guards Magic from that point forward. Why do you think people don't talk about that element?
People forget the point that in that game 1, when the Lakers won, Jordan was in foul trouble as well when he was guarding Magic. It's due to the size. It's due to certain areas that Magic was getting to. They got Jordan in foul trouble, and that's what Magic was going to keep exploring, his size and his weight advantage on Mike. Mike could guard him. Magic can't just blow past him, but Magic Johnson will go use his size. He got about 3-4 inches. And Phil Jackson realized, and plus, you got to realize, too, James Worthy was another X factor in that series for the Lakers as well. And why not put Jordan on his former college teammate, which you know very well. He's very close to that. He understands James Worthy's strengths and weaknesses. So why not put Jordan on Worthy? And why not put a guy that is long and athletic and a tenacious defender like Scottie Pippen on Magic Johnson? and which Magic Johnson just can't see easily over Scottie Pippen. He's not going to be able to visualize the floor when you got a long guy like Scottie Pippen on. Scottie is great at cutting off at angles and everything. So I don't know why guys want to downplay the significance of Phil Jackson's decision making of what he wanted. Yes, Jordan guard and Magic Johnson is Spurs. I mean, a guy not gonna guard a great player every damn possession. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why Mars and Lowe saying what they're saying. But at the end of the day, I think Phil did a hell of a job putting Mike on his former teammate. And then Scottie Pippen, he's a long guy. Magic Johnson not just go easily see over him, and Scottie is very long as well, so he could tip passes. He could make Magic Johnson work harder than Mike can, even though Magic just not gonna blow past Mike, but he could see over Mike. So it doesn't matter if you get past Mike or not. I don't know why they're refuting him, Lamont. I think it's crazy, honestly.
Hey, can you still hear me, Lamont?
Yeah, I hear you, Jared. What you got, man?
Okay, so Herm, so let me kind of rephrase this. I'm not necessarily like trying to refute it necessarily. My thing is I think what I'm trying to say is like we don't need to like keep cutting down legends like just to benefit other legends, Herm. Like that is what we do sometimes. Like there is a growing like sector of people, and I don't know if you notice or not, but there's a growing sector of people that are gonna just chip away at MJ like however they can. Like that's been done more now than it was done like 5-10 years ago. Like that's all I'm getting.
I mean, let them dumbasses do it. They want to take credit away from Michael Jordan because he had a teammate that's a great defender in Scottie Pippen, in which Michael Jordan always gave praise to, and I always say that a lot of his winning when that came, if he didn't have a teammate like Scottie on his roster, that people want to take away from him for that. They just are dumbasses, and they, you know what I'm saying, and they don't deserve to talk about basketball. So let people do what they do. They want to take away from Mike because a 6'9" guy that weighed probably over 60, 70 pounds over him and got 3 or 4 inches over him, could see over him and still make plays. If they want to pick on Mike about that, let them do it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We not about to do that. Jared has a weird fetish with trying to make this about people. This saying anything just because we in the midst of talking about Scottie Pippen. The best thing about the Scottie Pippen and Jordan duo is that Scottie Pippen complemented Jordan's weaknesses and Jordan complemented Scottie's weaknesses. Jordan was an elite scorer. Pippen was above average score, but not on the level with Mike's. Defensively and with the physicality, if you're not being biased, Pippen was on an entirely different realm defensively than somebody like Michael Jordan because of his versatility, because of his strength, because of his off-ball awareness, because of his own ball awareness, and because of the value that Jordan brought on the offensive end. You could not allow him to gas himself out defensively when Pippen, Horace Grant, and guys like Bill Cartwright at the time can take up the brunt of that load and then allow Mike to thrive on the other side of the court. It's all a team effort. And so just for us, this is what made the Bulls unstoppable. Everybody complemented a weakness. And what we saw in that team is when you take away one of those pieces, the whole can't function. When they had Jordan, when they had Pippen, but then they removed the Horace Grant, could they function well? They were good, but it was harder for them to function to the tune that they lost to the Orlando Magic. They had to replace that piece before they got back to winning. So as much as y'all want to make this on one man and y'all want to pretend like Jordan didn't have flaws and like every time you mention a flaw, it's a slander. Yeah, let that go, man. That's just you just kind of riding Jordan right there. He had flaws.
Hey, Jerry, every basketball player that we ever seen play has flaws. It doesn't matter how great you are. It doesn't matter you the best of all time. Everybody has flaws in basketball.
Oh, brother.
I never said he never had flaws though. Like I never said that.
Okay, but then in talking about what made Pippen great, and we happen to mention something that he might have been better than Jordan in. Why you so you've been that's the only thing you've talked about today. You haven't talked about the narratives that get pushed with regards to Scottie Pippen. You haven't came up here and tried to protect Scottie Pippen to any degree. This video isn't even about Jordan. You come up here trying to protect Jordan in a conversation that ain't even about Jordan.
Hey, Lamont, can we really break it down?
Yeah,
but Jared, we ain't gotta go that far though. Everybody knows if everybody want to discredit Jordan off this type of shit, they are some dumbasses. So that's why just chill, bro. You ain't gotta defend him. We know Mike is Mike. We know he's that nigga. We know he's great.
I feel like
Hey, all right, get his nuts out your hand. Let's have a real conversation here. Y'all want to like carry nuts?
Go ahead, Brandon.
Shut
What's
up,
going on,
shut
Lamont?
up.
What's going on,
Shut
Lamont?
up.
What's going on? Can y'all hear me? I'm walking the
Shut
dog.
up.
My bad. I'm walking the dog. It's time for me to walk y'all niggas now. So let's do this. You niggas got to stop the count because let's be real. If LeBron had a player that he played with, no.
Man,
Hold
come on. Nobody want to hear that shit. He
Hold
did
on.
have players, so
Hold
shut
on.
that shit up.
Lamont.
I ain't finna let you talk.
LeBron.
We don't want to hear that
Let him
bullshit.
finish. Hold on, Herm. Let him finish, Herm. Let him finish. I want to hear this. He's we haven't said the word LeBron James all day, but let's hear where he's going with it. Go ahead, Brandon.
Are you muted?
No, he's not muted.
His ass need to get off. Goddamn with that dumb ass shit he finna say. And take that damn picture off, nigga. Shit.
All right, hold on. Now he's trying to make it about LeBron, man. That is crazy, man. Maybe his mic went off or something. He said he was walking the dog, man. Maybe his dog ran off.
That's good. I hope the dog keep running from his ass.
I think his dog heard him talking about LeBron again, so the dog got the hell away from him, man. Ran off on his ass. That's what I'm saying. Now it's about like this video has nothing to do with LeBron. That's the problem with this narrative. Like Jared came up here trying to make this video about Jordan. He came up here. He was about to say something about like this ain't about Jordan or LeBron. This is about Scottie Pippen individually. I'm one of the few people that has Scottie Pippen in the top 20, primarily because of what he was able to do on the defensive end, and he was a part of the greatest dynasty in NBA history. I give him his own individual credit for impacting that. Again, this is dominance fall in the along the lines of that of Michael Jordan, no, but his dominance is there, and I feel like if I have to consider dominance, he was dominant in his own right, a part of one of the greatest dynasties in NBA history. It only makes sense that he falls in my top.
But Lamont is about them downplaying Pippen. That's what this is really about. Like Jordan fans will downplay Pippen, but then when we start talking that 2017 Warriors versus the 96 Bulls, they treat him like he's God. So it's like, which is it? Was he a mid player that just happened to have Jordan?
I gave
that nigga.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get where he's going with it. Hold on, y'all. Jared, hold on. I'm trying to get where he's going.
Lamont, this is what I'm saying. Jordan fans shit on Pippen more than anybody else. So what I'm saying is when we're having debates and we're talking about, okay, if the 2017 or the 2018 Warriors face the 96 Bulls, right? They sit here and they talk about Pippen like he's going to stop everybody. Like Pippen is just the god on the court, right? But then when we start to try to use Pippen in saying that Pippen actually is the reason that Jordan was winning a lot, now they try to treat him like he's 04 Ben Gordon. That's all I'm saying. So like, which is it? Was he really that nigga, or was he just a mid player that just that needed Jordan? Which is
if you understand basketball, brother, everybody needs great players on their team to win. That's for one.
No, but you listen to what he said. He said
I know.
He said specifically Jordan fans. Like I think if you, but the funny thing is, Brandon, is the people that I heard pushing this narrative aren't necessarily considered Jordan fans. And what they've done is, I think you have two sects of people that try to diminish Scottie Pippen to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
You have a sect of people, obviously, that are the Jordan fans, which we know that they're going to do it. Just the two people that did it, I think they were doing it because I think in their minds, they can't fathom a guy being top 20 all time. Because the thing is, he has 6 championships on his resume. Right, with the 6 championships on his resume, now you have to figure, okay, now where does he rank amongst the greatest in NBA history? Because it's not too many people walking around with 6 titles, and he was arguably a top 5 player in that era. So now we have to really start. So what they're now doing is, because they can't fathom his defense being that elite, now they have to find a way. How do we diminish that defense? And I don't think they're doing it intentionally. I think they diminish his defense primarily because they don't understand what's going on the defensive side of the floor.
Yeah, he revolutionized the game.
When they
too.
say Jordan guarded Magic,
the position, I mean,
right? When they say Jordan guarded Magic, a lot of people think, oh, Jordan clamped up Magic. When no, the whole point of Jordan guarding Magic is to protect, is to keep Pippen off ball. So when they hit him with that high ball screen, then he could switch on the Magic and be the disruptor for the rest of that particular play. So yes, Jordan was the primary defender, but it wasn't because Jordan was just locked down. It was because they needed Jordan to be switched on the debunk, like he was in game 2 when he got in foul trouble. And they needed Pippen being a disruptor, either on ball in the half court setting or picking him up full court if Jordan wasn't in the game or if Jordan was in foul trouble.
But Lamont, who did Jordan really lock up though? Like, can y'all give me 5? Give me like
James Worthy.
Give me 3 players that Jordan locked up.
Well, he didn't like James Worthy up in the 91 finals.
No, he didn't game 1, but I mean he wasn't on him game 1. But like later on, most of that series, Worthy really at the game 1.
Hey, bro, give me 3 players that Jordan just
locked
up.
I mean, but you trying to downplay his defense. Everybody knows basketball.
Bro, I'm
name a guy. I'm just saying, name any superstar that you could really say lock down people. Name any superstar that locked down another superstar.
We said, hold on.
I'm just saying, name any superstar that literally locked down other superstar.
Hold on. If you let me listen, give me a superstar that Jordan just Kawhi Leonard. Give me like 2 or 3 that he locked up.
Kawhi didn't lock up LeBron.
Oh, bro.
So what? Who Kawhi?
Herm. You would do well by just either conceding to his point or just answering the question, because now it looked like you dodging.
Oh well, just to answer the question. Now I gotta look at he played. All right.
If
look
y'all
at
in the chat,
1996.
Okay.
In that Magic series, pretty much the Orlando Magic backcourt was locked up by Scottie and Mike. He locked down somebody.
That's not my question.
He did lock down Penny though. He did lock down Penny.
They backpedaling like Deion Sanders.
Penny,
Herm.
my favorite player.
I think this is what he's looking for.
Penny, my favorite player.
Like, hold on, Herm. This is what he's looking for. Like,
because he's my coach too.
If you go to LeBron, like, we can think of moments and it may be because it's more recent with LeBron, but I can literally think of moments in the playoffs where LeBron's defense alone changed the scope of a game. When we talk about LeBron versus in that fourth quarter versus Derrick Rose and the Bulls, that was a MVP Derrick Rose. So the thing is, he's just asking from you, give me one of those moments where, because again, we remember everything else, especially on the offensive side for Jordan.
We remember the defensive player of the years. We remember those.
And I agree with them. I've always said this, and I even did a video about Jordan being slightly overrated defensively. But what I'm saying is, I had kind of agreed with him. Where are the great defensive moments that stand out to you? If you're going to make the claim, he's this great defensive player. Well, can you recall any good defensive moments or any, defensive like we talk about how Rodman, and y'all even remember when Rodman shut down Shaq for one half of basketball. And
Michael Jordan locked down Reggie Miller.
Wait, when did he do that?
Are y'all gonna start giving us names or no? Because y'all just looking bad right now. Y'all tell us defensive player of the year 10 times, but y'all can't give us names of people.
He did lock down Reggie. He did lock down Reggie Miller. Yes, he did. You watch that game.
I don't know, Lamont. Maybe the chat can tell us. Can y'all give us players?
Now watch that game 7. Watch that game 7, 98. He did lock down Reggie Miller.
I get what you're trying to say, Herm. That still is cap.
He did lock down Reggie Miller fourth quarter game 7 and 98.
How do you define lockdown?
What Reggie Miller doing?
But Herm, here's the problem. When
y'all say name players.
No, Herm. I'm gonna help you out, Herm. No, I'm actually helping. So here's this. When I say this about Jordan, it's just gonna lend more credibility to what I was talking about in the 1991 NBA Finals, because when you look at like a lot of Jordan's greatest games, as far as defensively, a lot of Jordan's best games defensively
in the Knicks series
are highlighted. Hold on, a lot of Jordan's best defensive games are generally highlighted by him having a ton of steals. right? So a lot of his best defensive games are looked at it where the games where he had a lot of blocks or a lot of steals.
You must have forgot that block on Patrick.
Hold on 1 second. What I'm saying is what I believe about steals. This is how I feel about steals, and this lends more credibility to what I was saying in 1991. Steals are just a byproduct of other people's defense. Generally, steals are like loose balls, tip balls that you are able to collect and go the other way. It's similar to football. When you think of football, who would you rather have? Would you rather have the league leader in forced fumbles, or would you rather have the league leader in fumble recoveries? Because fumble recoveries are like getting a steal. The guy that forces the fumble is more valuable in football because it's harder to force the fumble than it is to go collect it. And I think in the game of basketball, I think the category, especially of steals, has been extremely overvalued because collecting the skill, like we've seen guys like Steph Curry and Allen Iverson lead the league in steals. These are not elite defenders. These are not even average defenders. For the most part, these are below average defenders. But so if below average defenders can lead the league in steals, then how have steals alone given Jordan, who's a good defender, why is he given this lens to be looked at as a defender similar to that of Scottie Pippen? Because outside of the steals, I don't think there's really a comparison with him and Scottie Pippen defensively. Pippen's better on ball.
I mean,
we forget that Gilbert gave him 40.
But that nigga was old and man, come on, man. And there's a lot of niggas put 40 on LeBron, but you ain't gonna talk about that. So
right, and he was the same age as Jordan, right?
I mean, they did it when he was young too. He could. He did it when he was young,
bro.
So
give me no.
Hold on. ABJ. Hold on, ABJ. Let me correct ABJ. The guy that tips the pass does not get credited with the steal. That is not true. Not in the game of basketball. It's whoever recovers the steal.
It's only in 2K.
Right?
You talking about 2K.
Yeah. In the video games, it might be like that, but in real basketball, you get credited. The guy who gets credited with the steal is the guy who comes up with the steal, who comes up with the loose ball. All right. And I mean, there's no other way. There's no other way to count it. And then when you look at blocks, I mean, I think the block category is even kind of overrated to a certain degree because blocks, unless you're a 7-foot center, blocks are just a sign that you just probably leave the ground way too much, right? Unless you're really coming across and doing a lot of help defense and you're getting weak side blocks. If you're the on-ball defender and you're going for a lot of blocks, that means you're just in the air a ton, and that's really bad defense. This is why we see guys like Jaren Jackson get into foul trouble. They leaving the ground a ton.
All right.
Look, I don't think blocks. I think blocks are more valuable than steals. I think steals of any defensive metric. I think it's like it's the one of the worst metrics to trying to determine if you're a good defender or not.
Hey, Lamont. So are we saying that Jordan getting those defensive player of the year awards was just participation? Like he showed up. He was the only one. Like who else?
No, this is how I view it. We've seen a time in the NBA where the center position was so weak that DeAndre Jordan was named all NBA, right? And so what happens is I don't think nobody looks at DeAndre Jordan and thinks all NBA, even when he was playing his best. But so sometimes when your position, I feel, is so thinned out, if you're a star, especially a star to the likes of a Michael Jordan,
they'll see your highlights more than the regular.
So what I'm saying, so if you can make an all defensive team just because your position's so thinned out to a certain degree, I feel like I feel like Jordan was given a little bit more defensive credit than he actually deserved. Was he a good defender? Yes. But like I said, it's hard for me to watch the games and put him on the same level as a Scottie Pippen defensively.
Hey, Lamont, can you drop the link?
Hard.
Can you drop the link? Because I think Nicholas Brown, he said, not Nicholas, I'm sorry. The MJ hate is real. Oh, I forgot this is a LBJ platform sponsored by Clutch Sports. So I feel like they should come up here and actually debunk our points.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. But
it's not an LBJ platform. Here, hold on. ABJ says you're wrong. I'm telling you, look into it. All right, I'll look into it for you.
Hey, can you still hear me, Herm?
I mean, Jordan locked down Clyde Drexler too. I mean, guys ain't forget.
All right, so there we go. 30 minutes later, give me 2 more.
Nah, nigga, you kept running your damn mouth out. I mean,
no,
shit.
bro, because listen, this
And
is
I'm letting the host talk too.
Hold on. This is the major point. This is the major point. Oh, he getting mad. This is the major point. A lot of you Jordan fans be talking shit, and you niggas weren't even old enough to actually watch him play. You niggas are going on highlights. You niggas really don't know what he really
ain't
did.
going on highlights.
Give me 3 players that he Kawhi Leonard, and you niggas can't.
Be most superstars, and you can't even name most superstars in NBA history. Ain't locked down more than 3 guys.
Like, come on, that's what I'm saying. Like, give
me 2.
Give me 2.
Kawhi don't be locking down niggas like
Give me 2. Give me 2. Don't give me individual players.
Kawhi ain't locked down no damn Giannis.
Don't
he ain't locked down.
Hold on.
Actually, he did. That's a lie. Yes, he did. That's a lie. Don't do that.
That was a team.
That's a team.
No, it was a team. Man, could not hold no damn Giannis.
Oh my God,
yes, he
bro.
did. He locked up Giannis.
Y'all can tell me every game he scores 60, but you niggas can't tell me 2 people he locked up.
No, but my question is, who did LeBron lock
up? You say what?
My counter question would be, who's the last superstar LeBron locked up, bro?
We said there. Oh, so hold on. We didn't see what
he didn't lock up there.
Hold on.
Yes, he did.
Hold on.
No,
we didn't see.
Did
we not see when he locked up Kawhi Leonard and Paul George? 2020.
I remember that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In one possession.
That's one possession, bro.
So hold on.
But generally, these moments happen in one possession. Like
I could give you a lot of those if you talk about just one possession.
Okay, so
Michael Jordan, when he was 40 years old, locked up Paul Pierce.
Exactly.
So let's keep going. Locked up Vince Carter.
Okay, so no. So hold on. Tell me in his prime when he was winning awards. No. No, because he wasn't winning. He wasn't winning awards. We're talking about. Give me 3 people he locked up.
Motherfucker. You said name 3.
He was winning awards for.
Herm. This is what you're doing, Herm. So
no, I ain't. Don't.
These Jordan asses get mad, guys.
Let me explain the difference.
Because I'm entertaining. I'm finna entertain the shit out of these.
You gotta hold on. Let me explain it to you. So this is the difference between what you're saying and what other people are saying. When people say that LeBron locked up D Rose, it's literally a specific moment in the game where we can literally go to the 4th quarter where it matters most. Remember, LeBron wasn't guarding D Rose the entire game, but we can go to a moment in a pressure-packed moment in the game or pressure-packed quarter
clutch
that was mandatory. I did the same thing. And we look to that moment. Hold on 1 second, Herm. And we look to that moment and we say, in that moment, LeBron took on the responsibility of guarding the other team's best player in this moment. Like, nobody's going to be just like, it's silly for you to act like Jordan at 40 years old was guarding Paul Pierce and shut him down the whole game. Give us.
But he locked him up. If I'm going off his logic,
hold on 1 second, Herm, because that's too general. That's too general. What we're saying is, give us the moments, give us the quarters in crucial moments in big time games where something was on the line and it was visible that Jordan's defense impacted or changed the game. What moments do you have?
They could do the
what you're saying is because I think it's too general. It's too general to say. It's too general to say.
But look who he was guarding to get that
the
steal,
4th quarter.
He was guarding Jeff Hornacek.
The 4th quarter. I mean, y'all say name moments. We name moments.
But we're talking about multiple possessions.
And they had a box of 1 on D Rose.
We're talking about games where he just locked up somebody. Like, y'all can't name it.
Who look?
And this hold on. Hey, Lamont, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let y'all talk. Right, this is the real hit. You niggas are really insecure about LeBron because when we talk about Larry, hold on.
You the one, bro.
You gotta let people finish, Herm. You gotta let people finish.
Bro, you gotta be composed, brother.
I shouldn't have to.
Bro, I don't want to let him finish, though.
Brother,
Hermit. Y'all got to, though. Y'all messing the audio up, man.
You gotta let him,
let him finish, and I'm gonna let you cook.
So, Lamont, this is all I want to say, right? This just shows that you all are really threatened by LeBron because when we talk about Larry Bird, you niggas get silent. When we talk about Kareem, you niggas get silent. When we talk about anybody else, Dr. J, anybody else, y'all get silent. But the moment that we mention LeBron, you niggas get loud.
Hold on, let me do this real quick because I want to get back on the Scottie. I want to get back on the Scottie Pippen topic, but for Ralph, you guys, I want you, Ralph. See, this is why y'all need to think before you type. He says facts of boxing 1 on D Rose. So hold on, Ralph. Let's just take you to a basketball film study. If I run a boxing one, let's say if we run a boxing one, and let's say Herm is on the basketball cooking, and I say we're running a boxing one on Herm, and I got Herm. Do you know what that means, Ralph? It means I am guarding Herm full time with no screens, no help. Everybody else is zoned up. Y'all worry about everybody else. That's even more so of an indictment on your take. If you're trying to make it sound as if some zone was helping LeBron, a boxing one means
It did. The Bulls didn't have any shooting.
Yeah, but Herm, what
They
I'm
didn't
trying to
have any
explain, hold on, Herm.
Hermit,
I'm
you
trying
gotta
to
let him
explain
talk.
to you. I'm trying to explain to you that a boxing one is mano y mano. That's the most mano y mano defense you can actually run, because that means you're telling them, I don't care about screens. I'm on you the whole time. I don't care what happens.
But
I'm
Lamar,
running
you
no,
forget if
hold
I
on,
blow.
Herm, let me finish. Y'all gotta
Hermit,
keep
you got
saying,
to be
I'm not,
composed, bro.
If I blow,
I'm not
if I blow
forgetting
past
nothing.
somebody,
Come
it's a
on, Herm.
wall.
Hold
Hey,
on,
let him
Herm.
finish, Herm, man.
Hold on.
With all that dick riding,
Like
man.
when y'all gotta know what a boxing one is and the whole purpose of it before you say it, trying to act like you right about his own. Now, if you just said a 2-3 zone or a 1-3-1 zone, a boxing one is meant for me to go mano y mano with you. That's what it's meant for. Is mano y mano with you alone, and it's me and you for the rest of this quarter for however long we run this boxing one. So if y'all say that they went into a boxing one and LeBron was on Derrick Rose, that makes our case even stronger. That's all. It just makes our case even stronger. So you got to know what a boxing one is before you start running off acting
Lamar,
All right,
acting
it's
like
your
you
turn,
know something.
I
Prometheus.
wasn't
Go
even I
ahead.
wasn't even hostile to Lamont, but all I was saying,
No,
if
you're
I
not
blow,
hostile, but you just talk.
if
You over talk.
I blow past that main guy in that box one, what's waiting on me, Lamont? If I'm trying to penetrate that, what's waiting on me?
A shot blocker.
No, it's more than shot block. As soon as I get past LeBron, in which D Rose was getting past him a lot because how fast he was, what was waiting on Derrick Rose?
Oh my god,
That's a
That's
lie.
for every
That
superstar.
is a
That's
lie.
I love it.
No. I'm just saying the
Okay, hold on. So you
one,
saying if I
Lamont.
pull the video up, we gonna see a fourth quarter. LeBron just hold on. Let me pull
Pull
the
up,
video up.
and let's play the whole fourth quarter. Then Lamont, I'm entertained.
I'm not trying to get the
No,
stream
Pull up the whole
copyrighted.
fourth
He's
quarter.
only
Then Lamont.
copyrighted.
All right, hold on, Jared. I can't have it. Don't make me kick one of y'all out because y'all get to talking and chatting and it messes up the audio. Just go one at a time. Y'all don't have
Pull up
to
the
ad
whole fourth
lib. Y'all
quarter.
don't have
Then
to ad
Lamont.
lib for everybody. So I'm gonna pull it up, and I'm not pulling
Don't
up the
pull
whole
up
video.
highlights. Don't pull
I
up
have to
highlights.
because I'm not trying to
No,
get
you
the stream
don't. Pull up the
copyright.
whole fourth quarter.
Okay, hold on, her. We're gonna go to. Let me go to Chris. He just pulled up, and I gotta get to Minion and DJ. Chris, what's good, man?
Yo, what's down with it? Hey, I ain't gonna be long, you know what I'm saying? Because I might have a little background noise, but you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mike, man. Shout out to Scottie. You feel me? Real good duo of the 90s, you know what I'm saying? I ain't no hater, regardless of what I might type in the chat, different little stuff like that. I don't hate none of these guys, man. You feel me? Niggas gotta stop running around here hating on these players, but then you wanna double back and then still like basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Jared, the man just told you to stop ad-libbing, bro.
I'm
You
just
feel me?
asking a
But
question.
you got it, man. You got it, my nigga. I'm finna go back on mute, man. You know what I'm saying? Good show, man. Get them likes up out there, man.
Yeah, I agree with T.I. Yo, one mic. Go ahead, Lamont.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it went mute for a minute. Like, so to respond to Chris, like, I don't see like who's hating on anybody. Like, cause like what I was saying, I wasn't like hating on LeBron or anybody like that. Like, my point is actually that was part of my point. Like, I didn't want anybody hating on anybody.
Man, look, man, I ain't talking, you know what I'm saying, nobody in particular, man. I'm just saying. You feel me? This stream's supposed to be about Scottie. You know what I'm saying?
So
Doing what he
hold on,
did.
Ralph. Let me ask you, Ralph. So Ralph, I have personal experience actually running a boxing one on the court, and I actually have experience with a coach actually telling me what the philosophies are. When have you ever stepped on a basketball court and ran a boxing one, Ralph? Ever in your life? Right? You went and tried to Google some stuff, which really any defense the definition of any particular defense is based on how the coach wants to utilize it. Teams can run like zones are normally to clog the paint, but I've seen coaches run 2-3 zones with an emphasis of leaving the paint wide open and protecting the 3-point line. So the emphasis on how you run anything is what the coach decides. But the one reason why most teams don't go to box and ones, Ralph, is because it puts a lot of responsibility for one player to do a whole bunch. And if that one player ain't elite at what they do, then it ain't going to work. This is why it was so alarming when the Golden State Warriors went into a box and one, right? Or even the Miami Heat. It's not very easy to do because you have to have an elite defender to pull it off. And if they were able to put LeBron James in some type of box and one to slow up Derrick Rose, that's elite on LeBron's part. That's all it is.
Yeah, he's also wrong, Lamar. Like a
I
box
don't
and
know. I know it, man. We don't have to go into it. We got the video right here. Look, I'm gonna play as much of it as possible. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. This is just the fourth quarter. It was a low-scoring game, so it was a defensive game. And I don't think LeBron really picked up the defense on Rose until the end of the fourth, if I'm right. Is that LeBron on D Rose? That don't look like no boxing one. That don't even look like no boxing one. Hold on, let me run it back. That's LeBron on D Rose. That's not a boxing one. That's just him mano y mano. Salute to Michael in there. Yeah, it didn't even look like they were switching. LeBron would for sure wasn't switching. I see him on the defensive end. He got beat right there. He shouldn't have overplayed on that inbound pass. That was stupid. That's not no boxing one. That's me. That's me and you. That's mano y mano.
Still cooking.
You said what?
D Rose was still cooking.
Bro, we talking about this fourth quarter.
I know. I'm looking at it.
He just airballed that shot. What do you mean he cooking?
No, they didn't.
The shot where you said he cooking, he airballed it.
I thought it went in.
No, he
like
airballed
it.
He airballed it.
You said he cooking, he airballed the shot. What are you talking about?
I thought it went in though.
I know, but this fourth quarter, because first of all, they said it was a boxing one. I don't see a boxing one. You might have saw a boxing one on one possession, but I haven't seen a boxing one in any of these possessions yet. Not a boxing one. It's the end of the game. It's over with here. So again.
Funny as hell, man.
Yeah, he did play good defense on Rose. Like that.
Man, it was gonna be hard for them. It was gonna be hard for them to beat Miami anyway. It was only one of him against three of them. It was gonna be hard for them to beat Miami.
Actually, that's a lie too, bro.
That's not a lie.
Who did they have without Rose?
Because hey, do y'all realize they beat them 3 out of 4 every regular season? So shut that shit.
That's regular season. I'm talking about playoffs. Stop talking about the regular season. I'm talking about playoffs.
Oh my god. Okay.
We talking about the same team that won 60 games though, but y'all want to sit here and talk about it was gonna be hard to beat 60 games.
Our offense was. I'm a Bulls fan, bro. Our offense wasn't that great, you know.
But
we didn't have elite shooting.
It doesn't
What are you
matter.
talking about?
It doesn't matter.
I mean, the Atlanta Hawks.
Hold on, everybody. Wait. I'm glad you said that. Brandon.
The Hawks won 60 games.
Brandon, I'm glad you said, hold on. Brandon, I'm glad you said that. Remember back in 09 and 10, LeBron also won 60 games.
66.
What does that matter?
66.
What does that matter?
And
And y'all, and according to y'all tell me that Cleveland team was trash.
They were.
Yep.
So you got to be
And they
careful.
won
You got to be
66
careful when you
games.
talk
They won
about 60
66
games.
games, don't mean.
You got to be careful when you're talking about 60 games.
Dumbass.
Hey, I'm gonna put it to you like this, bro. Right? I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? I've never seen
Man,
Cleveland
y'all
win a
niggas ain't
playoff series
cooking
without
nothing, man.
LeBron.
Shut
Right?
up.
Hold on, y'all.
You got to be careful when you're talking
Hold
about
on,
60
y'all.
games.
Let's do this, y'all. Y'all just attribute. First of all, we know you don't have to attribute, because this is where people get caught up in the Kobe conversation. Kobe beat all these 50-win teams, but you forget about the quality of the 50-win team. So what I'm saying is, there are some cases where you have 60-win teams like the Atlanta Hawk team that are able to pull together a good regular season, but we know before they even play a playoff game that they probably not going to win it all, even like LeBron's teams. But then you can go to that Chicago Bull team. I'm not going to say that they didn't have a shot. That was a very strong Chicago Bull team.
No, they weren't going to beat.
Offensively, we were too flawed.
Go ahead.
Our offense was
Go ahead, Lamont. My bad.
All I'm saying is sometimes you can be good at the wrong time. So sometimes you could be good enough to beat everybody else, but you might not be good enough to beat Miami. So that Atlanta Hawk team, I don't think they could have. I think they would have lost to a lot of teams. I think that Chicago Bull team led by Derrick Rose, I think the only team in the East that could have beat them was the Miami Heat. There was nobody else in the East that could beat them to me. So I think sometimes you're just good at the wrong time. I mean, I think they had an opportunity, but too many things had to go perfect for them to beat that Heat team. So they were a bit outmatched, but I'm not going to act like they were just some regular 60-win team that just lucked up and got there. That was a really good, well-coached Bulls team with players like Joakim Noah and like that. They were a really good team. So I'm not going to fake like they just were some pushover 60-win team.
It still was.
But Lamont, this the difference though. Hold on.
Not similar, and that 60-win team was not similar to the team that LeBron James led to 60 wins. They were not close at all.
But hold on. But this the difference though. That Bulls team that y'all referring to, and that Atlanta Hawks team y'all referring to, they won 60+ games one time in one season. That Cleveland team that you just mentioned, they won 60+ games in back-to-back seasons.
And they was top 5
in back-to-back seasons, not just one. In back-to-back seasons, they won 60+
top
games.
teams defensively in the
They won 62 the first season and 66 the second season. Their wins actually went up the very next season.
Mingo, that's exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are a lot of factors that can lend to you being a 60-win team. That's why you have to look to other things to give context to the quality.
I mean, they was well coached too.
So, for example, like we knew, like we can look to that Atlanta Hawk team, and like just like a couple years ago when the Utah Jazz was the best team in the West, even though they had the best record in the West, before a playoff game was even played, a lot of people were saying this team can't win. This team might struggle to get out the first round because of certain flaws that they had. They did have a good regular season, but we're not going to fake like they can do it all. Like that Chicago Bulls team, I think the narrative going around was that this is a really good Bulls team, but they got to find a way to get through the Miami Heat if they're trying to get out the East. And I don't think anybody thought they could get out the East. Nobody thought that they were just lucked into 60 wins. I think even with those LeBron James-led teams, when he was in Cleveland in the first stint, I think a lot of people thought this is a really good team. I mean, they were, they won a lot of games, but I don't think anybody thought that team was good enough to win it all.
They did 09 because they had all them LeBron and Kobe commercials. Exactly. They thought the Lakers gonna be Lakers versus Cavs. So I mean, I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to that.
So Lamont, let me ask you a quick question. So you don't think that Cavs team was good enough to beat the Dwight Howard led Orlando Magic?
No, because in the moment, if you
Real Nelson would hurt.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, man.
Okay. Now I just asked the question.
Oh, my bad. I just had to kick them out because they don't know how to let two people have a conversation. So what I'm saying is, when you think back on that year, I thought that the Orlando Magic team was a higher quality team than the Cavs that year. Because when you look at how they were constructed, more size, more shooting, more skill all around the board. They had a best defensive anchor in the game. Right. This is when Hedo Turkoglu was running around playing like he should have been on somebody's all-star team. I don't know where he started getting game like that. And so, so again, they had a higher caliber team. They were just a better team that year, all around the board. Now, did LeBron and those boys put up a fight? They put up a pretty good fight. But for me to sit there I can even think back on the moment, even when LeBron James had hit that 1-game winner against him, his reaction was almost like that was luck to even go in. Like they were outmatched. They were outmatched, and from top to bottom, Orlando was a deeper team. They were a better team, even though the Cavs had LeBron. So yes, I thought Orlando was a better team.
So Lamont, we talking about the same team that was the top 5 defensive team, while also having the best record in the NBA overall.
That has nothing to do with playoffs.
While also having the best, according to some people, while also having the best player in the league at the time. You mean to tell me they can't be the Magic team?
In the playoffs, the playoffs is about matchups. The playoffs, once you get into the playoffs, Mingo Jester, your record goes into the garbage can, because you can have the best record in the East, but if you don't match up well with a certain team, you get bounced out early. And that's why the Utah Jazz, even though they had the best record, even if you think to last year, Memphis versus the Lakers, Memphis better record than the Lakers. But the matchup versus the Lakers was the worst matchup possible for the Memphis Grizzlies. They didn't match up well with a guy like AD. And they didn't have anybody on the perimeter that contained a guy like LeBron. If they match up against the Warriors or another team, maybe they have a better shot. But sometimes matchups rule out in a 7-game series. Your weapons, that'll rule out then. Better team might rule out in a single elimination, like the NCAA tournament. But in a 7-game series, whoever can present the better matchups is going to win. So I don't read into the records as much as y'all do. That's why when people run around saying that, oh, this player beat this many 50-win teams, I don't really read into that, because you can like even in the 90s, when you had 20% of the league losing 60 games, of course at the top you're going to have a few more teams winning 50 games, because they get to beat up on more bad teams. Doesn't mean you're dealing with a whole bunch of elite 50-win teams. So there's a lot of things that lend to a team getting to 50 or 60 wins, even though they probably won't live up to that caliber of team like we normally see 60-win teams do.
But Lamont, I kind of disagree with that, and the reason why I say that is because when people do say Kobe beat the most 50-win team, you also got to remember back in those 2000s, you had 50-win teams missing the playoffs. So when they say Kobe beat a 50-win team, I think that's a legit argument because of what I just said. Yeah, when you got 50+ win teams missing the playoffs, and if you're not like that's crazy.
Yeah, but to me, if you're not willing to have the conversation about each team individually and the quality and caliber each team is an individual team, then if you're not willing to have that conversation, and I really don't care about the 50 wins. Like the 50 wins to me, that I'm not trying to really have that. I don't really care about how many wins you got, because like I said, we've seen really good teams go into the playoffs with no expectation to win. Just like we saw with the Utah Jazz a few years ago. Nobody expected them to win nothing. I don't care how well they would have done in the regular season. They weren't built. They didn't have the players to take advantage of specific matchups in a playoff setting. So
but it also can go both ways too, though. When the Suns won 65 games, everybody had them winning the finals that season. I think that was 2022.
Yeah, but look at the 2017 Raptors, though.
Even though they lost to the end up losing to the Mavericks, but a lot of people thought the Suns were going to win it that year when they won 65.
No, but what I'm saying is your record just determines your quality of team. It don't necessarily determine whether you win or lose. I'm talking about what are the expectations we put on you when you have that record. So when you have a 60, let's say you do win 60 games, or when you have a team like the Utah Jazz, nobody predicted the Utah Jazz that year when they were first in the West. No, it was nobody that I knew had them going to the finals. Nobody had championship aspirations on them, whether they make it or not. I think a lot of people had them losing in the first or second round. So they had very low expectations. So sometimes you can have 60-win teams that don't have high expectations.
Hey, Lamont, who had the 59-win Raptors winning the finals in 2017? Who had them winning the finals for real? Who had the Atlanta Hawks winning the finals?
Not in 2017 because KD was on the Warriors.
And then y'all talk about all these 50-win teams that Kobe. Y'all talk about all these 50-win teams that Kobe beat, right?
You said in 2017.
No, hold on, because y'all were talking about the 50-win teams that Kobe beat. Let's talk about the real Mamba mentality. So where was the Mamba mentality when he blew a 3-1 lead to the Suns and quit on his team in
Whoa,
Game
he
7?
blew the 3-1 lead. What you want me to say? He blew
He
the
quit
3-1
on his
lead. What you
team
want
in
me to
Game
say?
7.
He blew the 3-1 lead. Okay. What
No,
else you want me to say?
look. The problem wasn't that he blew the
He blew
3-1
a
lead,
3-1
right?
lead.
Shit happens.
Okay.
The
What?
problem was that he quit. And you niggas run around here talking
Okay,
about
he
Mamba
quit.
mentality.
Whatever you want to
He
say right
quit.
there. He lost the game. What
He's a
the series?
fucking
What you
quitter.
want me
But
to
they
say?
say
Alright?
LeBron quit
Okay.
though. That's the
What you want me to
problem,
say?
bro.
And hold on. And Jordan quit twice too, nigga. If we really being real about it. Like,
Okay. And
y'all
like, what else you want me to say
niggas
about
worship
that?
quitters. Hey, brother, let me talk. Y'all niggas worship quitters. Some fucking
Bro, they say
losers.
LeBron quit too. So what's your point?
And Hermit, stay the fuck on mute. All right,
What's your
buddy?
point? What's your point? They said Kobe quit too. What? I mean, they said LeBron quit too. What's the point? What's your point?
I want to
What's
know why
your point
LeBron
you trying to
quit.
make right there?
LeBron ain't quit. LeBron he came up short.
They
That's
said
all.
LeBron quit too.
He
The
choked.
owner said LeBron quit.
He
What's the
choked.
point you trying to make with that?
There's a difference in choking and quitting. Quitting is when you don't
I'm
even
trying
take
to
a shot
understand
in
the
a game
point. I ain't
7.
talking about 2011. I'm talking about after 2010.
Okay, you
I'm
said
talking about
what?
2010. I'm talking about
2010.
2010 when Dan Gilbert said he quit. Dan, whatever his name is, said he quit.
You said
Are
Dan
you talking
Gilbert?
about the same racist
Yeah.
You talking about
owner
the
that
same
he
owner
came
that
back
quit
and
on his
won a
team because he
championship?
couldn't even get pieces around LeBron? That Dan
Bro,
Gilbert?
I guess, but he said he quit. I don't know. But all I'm telling you is, just because you're
Hey,
trying
look,
to
man.
explain to me that a player quit, what does that prove? What
I'm
are you trying to
saying,
All
prove
that
with that
don't
point?
matter,
I'm
man.
saying
It's
there's
just
a difference in choking and quitting. At least
Y'all
when you
go one
choke,
at a time. That's all I ask y'all.
my bad. At least when you choke, you try. You just come up short, right? Like playoff P. He choked, but he didn't quit. He's never quit. Kobe quit on niggas. In game 7 against the Suns, he quit. He stopped shooting.
And my
But you
question
niggas
to
run around
you
here
is,
saying
what's
Mamba
the point you're
mentality.
trying to make with saying that?
Exactly. Hold on.
That's
Let
what
me
I'm
ask you.
asking
Let me
you.
ask y'all
What's
one
the
question.
point?
Let me ask y'all one question. My question is this: in a conversation about Scottie Pippen, because Khalil made a good point. See, the thing is, and this is why I had to get on Jared so tough when he started bringing Jordan up, because I knew naturally when you talk about Jordan, it then lends to talking about LeBron and Kobe. In a conversation about Scottie Pippen, we now found ourselves arguing about LeBron's comp and Kobe's comp and all this stupid stuff. And that's the thing. It's hard. Why can't we just give Scottie Pippen credit for who he was as a player? Why is it so hard for people to give credit where credit is due? And then why is it so hard why do people misinterpret some of the things that they see on the court, like Jordan guarding Magic Johnson? And then when when the Bulls win that series, just because Jordan was matched up on Magic Johnson, you then want to give all the credit to Jordan and say, yeah, Jordan shut down Magic, or Jordan did this, when that wasn't the scheme, that wasn't the defensive philosophy. As Phil Jackson has stated, that wasn't the intent of what they were trying to do defensively. Defensively, they were just trying to find more ways to give Jordan a breather. Even Jordan himself said, like, the people will say that Jordan clamped up Magic and guarded him 85% of the time, but Jordan himself gave the quote, I can't guard Magic and give all this effort on the offensive end at the same time. That's him. So you saying, with him saying that publicly, are y'all trying to tell me that he didn't have this conversation with Phil Jackson in the locker room and they didn't come up with some type of scheme that alleviates him of guarding Magic all the time and exacerbating all his energy to guard Magic? That's the funny part about it. He said it publicly. People don't care.
Yeah, they was
This is my
protecting him
thing.
for
This
getting
is
in
my thing.
foul trouble.
I got Scott.
They
Well, this
didn't
is my
want
thing.
him
I got
in
Scottie
trouble.
Pippen as one of the top 10 greatest defenders of all time. I mean, you could put him anywhere between 5 to 10.
Nah,
To
I
me,
got him between 1 and 5, man.
Hell
He
yeah, I
a
got
top
him.
5
it doesn't.
defender.
I just said it doesn't matter where you put him.
He a
I'm saying
top
he
5
was one of the
defender of
top
all time.
echelon players when it comes to defense. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing nobody who say he's that.
Hold on, let me
Somebody got an
get to this.
echo or something. What is that?
Wait,
Yeah,
who's
somebody
got
got some background noise. I'll
Oh,
try
but
to
anyway.
identify. But
So
let me read
we're
this
back. What
comment
I'm
real quick.
saying.
Let me read this comment real quick. It says Scottie gets credit. It says LeBron fans just overstate his worth to make all Bron's help justified.
No,
What?
we don't, bro.
That
No,
is
we
true.
don't.
That's
What?
crazy.
No, hold on. Yeah,
That's crazy.
but the thing is, that actually would be true if I came in here bringing up LeBron at all. That's the funniest thing about the LeBron
He
narrative.
wasn't talking about
Is
you,
that
Lamar.
the funniest thing about the LeBron narrative is the first person to bring the LeBron narrative up it seems like was people like Jarrett, the Jordan heads trying to protect. Y'all be bringing LeBron.
It was the Brandon.
But see, this is my thing. This is my thing. Back to Scottie Pippen defense.
Let me get
This
Big
my
Ock in here. Big Ock, I need you to hit Big Ock. Big Ock, I need you to hit this link because I need you to answer this question because I need you because you on PC a lot and you be hearing Legend of Winning and Mars push these narratives, man. I got to drop the link for Big Ock, man, because we have to.
Okay, but this is my thing about
Say Lamont. Hey, I'll just
Ox loves Scottie.
Don't matter that Ox
So
loves
this is my
Scottie.
thing
I mean,
about Scottie
Ox loves
Pippen
great
defense.
defense.
Hey, can I say this real quick?
I really honestly think they helped each other out when it came to defense.
Hey,
Now that nigga top
hey,
5.
Lamont, look, hey, I'm gonna drop though. Just let me say this real quick, right? Man, Herm, be quiet, nigga. Hey, but real talk though, man. See, the problem is that it's too many LeBron fans that give him all the credit, and it's the same thing with the Jordan fans. You know what I'm saying? When Jordan fans talk about LeBron teammates, oh nigga, ain't nobody help LeBron. He won without this nigga. He won without that nigga. It's the same thing when nigga talk about Jordan, man. Who he won with, who he didn't win with. You know what I'm saying? That's what the main issue is. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say niggas just gotta niggas just gotta start learning how to respect all these players and what they did, man. It ain't all about who got somebody as a number one player, man. You feel me? All that shit don't even matter at the end of the day.
Look at Chris,
You know what I'm
man. Look
saying?
at Chris with the piece, man.
Well, Michael Jordan himself said
Hey, I'm just
that
telling
there's no Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen, so that should end all that.
No, what that,
Yeah, and then
that's the easy way out of this conversation. See, Big
I
Ock,
mean, if the man himself quoted, "There's no Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen," what else?
The thing is,
What else to be said?
If we go with what you just said, then stream's over. The thing is, I gotta stay on this because if I don't, then we can consistently have people running around like they're gonna pull up the same non-factual information that Legend of Winning and Mars both found on Reddit talking about Jordan guarded Magic Johnson 85 to 90% of the time and don't put no context to it. And when you just say Jordan guarded Magic Johnson 85 to 90% of the time, what you then are trying to do is that means you are taking away everything positive that Magic Johnson, that Scottie Pippen did defensively in that series, off ball and on ball. And really, Scottie Pippen's biggest defensive impact was just by him being on the court. Because by him being on the court, as Mike Dunleavy stated, we had to find a way to keep Pippen off of Magic. So now, offensively, they're more, as opposed to just being worried about how to run their schemes properly, they now have to worry about how do we keep Pippen off Magic. That's how disruptive he was. That's crazy that just by you being on the floor, you can disrupt that much of another team's offense, that you make them go away from what worked best, which is the high pick and roll. They go to 1-4 flat on the wing ISO sets with Magic over there. Crazy that just him by me, but nobody wants to give Pippen that type of credit.
Man, Lamont, Scottie Pippen revolutionized the small forward position. You know, at the end of the day, they don't want to give him that credit, but he started that point forward shit. He was the guy that started this shit. So, man, Scottie Pippen is one of the greatest players to play the game.
We got
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
We're all dumb.
He did revolutionize the point forward.
He says we don't know nothing about basketball, so we're going to get SFM.
I don't know nothing about starting the whole point forward thing. What about Larry Bird?
Larry Bird wasn't considered that, though. He was considered one of the greatest players to play the game, but they didn't consider him point forward.
He pretty much ran the point forward for that team.
No, he didn't. He had another former Finals MVP running the point, and Dennis Johnson.
Dennis Johnson was running the point. He was running the point.
Tiny Archibald, the point guard as well, man. He didn't have to run.
So you telling me Larry Bird ain't never run the point for his team?
Scottie actually was running the damn offense. He was bringing the ball.
So you telling me Larry Bird ain't never run the point for his team?
He wasn't bringing the ball up consistently like Scottie Pippen.
Okay,
that's a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we have to give it to Scottie Pippen that the term point forward did start with Scottie Pippen. And if you compare it, what Bird was doing, Bird didn't do it to the degree that Pippen was doing it. Not to that degree. Bird was good. He was a good passer, but as far as completely running the offense, almost exactly as if a point guard would, I don't want to say that Bird was doing it like that. And pushing the ball up in transition, Bird did it sometimes, but he wasn't doing it to the degree of Scottie Pippen.
Bird was more known for his leading starting the transition with his long passes more than him pushing it like Pippen was. Pippen was a straight up point guard for the Bulls. That was his position. He was the point guard. Yes, you had John Paxson out there, but he was more for scoring and more for shooting. Scottie was running the whole damn offense. So I mean, we got to give the man credit.
But that begs the question, why does he get devalued so much then? Because this dude was expending energy on offense, but then coming back down. He was
It's
basically
more personal. It's more personal than it is just literally talking about his skill.
I mean, because like Lamont
Yeah,
said,
but
like, because
Herman, you
basically
got to let him finish though, Herman. Go
he
ahead,
was
bro.
like a Deion Sanders. Like they were, like Lamont said, like they were literally trying to keep Pippen off of Magic. Like that's basically you basically trying to keep the ball on one side of the court and Pippen on the other. Like that's just insane. The impact that this dude had, like, and people just walk around like Scottie Pippen was nothing, bro. Like, so I mean, I don't know how he didn't win Defensive Player of the Year, but that dude is one of the top 5 defenders I've ever seen in my life. The versatility, bro, like from guarding the team's point guard, he's 6'9", bro. He's guarding the team's point guard, but also if the best player is a wing, he could take that wing out of the game, literally, which basically says like Mike did not have to expend energy on defense. That's basically what that is, bro.
Why he didn't do it to Worthy game 1?
You
So
say what?
Are y'all saying
Why he didn't do it to James Worthy game 1?
I mean, I recall Magic having a triple-double in game 1.
All right, so if Scottie Pippen,
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let SFM get his point off because I'm gonna answer this question. Go ahead.
so if Scottie Pippen got to step up on Michael Jordan, Michael Jordan got to step up on Scottie Pippen got to step up on Magic Johnson. Who's gonna guard James Worthy?
No, it wasn't about Scottie stepping up on Magic. So remember, you're looking at it from a lens.
Now y'all trying to change the narrative.
Hold on, SFM. Because remember, if you would have came in from the beginning, if you'd have listened from the beginning, this is not speaking from a lens that everything Scottie Pippen or Jordan did was just individual on-ball defense. The impact that Scottie Pippen had on Magic Johnson, he disrupted the entire flow of their offense. How did he do that? Well, Phil Jackson was smart enough to understand that we can't just start the game with Pippen on Magic because the Lakers at that point in time in the NBA had the best high pick and roll offense in the NBA. So all they would have done, they would have just hit Scottie Pippen with a Vlade Divac screen, and now you got Magic Johnson in the open court about to make plays to everybody. Phil Jackson was smart enough, especially after game 2, to realize we keep Scottie Pippen off of Magic. But then when that high screen comes from Eldon Campbell or when it comes from Vlade Divac, that's when we allow Pippen to play off of Magic from that point forward. And the goal, as Phil Jackson said, was to switch Jordan onto Vlade Divac as much as possible. Or if Jordan's in foul trouble, as we saw in that game too, just stick Jordan on Vlade Divac as much as possible. Even John Paxson in the video that I played said that the goal defensively was to allow Jordan to play, to kind of gamble and play passing lanes more and kind of be reckless on defense while everybody else kind of stayed home. So really even Phil Jackson said everything was about finding ways to get Jordan more rest on the defensive side of the ball so that he can excel on the offensive side of the ball.
Okay. So you tell me, tell me the plan defensively for James Worthy. Please tell me, because we're not gonna leave him out this. That was the second best player on the team. That was arguably the best score.
Because
the best score on the team.
So game 1. So let's start with just the game 1. The game 1 was the Bulls' worst game. So
who led them in scoring that game?
Hold on. First, remember, I prefaced this in the beginning by Phil Jackson was not dumb enough to fall into who's scoring all these points. The goal was to disrupt their offensive chemistry. And this is what Mike Dunleavy even talked about when I read from. He said Scottie Pippen disrupted our offense. So it wasn't necessarily Scottie Pippen just because James Worthy is hot, then you can go stick Pippen on James Worthy to stop him. So the number one thing that Magic Johnson said Scottie Pippen did was he disrupted their offense. When by him picking Magic Johnson up full court, especially in that game too. Magic Johnson himself said we couldn't get into our offense. So just because James Worthy might have scored here or there, I don't even know how he scored all those buckets. Scottie Pippen's job was already complete. By him picking Magic up full court, Pippen himself even said, and I read that as well, I didn't want to allow them to get into their offensive sets. They were a championship level team that year. They were going to score. It's not about stopping a great scorer in James Worthy from scoring. It's about disrupting their offense to the tune that they were able to win 4 games in a row against a Magic Johnson-led team. How did they do that? They made them get out of their high pick and roll offense. They got more ISO-centric, and they weren't as fluid as they normally were in the regular season, which then led to the Bulls being able to win that series. Remember, because Magic, even after they lost that game too, Magic was still in the news saying, well, they got to go back to LA. That wasn't the time where you got to play 3 games in LA. Magic still felt highly confident that they were going to win the series. So it wasn't really until after that game 3 that he started identifying, okay, they're running a strategy, basically saying we're going to let you eat individually as an ISO player, but he's not going to run around assist, play make, and just kill us like that. Now, we know in that game 5, Magic went to work and had 20 assists. But the goal was staying grounded in the principles. And if you stay grounded in the principles long enough, no matter what the other team does, no matter how good these players are, if you believe in your strategy gonna win out. Their strategy worked. And it had nothing to do with Jordan guarding Magic 80 to 90% of the time. Because 80 to 90% of the time, a lot of the times when Magic had a scoring ISO against Jordan, he went and scored the ball. As we saw from the video, he really didn't have trouble scoring on Jordan. But when you eliminate his best attribute, which is playmaking, and he can't play make to anybody, that's what disrupted the Lakers more than anything. Not all this scoring.
Lamont, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
All right, look, and like, this is my point with y'all. Like, y'all make it seem like there's anything bad with that. Like, nobody ever tried to bring down Pippen. I believe Pippen tried to bring down Michael more than Michael tried to bring down Pippen. I don't even know a time that Michael really just even tried to bring down Pippen. I think he just tested his heart a lot. By y'all saying that, I'm not disagreeing with you, Lamont. I'm just saying, like, what point are y'all trying to prove by saying that, oh, Scottie Pippen that is 6'8" compared to Michael Jordan that is 6'6", that has longer arms than him, that's damn near about the same athleticism as them making a switch for him to guard Magic Johnson, which is 6'9", 6'10", of course, like, that would be smart because he can clear that.
Yeah,
he can clear that height. What is wrong with that?
My point for speaking on this is at the beginning of the video. My point for speaking on this is not to necessarily do a whole bunch of elevation of Scottie Pippen just to say he's this and that. My point was to call out people who try to denigrate Scottie Pippen. Remember, I called out 2 people specifically, Mars and Legend of Winning. 2 people that I don't really consider them LeBron James fans. So I don't really consider them like, or even extreme Jordan fans. But I just feel like it was a poor take to say that Jordan was guarding Magic 80 to 85 to 90% of the time, implying that Jordan did most of the defensive work without saying it. That's what you imply when you say that. That means when you say that Jordan was guarding Magic 85 to 90% of the time, that means you're implying that Jordan was carrying the brunt of the defensive load. When you listen to Sam Smith, when you listen to Phil Jackson, when you listen to John Paxson, when you listen to Mike Dunleavy, and when you listen to Magic Johnson, all people that I quoted all throughout this stream, they specifically talk about not just Scottie Pippen's on-ball defense, but his ability to completely disrupt how the Lakers ran their offense. And so when they make those claims, it tells me right there that you're just running with a narrative as opposed to really doing your homework to see why Jordan was even on Magic. Phil Jackson explained why Jordan was even on Magic. It wasn't to shut Magic down. Magic even said himself, Jordan was too little. He even said himself, Jordan's wasn't a physical defender. He said Pippen was the physical defender.
Said. He was too little to be guarding him.
I'm not saying that because I'm just trying to explain to people why the narrative of saying that Jordan guarded Magic 85 to 90% of the time doesn't really tell the true story. You can say that and end it right there, and you can lead people to believe, oh, okay, Jordan was just locking Magic up when that wasn't the case. That's what I saw was going on, and I'm just spitting the facts that no, when you do your research on it, that's not why Jordan was guarding the primary defender on Magic. He was the primary defender on Magic, so he can actually take breathers on the defensive side of the floor and then give more. This is not nothing that was rewritten in 2022. This was written in the New York Times in 1991. This was written in the Washington Post in 1991. I read both of them. This was written also in 1991 in Phil Jackson's statement to the press after the game. So everything that I'm saying is all backed up with facts.
But that's hard, like, for me to say, like, that either one of them. I don't feel like neither one of them were having like weak responsibilities on defense. Like it went basically like this. Like, if you're gonna guard Magic or I'm gonna guard Magic, somebody has to guard James Worthy. Like, somebody has to go guard James Worthy. Then you still gotta deal with D-Box with the pick. Like, that's a must. That's the second best player on that team. Like, he led them in scoring that first game that they did win. Like, that's their best defender. That's their best defender as well. So it's not like Michael is going to. He still got to deal with a competitive matchup, even if he's not guarding Magic. He's still going to guard somebody that's 6'9". Both of them were 6'9". It's just that Magic, he's the floor raiser. He's going to spread the floor more. You got to cut the head off for it to work. So it wasn't.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what John Paxson said in the video. That's what Magic said in the video. He said, even Sam Smith, that's his exact words in the video I played. You got to cut the head off the snake. And Pippen, they said in the video, if I could play the whole 2-minute video again, Pippen is the player that defensively cut the head off the snake. I don't care what percentage of plays where Jordan was the primary defender on Magic. The Magic himself, John Paxson, all these guys said that Pippen was the defender that cut the head off the snake, whether it was off ball, whether it was just his presence just being on the court, making him go away from the pick and roll, whether it was him picking up Magic full court, a combination of all of these things, a combination of all the problems that he presented, cut the head off the snake. And to the tune where Magic himself says in that video, that was the change in the series. It wasn't the change in game 2, not just the change in game 3 or 4 or 5. Magic said it was the change in the entire series. So some people were going to try to say it was only game 2. Because you know why people are only going to say it's game 2? Because that was the game where Jordan got into foul trouble, and that was the first game where we saw Pippen actually having to take up the role of guarding Magic one-on-one. But even in that setting, Pippen had to pick him up full court for a reason. They could not let them pull off that high bit ball screen. They cannot let him get that off, or they would have got torched. If Pippen would have sagged back as good as the defender he was and picked Magic up at half court, the Bulls would have got torched, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Pippen was smart enough, and Phil Jackson was smart enough to say, pick him up full court, push him to the wings. He can't. That screen is not as effective on the wing.
You don't think Michael Jordan was a part of that plot, though? He was a part of that same plot. He had an IQ for the game as well. He knew
let me give you a quote from what Jordan said about that series. I had it. I'm gonna pull it up again. But Jordan basically said, and I read this off earlier. His quote was, "I basically can't do both. He can't guard Magic, and he can't give high-level offense at the same time. As much as we want to say Jordan is this elite two-way player, at the NBA Finals level, Jordan basically said in 1991, I can't do both. And Phil Jackson, smart enough to understand that, wasn't going to put the pressure of him doing both on him.
No, I get what you're saying, Lamar, but I feel like he's just saying specifically, like I can't just guard Magic, like just him. Like Magic is not the only good player, but I can stick up Worthy that's still
Nah,
6'9".
nah,
The thing
that
is, hold
wasn't
on,
the
hold on.
case.
The thing
What
is,
you're doing is you're disregarding the entire strategy that Phil Jackson said he was employing. The strategy was to keep Michael Jordan on Bloody Divac as much as possible. They only do that by starting Jordan on Magic. When the ball screen happens, then the Bulls get the switch that they want, either Horace Grant or Scottie Pippen on Magic. That's what they wanted. That makes their weapon of the high ball screen less effective because Mike Dunleavy himself even said, and I have it right here. He said he says right here, it says Mike Dunleavy, the Lakers head coach, noticed the defensive assignments and made adjustments to keep Pippen off of Magic Johnson as much as possible. It says, however, the adjustment that Mike Dunleavy made, which was abandoning the pick and roll altogether, it says right here, it says it led to a more stagnant Laker offense, which was unaccustomed, and they were unaccustomed to the new sets and struggled to maintain fluidity. It says the Lakers offense was built on Johnson and Divac's chemistry, and when that was disrupted, it impacted the whole team's performance.
yeah, they were worried.
So mission accomplished by Scottie Pippen. And remember, this don't happen.
Playmaking.
This don't happen if Pippen ain't on the floor. If they don't have to worry about a weapon and Scottie Pippen being on the floor, they don't abandon the high pick and roll. But Pippen made them completely abandon what they did best. That's a great defensive player.
That's a great defensive player.
You know how good you got to be? Just by you being on the floor, you completely change how a team runs their offense.
Yes, the whole point was to turn them into ISO players. You're trying to. The main thing is you're trying to stop the playmaking, bro. That's the main word.
Multiple points to it. There's multiple things he was trying to do.
Can I
Because
jump
Phil
in quick,
Jackson said
Lamont,
himself,
real quick?
Yeah, let me say this. There was multiple facets to this. Disrupt the fluidity of the Laker offense, and as Phil Jackson said right here, he says, you allow Michael Jordan the leeway to excel offensively. Even John Paxson talked about this, the defense they were playing, it gave him basically a long enough break so he could rest kind of defensively and give 110% on the offense and where they needed him most. But go ahead, Mr. Moss.
Well, that's where I was going to go to. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, there are several key factors with Scottie guarding Magic. And if you watch the series, a lot of things happen. The main thing was I never seen Magic turn his back that much, right? Magic can usually come forward, survey the court, and then play make. Scottie made him turn his back, start the offense late, rush the offense. If you compare the pace of the Lakers offense when Scottie was on him, it was a totally different offense. And so, yeah, I totally agree with everything you're saying. But we knew Scottie was that, right? And listen, anybody with two eyes who knows the game of basketball, we all know that Scottie Pippen is a better defensive player than MJ.
Muzz, can we just leave out James Worthy though? Like we're just gonna leave James Worthy?
Well, okay, I know, but I would rather put Scottie on Magic, the head of the snake, and then pick your poison with James Worthy. I think, listen, if James Worthy goes off because Scottie's not guarding him, then hey, you can't guard everything, right? All I'm saying is this: at that time, back in that series, Magic Johnson was the end all be all, right? He was the one who started the offense. If he wasn't on point, the Lakers weren't on point. And so you put Scottie on him, and then boom, you know what I'm saying? Then you take your chances. We knew James Worthy can possibly get off, but listen, and
that's what I'm saying, Mars. He did that to game one too. He did that in game one when they won. That was the leading scorer. When he switched, when Michael had to switch on him, that ended for James Worthy as well.
But SFM.
That's for the whole flow of the offense.
SFM, you always talk about efficiency.
Crazy, bro.
The man scored 22 points in game one on 24 shots, 11 to 24 from the field. So again, is that truly this great game? Because the man only had 3 rebounds and 3 assists, right? In that game. So let's not act like he had some super stellar game like we ain't never seen before. He only had 20.
He still shot 45% from the field. He still 45.8% is not low efficiency.
22 points on 24 shots is not good, SF.
On 45.8%. That's not efficient. That's not
24 shots. That's not
that
efficient.
45%, regardless, 45%. Y'all trying to make it
If
something
it
else.
takes me, if it
not
takes me 24 shots to get 22 points,
it still wouldn't be considered in
James
NBA
Harden get
terms
that shit on free throws.
inefficient. It still wouldn't be concerned in NBA terms. It still wouldn't be called inefficient. He shot 45% from the field, regardless. Fool.
Bro, 24 shots to get 22
Yes,
points.
yes, 24 shots. It was still 11 for 24. Would still be
look, let me ask you.
efficient. Bro, don't ask me, bro. You can't ask me nothing. No,
hold on,
you can't. No,
let me ask you.
Don't ask me nothing. I know. I don't
you're
want
a head coach.
I don't want to be asked nothing. No, no.
So then, why are you talking
you are in the
sports?
NBA?
Why
You
are
feel
you
like your
crying?
opinion. You feel like your opinion is more factual than the NBA.
None of us
in
are, bro. I
factual
play 2K.
terms in the NBA,
I got a
if he's
95
shooting
overall.
45% from the field and he's a wing player, that's efficient. 45.8% from the field.
24 shots? 22
that would
points
still
on
be
24
efficient,
shots?
dummy. He's a wing, fool.
This nigga, bro. Y'all niggas.
All right,
in
SFM.
NBA terms, that's
This is
still
sick.
efficient.
Hold on,
no,
hold on,
nigga, you trying to make your own term. In NBA terms, you still be efficient, nigga.
SFM. All right, we got you.
All right, T.I., we get it. Don't pull out the gap.
Hold on, y'all. SFM believes that if you shoot 24 shots and only score 22 points, that's a great game. So we'll just have to ride with that because
no,
it just
I
sounds
didn't
like
say
he's
that was
die
a
on
great
the hill.
game. I said he
No.
wasn't inefficient.
Hold on. No. Well, you have to say it's a great game because you keep talking about this great James Worthy performances that was just so stellar. That might have been his best game in the whole finals.
That's a top 5 performance in the playoffs I've ever seen for real.
So 22 points on 24 shots, and you telling me why didn't he stop? Well, it sounds like he was bothering enough shots to where that man chucked up 24. He missed a whole bunch. Shoot, the man missed more than he made. So, I mean, we got to give him. I mean, if you're going to die on that hill and say that wasn't even Pippen's responsibility primarily. His primary responsibility was a lot of help coverage, closing up gaps, and taking away the playmaking of Magic Johnson. If James Worthy gets his points off in ISO settings or off offensive rebounds or in transition, fine. They'll live with that. But as long as Magic, the head of the snake, isn't going all the way Showtime on him like he did in game 1, lighting them up with triple doubles, they would be fine. But if you allow Magic to go willy-nilly, go Showtime on you with triple doubles, the Bulls don't win that series. They had to contain that early. And the Bulls really got lucky and found, because Mr. Moss made a point where he said that I don't think the Bulls knew what they had in Pippen until that game 2 against the Lakers. I don't think they knew what they had until they saw that, because from that point forward, that we saw Pippen get utilized in that manner multiple times. We saw him get utilized against the Pacers like that against Mark Jackson.
Who said that was James Worthy's best game, bro? You stupid, bro. Like
that's how you talking.
Idiots.
24 points to get 22.
No, I'm just you're just trying to say it was inefficient in NBA terms. Regardless how you feel for a shirt, like regardless, he wasn't inefficient. Like he wasn't inefficient.
It's inefficient. It's inefficient.
He wasn't inefficient. Okay, he wasn't inefficient, sir. You like what I say?
Like we're not gonna harp on that, bro. 11 to 24.
You don't even know what his best game was, bro.
No, but bro, he averaged 21 points a game for the series. If you want to call that stellar,
and what did Magic shoot that game?
That's fine. It's like
30% from the field.
Who cares what Magic shot? That's not Magic's strength.
I thought Magic strength was like assists.
Well, ultimately, like we explained, they forced.
He still had 10 assists, bro.
Being an ISO scorer. So,
SFM, I got a question for you.
SFM's allowing the numbers to try to dictate. You got to think when you're talking about Magic and James Worthy in the playoffs, they're gonna get enough shots on goal to get to their numbers. Well, Magic's gonna have the ball in his hands enough to get at least 10 assists. It was all about disrupting their offense, especially in certain moments, not allowing them to go on them Showtime
but my whole point is that they both have challenges defensively, even if one had to guard another.
I don't. Who is both? Who are you talking about?
You talking about
Mike and Scottie. Did they both have challenges defensively?
SFM. This is what Phil Jackson said Jordan's role was.
Lamar, answer the question.
No, hold on. I'm for the thing is, I'm not going to go off what I feel. I'm going off what Phil Jackson said was Jordan's role. You have to now just take what Phil Jackson said and accept it. He said the goal was to get Jordan matched up on Vlade Divac as much as possible. If we either had to start him on Vlade Divac or if we had to switch him to the Vlade Divac after the pick and roll. That was the goal. That was what now did it happen perfectly like that every single time up and down the court? No, because the Lakers caught on. Because the Lakers, like Mike Dunleavy said, caught on to what the Bulls were trying to do, and they ultimately abandoned it, the high pick and roll offense. So again, they're not stupid. And obviously the Bulls couldn't just get everything they wanted every time up and down the court. But the goal was to keep Jordan on Divac as much as possible.
And plus,
That's
you throw
what Phil
out
Jackson
the.
said. This is not saying Jordan's a bad
Lakers.
defender. I'm just saying for them to win that particular series, that's the goal. That was the strategy
and I'm telling you, regardless of him not guarding Magic, how Scottie was, because Scottie
did he have to defend? Yes, he had to defend.
He was he had to defend Worthy, and he had to defend Divac.
No, but SFM, I got a question for you though, because your favorite player, Kobe Bryant, specifically said himself, if I'm a guy coming into the league, if I'm a rookie, if I'm gonna look at a defender how to defend, I'm gonna look at Scottie Pippen film. He was talking about how Pippen was great at cutting off angles, cutting off passing lanes, how Scottie Pippen made it difficult when he was like, I mean, you could give an example like when Kobe Bryant basically had that possession.
I'm not denying Scottie, bro. What is you saying that for? I'm not denying Scottie of what he is, bro. You're just saying that to say that, bro.
But SFM, his impact,
like I
Scottie
said,
Pippen's.
Nigga emotional.
SFM, just let him finish and then you can respond. I just want to hear him out.
But SFM, Scottie Pippen's impact was the greatest for us on the defensive end for the Bulls. He changed that series. Maz basically pointed it out in that game too, because the Bulls probably went out in Phil Jackson probably went out had an opportunity to utilize that if he didn't see what he needed to see a game two by Michael Jordan being in foul trouble. So it was a blessing in disguise that Jordan did get in foul trouble, because now you discovered a way to utilize Scottie Pippen to make it difficult for Magic Johnson.
I never
throw off the
denied
timing of the offense.
I never denied that, bro. I never denied that, bro.
The Lakers offense that was crucial in that whole series.
Bro, I never denied that,
can't
bro.
take that away from
I never denied that. Like, you're explaining to me like I'm a casual. I know. To me, Scottie Pippen was the best defender.
Why you keep bringing up James
bro, let me finish, bro. To me, Scottie Pippen was the best defender in every finals that they won, besides the ones with Dennis Rodman. To me, he was the first two finals. He was the second best player on the. To me, he was better than Magic Johnson was in the finals. He was better than Clyde Drexler was in the finals that they had won after that, sir. I don't deny that, but we're not gonna act. This is what I'm saying. My whole point coming up here is to understand that Michael had to endure a challenge as well. Not as much probably as Scottie, but he had as well. That's my point. Like, you're trying to educate me on Scottie. Like, I don't know about Scottie Pippen. Like, I give him his gratitude. Like,
he muffled. You muffled. You muffled, yo.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I heard a lot of what SFM was saying, and that was basically my main point actually coming in too, is that like our main point was not to knock Scottie or MJ or anybody like that. I think our main point is just like we understand how great Scottie was, but that doesn't mean like we have to discredit him. Like that's the main point I was trying.
That ain't nobody's point. Jared, that's just your point. You're the only one keep talking about that. Ain't nobody talking about that.
No. I did. Hold
on. We got Legend of winning here, man. Legend, you got to pull up.
Here, Legend.
Legend, see, Legend says it's a casual convo. Now, if we can get technical, it can be casual now, but we can get technical real fast because we was pulling out a lot of facts earlier, man. But
hey, get up here, Lo.
Like I said, it's casual. We got 7 people up here.
We can break down technical basketball.
Actually, speaking of that,
bro, this is all I'm
hit the link.
All I'm saying.
You got to address some of these comments, Lo.
Bro, because y'all got to understand this, bro. To casual fans, bro, that don't know much about basketball, then they try to woo-woo. See, I didn't say that you were discrediting MJ Lamont. I never said that. But when you say stuff like this, Oh,
Like
you got
what?
certain fans. You got certain fans that can't wait to say, "Come along." Oh, Michael Jordan ain't really do nothing, man. Scotty had to do all this.
But he
Scotty
did
had to be the
though.
Scotty had to be the defender. And what they'll try to do when they debate is bring stuff like that into the argument. But at the same time, Michael still had the challenges of enduring defense too. He still had to accept the challenges. He had a challenge and challenge even when he wasn't guarding Magic Johnson, right or wrong.
But the fact,
He had a challenge on defense whether he wasn't
hold
guarding.
on, SFM.
Okay.
What were his challenges when he wasn't guarding Magic?
Okay, he had to switch on either he was. Hold on. First off,
Stumble.
Debunk was about 6'11", 7 foot tall. He has to switch on him if they coming off the pick. He has to endure that mismatch right there. Then if he's not guarding him, he has to guard. He has no choice but to guard James Worthy at 6'9". That's his challenge.
SFM,
And don't try to make that seem like that's a low challenge. That's not a low challenge.
On SFM. We're not talking about. We're not saying Jordan didn't have to do any type of defense on the other end. That's not what we're talking about. We all know that Jordan had to defend somebody, somewhere. That's not what we're talking about. Yes, so
It wasn't an easy test. Was it an easy
but
test?
nothing's easy in the NBA Finals. That's not what we're talking about. You're on a whole nother conversation.
What's the player he guarded? Was any of them balls?
SFM. I think you need to go back and watch the beginning of the video. I think your whole context is derived from something else. I don't think you know what we're talking about right now because you just jumped in the middle. Hold on, we got low here though.
SFM stand for? It stands for so fucking mad. You so fucking emotional, bro. Like just
hold on, we got low. Low, what's good, man?
I just want to make sure I get the context right, so I'm trying to listen. I hope y'all are not
so fucking mad.
I hope y'all not saying that Scottie Pippen was guarding Magic. I hope that's not what we're saying right now.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Okay.
No, what we're calling out is this is what you said. You said you hate the narrative that Scottie Pippen guarded Magic Johnson.
Yes.
And you brought up the fact that Jordan was the primary defender on Magic 85 to 90% of the time.
Yes.
Correct. And which what I said was that in and of itself is true. But that's not the reason why Scottie's defense against Magic in that series was more impactful than what Jordan was doing. And when I pull up the facts, when you hear what Mike Dunleavy had to say about it, when you hear what John Paxson and Phil Jackson, even Michael Jordan himself, and even Scottie Pippen had to say about it, their strategy in starting Jordan as the primary defender on Magic had nothing to do with Jordan's ability to be a great on-ball defender. It had more so to do with how do we avoid getting Scottie Pippen hung up on these Vlade Divac and Eldon Campbell screens and then allowing Magic to go against smaller defenders like Jordan coming off that pick and roll. Their whole intent was just to go, if you hit us with that screen, we'll just switch everything on to Scottie Pippen or Horace Grant, one of the two, a bigger defender. And those were the guys which Magic even stated in the New York Times in 1991. It was the bigger, more physical defenders like Scottie Pippen that gave him more problems. I don't think he was really fearing Jordan in the one-on-one setting, but when you put Magic in the one-on-one setting, and this is where Mike Dunleavy screwed up, he saw what the Bulls were trying to do. So they ended up abandoning the pick and roll altogether, which then lent to Magic with his back to Jordan on the perimeter, just the shot clock winding down. And now he's hoping that this new offensive set that Mike Dunleavy implemented at the last minute, that these other guys can run it correctly. And it just led to them losing a lot of fluidity. They didn't have any chemistry with it, and things just didn't look right. So their whole offense got junked just because of Scottie Pippen's presence on the floor. And then we saw in game 2, Jordan gets into foul trouble. Then they throw Scottie Pippen on the Magic Johnson. But Scottie Pippen still had to worry about the high ball screen because they were going to send Divac to get him up off of him. So what did Scottie do? He picked him up full court, pushed him to the wings where the screen would be less effective. And so Scottie understands these things. He understood that off ball, the Bulls were trying to get Jordan matched up with Vlade Divac as much as possible. This was a strategy that actually worked us to a certain degree with Mitch Richmond in the series before. So Phil Jackson just copycatted it a little bit. And so Scottie Pippen just being on the floor against the Lakers completely blew up everything the Lakers were trying to do. His ability to play off ball, his presence to pick up off the pick and roll, his on ball pressure, ability to pick up full court. All of these things lent to Jordan being able to give 110% max effort on the offensive end. As Jordan himself said, I can't do both. In 1991, on June 12th, he said to the New York Times, I can't do both. He said it himself. And so for him to say it to the media, I'm almost positive he had to have said it to Phil Jackson. And there was an understanding in that locker room that they had to find ways to cut the head off the snake, slow up Magic Johnson without forcing Jordan to do the brunt of the defensive work on Magic Johnson. And that's why I say
beyond game 2, who was primarily defending Magic?
Beyond game 2, it was still Jordan on Magic.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the Jordan on Magic concept, Jordan on Magic is not, that wasn't what's slowing Magic down, because Magic still was seeking the high ball screen with either Eldon Campbell or Vlade Divac. But remember what Mike Dunleavy did. Mike Dunleavy himself said, and I have the quote right here, they caught on to what the Bulls were trying to do, because Mike Dunleavy said himself, and I'll give you the quote. He says, they noticed what the Bulls were trying to do. And it says, however, so he says, so what Mike Dunleavy, the Laker head coach at the time, noticed the defensive assignment and had to make adjustments to keep Pippen off Magic, because they were switching Pippen on the Magic on every high ball screen. And so when he noticed that, he said what they did was they completely ditched the ball screens, but he said this led to a more stagnant Laker offense, which most of the players were unaccustomed to, and they were unaccustomed to the new sets, and they struggled to maintain fluidity. It says the Laker offense was built on Johnson's and Divac's chemistry, and when it was disrupted, it impacted the whole team's performance. Everything was predicated on them really getting off that high pick and roll, and when they weren't able to get it off, they looked like a completely different team.
The only thing that I think that you're completely missing is that in game 3, you're right, they continue to do that. But the problem is that in game 3, Scottie Pippen is the one who got in foul trouble. Even to the point where he fouled out. And within the time in which Pippen wasn't even on the floor at that point, Magic Johnson was scoreless.
We talked about that earlier as well.
So I get the concept, and I'm not denying that Scottie Pippen's presence on the floor wasn't impactful, because it without a doubt was. However, after game 2, that was more or less just the end of the series. I mean, there was nothing. Excuse me. After game 3, that was more or less the end of the series, because they were already up 2-1, and then James Worthy got.
But what happened in that overtime? Like that's what we want to talk about. In that overtime, the fatal flaw for the Lakers, they didn't go back. When Scottie Pippen found out, the adjustment to be made was, okay, guys, let's go back to our high pick and roll offense.
Right.
They still ditched it. They still ditched it. And you can, when you go back and watch that overtime, you still see Magic stuck on that empty wing, looking over his shoulder to try to make plays, and he can't make plays because now the Bulls, because Horace Grant, because they talked about how Bill Cartwright elevated his level of defense. Horace Grant elevated his level of defense as well. And so now they're essentially, because they didn't go back to what worked for them and they stayed in that stagnant offense, they struggled to score. And Magic Johnson struggled to be efficient. Now, did he not score? Jordan did a good job of holding his own against Magic, not letting them score. But for him to not get those assists off, that was the others. People are trying to attribute.
No one is. The team was a great defensive.
I'm not sure why Lowe was even.
Bro, he still had games.
Y'all are arguing.
Bro, he still had games where he had 10.
Oh my God, man!
Y'all so fucking mad. Let them dance, man.
No one is arguing that there wasn't other pieces on the team that was playing great defense. No one's denying that. However, for somebody to be a point of attack defender, and albeit yes, when the screens were set, they were switching. However, even beyond, it's again, when Scottie Pippen in game 3 was in foul trouble for practically majority of the second half, and then eventually fouled out, Jordan picked up that assignment. And beyond that, beyond game 3, Jordan was way more sound on going under screens, sagging off of Magic, especially when the ball wasn't in his hands.
They didn't set screens.
Huh?
No. So that's the thing. When Pippen found
so if
when
I
Pippen
go back
when
and I watch
Pippen
games, if I
when
go back and
Pippen
I watch game 4 and 5, there's no screens being.
when Pippen fouled out, they never went back to their high ball screen offense. Like there were screens set, but they never went back to their base offense, which got them to where they were. That's the fatal flaw. Mike Dunleavy talked about how that adjustment made them too stagnant. The players could not adjust to the new set that they were trying to run, and they should have, if they would have made just that temporary adjustment just in an overtime, they probably could have won that game. But they never adjusted. And we saw just like Mr. Ma said, we saw in that series more than ever Magic Johnson with his back to the basket, looking over his shoulder, trying to make a play, but he couldn't get the play off because the Bulls are basically sitting on everything. They're just sitting on everything now. It was even harder when Pippen was on the floor. They did a good job of holding the fort down in the overtime when Pippen wasn't there. And you can credit that to Jordan being a pest on ball. And I give Jordan credit. He has some good on ball defense in that overtime. But when Magic Johnson was asked after that series was over, what happened? You know what there was one player he said, Scottie Pippen happened, basically. And I could play the video again. But if everybody's saying it.
And again, I just want to make sure we're clear on what is being stated, because unless you all are stating that because of what Scottie did off ball, then I would have no problem. But the narrative
on ball and off ball,
but so
his all around versatility defense.
The on ball thing to me just doesn't. The on ball thing just to me doesn't really make much sense. If for majority of the series he's not on ball. If you want to say off ball, I have no problem.
No, he was on ball because remember
he was on. He was on after game 2. He was not on ball primarily.
They started with Jordan, but he would switch to pick and roll where Pippen's on him.
He was switching the pick. So Jordan was the primary defender.
This is the point you're forgetting the fact. There's no other defender in NBA history that I've ever heard, because of the occasional switches every other like 5 to 7 possessions, there may be an occasional switch where he gets switched on him, that now all of a sudden he gets credit for on ball as much as the person who's primarily defending on ball.
This is what we're saying, Legend. What I'm saying is Phil Jackson was smart enough to know our best chance to slow up Magic Johnson is to find a way to have Pippen matched up against Magic. When the shot clock is starting to wind down and a play has to be made, that's the matchup we need to have. They knew early, they knew they couldn't start Pippen on Magic to start the game. Now you're going to gas the man out if you're asking him to go full court defense against this guy for the entire game. They start because Phil Jackson even said we were gonna go, even if Jordan didn't get into foul trouble. He said they were gonna go to just putting Pippen on Magic. Jordan getting into foul trouble just escalated it. Now when they put him on them, Pippen obviously picked up full court to prevent the high ball screen from even being effective, pushed him to the wings. So now that high ball screen is not as effective if you can even get it off. And then when Jordan comes back in the game, you can still switch back. You put Jordan back on Magic, but now we just switch everything. And now when that high ball screen happens, there's no panic. Jordan, you don't have to fight. Just go dig into the center, which you'll see in that series. Jordan digs into Vlade Divac and just eliminates the big. He full switches onto the big. Now Pippen has the assignment. So yes, Jordan was the primary defender, but as the play unraveled, Pippen would finish a lot of those plays, taking on the task of guarding Magic Johnson to complete the play.
We would just need to rewatch the series because I've watched that series several times.
But I spent the last 2 days watching the series. I spent the last 2 days compiling statements from Phil Jackson, compiling statements from Mike Dunleavy, compiling statements from John Paxson. I have the video. I can play the 2-minute video that was made that literally where all the players speak on it, including Magic himself.
Players speak on things that end up not actually happening all the time.
Okay, so the players that were John Paxson has a reason to lie.
Come on, Lo. Stop saying that, bro.
Hold on. Let me play the video. It's a very short video.
Crazy.
I'm not saying
it's a short video. It's a short video.
What I'm saying is that people embellish, especially in the moment of things, because there's certain moments that they're going to remember.
Okay, so
more so than something else.
Let's play this to see if it was embellished.
This is the equivalent of me sitting here going off of Doc River quotes to determine what happened in the series.
No, but that's what I'm saying is I'm not going off one person. This is multiple people saying the same thing.
So
even on the opposing team.
Okay, so if again, After the series, again, a great example is Ben Simmons was happening with Philly. After every series, nobody would say what actually happened, because of course you were trying to either protect someone's ego, protect someone's image, or if you're just things that you want to what you call it.
That's not true, Lo.
I'm not saying.
Well, times were different back then.
Here it is, Lo.
Times were
That's
different
not
back then.
Hold on,
true.
Lo. I have
That's
quotes.
not true.
Hold on. Quotes. I have quotes. I have quotes on 1991 after game
I'm not
2
saying that you don't
of these
have
things being
quotes.
stated.
I can have quotes of other people claiming that other things happen in series.
This is not. These are direct quotes from the players themselves.
I can find you direct quotes of series.
So how is this embellished if it's right after the game? This is what they're saying happened.
I can find you quotes right after games where we all witness a player do something bad, a player do something great, a player do, and the quotes from everyone is different from what actually happened on the floor.
Okay, so but
hold
on, you know what? But hold on, that only holds weight, because if you ask 10 people and all 10 people say the same thing, then it lends more credibility to the one thing that they're saying. If one person just says it and that's all you're riding with.
So when the I'm not saying one player. When the Sixers were going through this situation with Simmons, and everybody when they kept asking everybody about Ben Simmons, and they were all saying, "Oh no, Ben Simmons is fine. He's good. He needs to play on the floor. When they were all saying that universally, you believe that?
There's a difference between talking about struggles as opposed to a team, especially a player like Magic, telling everybody, because you're talking about other people being asked about another player. Magic Johnson was asked about himself. Magic Johnson said about himself, my struggles are starting with Scottie Pippen and ending with Scottie Pippen. That's what Scottie said. When John Paxson was recalled to series, he talked about the series. He talked about how they needed to get Jordan off ball so he can play passing lanes and then also get a break, because they were giving him too much of a load defensively. Even Jordan himself said, I can't do both defensively and offensively what they need me to do. That's what Jordan said in 1991, not me. So, and then when you talk about what Phil Jackson said about Scottie Pippen.
I'm not saying that anything what they're saying is false. I believe that when somebody is just discussing about their teammates, there may be things that they could be embellishing just for the benefit of their teammates.
So
that's all I'm saying.
why would Mike Dunleavy need to embellish anything for Scottie Pippen?
Because Pippen was still a great defender. You're making it seem as if like one person may have said something that could have been true, but the rest of the players, Michael Jordan saying, I can't do it by myself, I need a Scottie. That's not
what he said. That's not what he said.
That's not a lie, but that's not also taking away from the fact that as a point of attack defender, as the initial defender on Magic, that he did a great job at that. Not only do a great job at that, the simple fact that they couldn't even get into sets quick enough. So by the time Scottie Pippen got switched on him, there's only about 5 seconds.
So hold on. Let's go with that. Hold on. That's a great start. Why couldn't they get into their sets quick enough?
It depends on what possession. There was a lot of
but you have the Mike Dunleavy told you.
But
you have the answer.
There was a lot of ball pressure from really anybody who was defending.
No, that's not. But that's you avoiding the. Mike Dunleavy said we completely went away from our offense. He said he added in new sets that didn't require a ball screen. But then Mike Dunleavy said himself, he says with the Lakers offense, he says, which was unaccustomed to the new sets, struggled to maintain fluidity. It says the Laker offense was built on the Johnson and Debunk chemistry, which was at high ball screen. And when that was disrupted, it impacted the whole team performance. He added in new sets and they were stagnant. It says that's the exact word that they use.
And if a 6'9" player is struggling to post up and score on a 6'6" player or a 6'5",
it's not his goal to score. It was not his goal to score.
I'm not saying it is his goal, but if we are making new adjustments and new sets, and the sets are then asking you to be more post-up oriented, which he was, and you still are not able to score on him, would that not then lead credence to Michael Jordan as a defender?
Are you saying Magic was having trouble scoring on Jordan in the 91 finals in the post?
He wasn't scoring as much as he should have been.
No, but the thing is, a guy that's pass first is never going to score as much as he should have because his mentality as a player is to be pass first.
Well,
to then tell this guy.
Well, then we've seen Magic do it several times. We did it when he was a rookie.
We've seen Scottie Pippen do it several times, but nobody would run around if the onus was put on Scottie Pippen to go out and score 30 in the ISO set. If he couldn't get to
Scottie Pippen is not Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson has Magic Johnson proved throughout his career when need to be a more dominant scorer, he's shown the ability to do so.
And Pippen's done that as well.
He did it as a rookie.
Pippen's done that as well. Pippen's elevated his level. Pippen, do you know? So are you saying in this game 5? Do you know in the game 5, Pippen scored was the leading scorer, dropped 31? So does that make Pippen does that just because you have a moment doesn't make that's your MO?
I'm not talking about moment. There's full on series where Magic has been asked to be a more dominant scorer, and he was averaging 25.
Okay, but Pippen was asked to be a more dominant scorer in that game 5. Doesn't mean he's a better scorer than Jordan. Doesn't mean they're going to ask him to do it all the time.
Nobody said better. But if you are incapable, regardless of his mentality, or you physically can't do it, to score on somebody you have a noticeable advantage on, and we've witnessed you score several times before in your career, that right there would lead me more to believe the defensive effort from the player who's defending you, not your inabilities.
What do you think? What do you think is more impactful in that series? The Bulls really staunching Magic's ability to play make and be effective consistently as a playmaker, or Magic Johnson scoring?
Magic Johnson scoring if they change the sets for him.
So you're saying Magic Johnson scoring was more impactful than his ability to play make?
If they change the sets for him to be more of a scorer, then yes, it will be Magic Johnson scoring.
Okay. I think you might be alone with that one.
I think I would be right with Mike Dunleavy, who made the changes for Magic Johnson to be more of a scorer.
No, he didn't. The change wasn't to be for Magic to be more of a scorer. The change was still to get others looks. The problem is the offense that he implemented wasn't as effective, and Magic was stuck with the basketball at the end of shot clocks and was left with no other choice but to go try to score, which also lends to you not looking like a great scorer if you have to take a whole bunch of shots at the end of the shot clock that you wouldn't necessarily take.
If he then is forced to look like a great scorer, or not, I don't even know if we want to say great. If he's forced to be more of a scorer and he struggles to do that in that aspect, or at least struggles enough to where the team was losing, again, who would that be? Are you saying that's more of an indictment on Magic as a scorer versus Jordan as a defender? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is not Magic's MO. Magic's MO was to be a playmaker. That was his MO. Even in that game 1, the game 1 that they won, he didn't take very many shots. It's not like so the thing is they won the game 1 with him only taking 5 shots. So we know that we don't care if Magic scores. Magic's killing us when this man can get up and down the court and pick the poison, pass this ball around, get this team going. So in game 1, he only took 5 shots. They won. Bulls had to make some drastic changes to find a way to kill this man's ability to play make. This is from game 2 on. Magic Johnson himself said they were able to stifle my ability to play make. That's what won or lost them games. Him scoring points didn't really get them wins or losses in 1991. His playmaking, his ability to play make, other guys involved, Byron Scott hitting threes, Worthy getting clean looks, Eldon Campbell getting layups at the rim, Debunk scoring off the rolls to the rim. When they get that off, they were unstoppable.
You claim, can y'all hear me right now? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you low.
Okay. You claim that in 91, getting him being a scorer didn't get them wins.
No, I'm talking about in this particular series.
Oh, well,
they won. Their best game was game 1. And they won on the road in Chicago with Magic only taking 5 shots.
Yes, and got to the free throw line, I believe, like 11 times.
Okay.
The point I'm making is that in 91 alone, he had provided enough evidence that he could be a volume scorer when necessary. In the
we're not talking about every game.
We're talking about
matchups.
I'm about to list off series.
No, the series don't matter. Those series don't matter because that means you're banking on those teams. But Lo, you can't. We have to talk about only the finals and not jump around because not
No,
everybody.
you literally said in 91 they did not get wins based off his scoring. That's just not true.
I said in the finals.
That's not what you said. You said in 91.
Hold on. Well, then I'll correct myself because what I meant to say was in the finals they did not win game 1 because of Magic Johnson scoring. Is that true or false?
That is true.
So what I'm saying is the Bulls clearly understood that for us to win this series, we have to find a way to stop this man from being an elite playmaker or at least diminish it to a certain degree. It's going to be tough to stop the man from getting 10 assists. He's just good enough. He has the ball in his hands enough. But you have to slow up and disrupt that offense and his playmaking to a degree to where they're much more stagnant and things aren't as smooth. This is why they were called Showtime, even when Kareem wasn't there, because his ability to get everybody involved was their biggest weapon. If Magic it's the same philosophy that the Golden State Warriors employed against Jokic. If you turn him into a scorer when his best attribute is facilitating and getting others involved when you're most lethal, that's our opportunity to win this series. And they implemented that same strategy as Mavericks. The problem here is that Magic just isn't as an elite of a scorer as he would have needed to have been, especially when he's getting all his buckets at the rim. And you got guys like Bill Cartwright, Cliff Livingston, who was playing with some of his best basketball, big bodies like Scott Williams, Horace Grant.
If you wanted to say he's not a good enough scorer, that's fine. We can just agree to disagree on what is more impactful. But like I just want to be in 91, they weren't Showtime anymore. They were one of the slowest paced teams in the NBA. They were already running more half court sets. Agreed that the half court sets were definitely more conducive of pick and rolls between him, Vlade Divac, or James Worthy. I'm not denying that. But they were already slowing down. They were one of the slowest paced teams. They were a half court oriented team. Within the route of getting to the finals, bro, the first 2 rounds, Magic was averaging like 23 and 25 or 23 and 26 points in the first 2 rounds because when needed, he could easily be more of a predominant scorer when it was necessary for him to be one. So to make it seem as if like he's only happened 1 or 2 times throughout his career, literally in the postseason run we're referring to right now, he had provided that evidence that he could do so. You don't go through a whole series averaging 26 points per game, but you having the ability to do that.
Right.
I mean, he wasn't necessarily the most efficient.
Yeah, but see, when the problem is when you start bringing up other series, then you have to now hope that those other teams are using the same strategy that Chicago Bulls did. And if they didn't employ, the only team that ran something similar to what the Bulls did, which the problem is they didn't have Weapon X, which was Scottie Pippen. That was the X factor. That's why it didn't work, was the team that they had played prior. It was another year prior when we had seen a team tried to put like Mitch Richmond on Vlade Divac. Right, to save him for the offensive end. Problem is they didn't have Scottie Pippen on the floor to also be the disruptor that they needed to work off those pick and rolls or to either pick Magic up full court and be that disruptor. So Pippen was the complete disruptor, whether it was on ball, whether it was him affecting their ability to run the pick and roll off ball, right? You know, the combination of his ability defensively, off ball and on ball, made the Lakers go to an offense that they simply were not very effective in. And I think
if you want to say off ball, I have no problem with that. On ball is where
when we saw game 2, what his on ball pressure could do.
Yeah, and we also I'm not saying it wasn't prevalent, it wasn't there, but it definitely wasn't as I wouldn't have labeled that a description of what happened in a 5-game series because what someone did in one game.
All right, how about 96?
But then why would Mike Dunleavy say we had to do everything possible to keep Pippen off of Magic? This was after game 2. He says we got to do everything possible to keep Pippen off of Johnson.
Yeah,
that's what Mike Dunleavy.
Game 2, the game where he was primarily on him. Yes. What?
No, yeah. but you act like the entire game 2, the only thing Pippen was doing was picking up. That wasn't if you watch game 2, Jordan still guarded Magic, and we saw that pick and roll. And what was happening after the pick and roll? Jordan would dig into D-Box, and Pippen would pick Magic up still.
Pippen, in game 2, Pippen undeniably was a better defender. He gave much better defensive effort than Michael did on Magic. I'm not denying. What I am saying, though, is that because he did that in game 2, does not then give us a depiction of what happened for a 5-game series because he did it in 1 game. Because in the following game, while he was also still picking up some of that assignment, he got into foul trouble, fouled out the game, and then they still proceeded to win the game with Michael primarily defending him.
Yeah, but that's foul trouble though. It's not like he just got shitted on. He literally got fouled out.
I'm not. Well,
you're making it seem
he
like
drew the fouls from someone. So I'm not. I get what you're saying, but he drew the fouls from someone. He got into foul trouble because of someone, right? The same thing that happened with Michael in game 2.
Here's the summary. Look, I'm going to read you a summary from 1991. All right. Here's a summary from 1991. Because again, I'm not going to profess that I remember each of these games visually unless I go back and watch. So I'm just going to read the after the game summary. And here it is right here. Game 3, Chicago Bulls, 104, Los Angeles Lakers, 96 in OT. This is the first thing that it says. Pippen continued to take on primary defensive responsibilities against Johnson. His ability to apply pressure full court and use his length and agility to defend Johnson in half-court sets was crucial. His defense was a major reason the Bulls were able to win in overtime and take control of the series. Now, again, I'm not going to profess to remember what was going on in that particular series, but why in the game summary, in a game where Pippen fouled out, why does the game summary say that Pippen continued to take on primary defensive responsibilities against Johnson, applying ball pressure, not just full court, but all over the court? Why would it say that?
Like I stated before, in game 3, he still had that responsibility, but that responsibility led to him fouling out of the game. So yeah, he did a great job in doing so. And up until when he was doing it, they were still in the game and practically could have won the game while he was doing so. While he was doing so, it seemed as if like everybody else was getting their looks correct.
Okay. So you would think if it was just a 1-game thing, you would think game 4 would be about Jordan's defense on Magic. So we go to game 4, Chicago Bulls 97, Los Angeles Lakers 82. And New York Times, by game 4, it's clear Pippen's defense is taking a toll on Magic Johnson and the Lakers. Why would it start off like that? This was written in 1991. What I'm saying is, if Pippen didn't have a extreme impact on what was going on the change in the series, that's what they said.
Who wrote that? Who wrote that? This is
the New York Times. Game 4.
I said who?
The New York Times.
Who's the writer of the?
I don't see a writer here. I just see the game summary. I'm just looking at the game summary. This is right here. New York Times, 1991. After game 4, Pippen's defense has been taking a toll on Johnson and the Lakers. Pippen's full court pressure has been effective. Lakers are becoming increasingly dependent on half court sets, where Pippen's defense stood out again. That's what it says.
And so if I go find articles from Chicago Times or somewhere else.
Here, I got some more here. I could put them on the screen. I'll put them here.
No, specifically about game 3, right? Game 3 or game 4, which one? Whatever one.
Oh, I got a summary for each of them, games 1 through 5 from the New York Times.
And each game starts with Scottie Pippen defense.
Oh, each of the summaries.
I'm asking. I'm just
hold on. Let me go back to the summaries because I pulled up another article.
What did you say in game 4?
I just read game 4.
So yeah, all
here, game 5.
Game 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So hold on, I'll start over. We'll go with game 1. And here in game 1, it says the Lakers win. Bulls seem to be searching for answers on how to stop Magic Johnson. The defensive assignments were more fluid, but the stage has been set for the Bulls to change their approach going forward. That's game 1. They lost. They lost 93-91. Bulls lose game 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Game 2, Bulls make significant adjustments by putting Pippen on Magic Johnson for more extended periods, especially with Michael Jordan getting into foul trouble. Pippen picked up Johnson full court, draining the shot clock, making it difficult for the Lakers to get into their preferred sets. This tactic has been effective in slowing down Magic Johnson, leading to a Bulls 107-86 win. Game 2.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know who wrote those, but he sounds like a very biased person. The reason why I said it is because Game 2 is the same game where Jordan broke the record for the most consecutive shots in finals history. That's something that still stood to this day. That's the same game where he iconically did the switch arm in midair.
But that's offense. We're talking defense.
I'm not saying, but are these articles specifically pertaining? What I'm saying is, if those things are happening in a game, and if the first thing that somebody says, "Hey man, I know Magic just did something. I mean, Michael just did something historic. But I got to really talk about what happened defensively." That doesn't even sound like.
I'm just what I like doing is I like reading what they wrote in the moment, because what they're going to do in the moment is, again, everybody wants to write about Michael Jordan at the time. Jordan is the headliner. He's the guy that's going to get the views, right? So it's more valuable for you at the time in the moment to write about Jordan, because that's the man of the 90s. So when I see that what they're seeing on the court, they're seeing something so impactful that, as opposed to writing about Jordan, which is going to get them all the newspaper sales and what they need, what they're seeing in the moment is so significant for Scottie Pippen that they choose to write about him. And so when I see that, and we know we're in a time frame where it's beneficial to everybody, just like now it's beneficial for everybody to talk about LeBron. Back then it was beneficial to you to write about Jordan, whether it was good or bad. So if they saw something so significant from Scottie Pippen, there was a title there was a title. Here I had a whole bunch of articles up. Let me pull it.
Here's what the LA Times said. Game 2. Jordan turned playmaking long enough to turn his poses loose, and then turn into then awesome as he can. He had 33 points and 13 assists as the Bulls bombed the Lakers 107-86 Wednesday night evening. The NBA Finals 1-1, and handling LA's worst playoff defeat in 3
Jordan
seasons.
bombed him with offense.
We're talking defense.
Do you not understand? If in Game 2, Jordan.
I just want to know where the articles talking about Jordan's stellar lockdown defense on Magic because we know that he killed them offensively.
And what I'm asking you is, if you're saying that you are finding articles where they all start off speaking about Scottie Pippen, even in games where Jordan is having a historic night,
that's exactly the context. That right there is exactly what I was talking about, because this is what happens with Scottie Pippen, right? It's hard for people to accept the notion that Pippen's defense is almost just as valuable, if not more, or even a little less than Jordan's offense. So it amazes some people that, wow, Pippen's defense was that good that they chose to write about that over Jordan's offense, as opposed to some people who just will say, nah, that can't be that good. Let's just write about Jordan's offense.
If you're just finding articles from one group,
I'm sure we know we can find articles about Jordan's
that's
offense.
But
you are making the claim that Jordan's lockdown defense on Magic, outside of that overtime period where Magic didn't score, where are the articles about Jordan's defense on Magic? I'm seeing videos. I'm seeing Magic himself. I'm seeing Phil Jackson, John Paxson, Mike Dunleavy. I'm seeing them all talk about Pippen's defense, but we can all talk about Jordan's offense for days.
No one is dismissing again Pippen's defense. If you just want to have a parade,
but you are dismissing his defense.
No, I've literally said several. I've sat here and said that in Game 2 he was a better defender than Michael was. I've sat here and said several times.
No, he was a better defender the entire series.
All right, if you want to say that as well, I don't really care either. But the argument of him specifically defending Magic, him being the on-ball defender on Magic, that's just not true, because he just wasn't primarily the on-ball defender.
But as we've already proven, you being the primary on-ball defender isn't the end-all be-all. We saw in Game 1 with Jordan as the primary on-ball defender. Magic only took 5 shots. but they won the game. So again, you being a primary
So why did they
underdog
win
defender,
the game? They won the game because of what again?
Assists.
one they won the game. One, they won the game because Pippen played horribly. You give him that. Grant played horribly. You give him that. Cartwright played horribly.
Him to say that because I wanted to see. So you having a good faith argument because the dude who just sat there and said assist, you didn't watch that game because
Hold on. I mean, am I wrong? Pippen played horribly game one, correct?
Pippen was horrible that game, and even defensively, he wasn't that good on James Worthy either.
Okay, I give you that.
Somebody who
what I'm
watched
saying
the
is,
game would have to know that. So I'm happy we're having a good faith argument. So
I know Pippen played horribly, and Jordan played great game one. If we being honest, Jordan was the only one that actually balled out. If we being honest,
yes.
So game two is where we see. This is what I like about Phil Jackson, putting Pippen in a role where it's not all just predicated on him trying to score, which is probably not in his natural element, but he can go be himself, play, make, defend, and then the goal ultimately was to make sure Jordan didn't gas himself out defensively, so he was 110% himself on the offensive end. So I think it's a little bit misleading when we say Jordan was guarding Magic 80 to 90% of the time, but we don't add the context to it that even though he was on Magic, Pippen was still carrying the bulk of the load defensively because he still had to pick up all those pick and rolls and still guard Magic there. He still had to pick up on ball and guard Magic full court at times. And that just wasn't game two. That was for the rest of the series. And he had to remember, he had to do all of this and still stay in and not get into foul trouble, which in game three, he got into foul trouble and fouled out. He had to not get into foul trouble doing all this stuff.
Hey, Lamont, Low.
What do you say? Is that me? Oh, that's him. Okay.
Yeah, he cut out. Somehow he cut out.
Yeah, I can't reiterate this enough. The point that I'm making when people make the fictitious tales about Pippen isn't that he's a bad defender or a good defender. It's specifically of this concept that he was the primarily on-ball defender, which just is not true. That's after game two. That's just not true.
Do you think he was the tide defensively that changed things for the Bulls?
I agree. I just said that earlier. Yeah, I think he was the best. He was the best defender in that series.
That's what we've been arguing though the whole time.
Well, he specifically talking about what I said. My argument about that series in particular has nothing to do with Pippen as a defender overall. It has way more to do with who he was specifically as a defender, defending Magic on ball. That's why I asked before I got here. Let me hear specifically what y'all are saying.
Yeah, I feel you, Lo.
And Lamont went to what I normally say, and what I normally say is him as an on-ball defender on Magic, which wasn't as predominant as many people make it out to be.
Hold on, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
But you asked why do they want?
Wait, say it again.
Cut out again.
Well, you keep cutting out.
He just cut out again. Damn.
Hey, Lo, can you hear me?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me put this on the screen for Ralph real quick. Okay. See, Ralph be saying these are fake articles. Ralph, I can't control what people write, man. Look, it's too small for you to see, but here's the newspaper. Here's a picture of the article, right, that talks about Pippen, especially after game two. Everything that I'm saying, it starts with this article, and there's more. It's just hard to show because the New York Times keeps making these pop-ups to show. But it says right here, they headline it, Pippen performs Magic on defense. They headline it. So you can say that the New York Times might have been a Pippen-friendly
article.
Or just company. But it still, it's not like they were the only ones that writing it. Because I got more articles that I could pull up that say the same thing. Like this is a whole article on Pippen. Everything this was written. You see the date. June 6, 1991. This is not something that was written in 2020 or 2019 summary of it. This was something that was written in 1991 in the moment while it was happening. You can say that they was gassing Pippen up. All right. I don't believe they were because I don't think Magic has a reason to gas him up or Mike Dunleavy.
Isn't June 6th after game two though?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was the article.
Let's find articles beyond game two. Because every single time I find articles, like I'm looking at a New York Times.
I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull it up.
I'm looking at a New York Times article right now for Game 3 from New York Times, and it's not headlining Scottie Pippen.
Hold on, let me pull up the article
Because I don't think anyone is really refuting Pippen's defensive effort Game 2.
So what's your honest opinion on Pippen, Low?
I think he's a great player. I think he's a great defender. I just don't think he's as good as people make him out to be, largely because of his offensive inefficiency.
He's saying he's overrated.
And
How is he overrated? They won 55 games with the nigga.
Well,
that
no,
doesn't being overrated and being a good player are two different things, though.
You can't say overrated, right? When in the finals he led in assists, blocks, rebounds, all like how is that overrated?
I can't because again, being overrated and being a good player are two different conversations.
But how is he overrated? How is he overrated when most people don't even have him in their top 20? People look at me crazy when I say he's in my top 20.
I don't think he's top because let me be clear. My top 20, I think you have to like sustain the level of excellence for like 9-10 years or at least close to that. And I don't think
Pippen did.
But for you to say that Scottie is overrated, where do you hear him rated?
He just said top 20. I don't think.
No. I do. That's just me. I'm the odd man out.
Shit, I don't have Pippen in my top 20.
Yeah, he's not even close to top 20.
Nobody does. So how is he overrated?
I think when I hear people, they say between 20 to 30, and I don't think that he.
No. You hear people say you hear people say he contributed to Michael Jordan's rings, which he did. So we're not overrating him. We're just saying that he actually did his part.
The question was where do I hear people rank Scottie Pippen? I hear them rank him between 20 and 30.
And you think 20 to 30 is high for Pippen?
You think 20 to 30 is too high for Pippen?
For an NBA champion.
Better than Wade, though, Low. Some people argue he's better than Wade.
That is tough.
I think somebody again. I don't think Scottie provided enough years of like the high level play that.
And then wait, do you? I don't know if you have the list like in front of you or anything like that. Can you name like the 20 or 30 players is better than him?
No, I can't. I'm in the middle.
It's not hard to name 20. It's not hard if you really.
Yeah, 20. I don't think 20 is that.
If we saying 50, then you might be a stretch.
I didn't. When people say that he's out of the top 50, then they're underrating him at that point because that's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
But look, this is the argument though, right? So even we're arguing defense, y'all are only focusing on 91. Then what about 96? When Gary Payton literally said that, like, Pippen made it tougher, and they switched it because he was shitting on him in the post.
Oh, I'm not. Here's my other problem with Pippen. Pippen as a defender was amazing, astonishing. He was great, but like I don't know where you have him, but like for Lamont to be putting him in top 20 convos. Basically, predominantly based off of defense. I don't think he was that good of a defender to usurp what everybody else, like other players.
But he assisted as well.
Hold on, Low.
I think he was a good table setter, but I don't think he was that good of a playmaker.
You said on that same video that I was listening to, you said that you thought a player like Dominique Wilkins was better than Pippen, and Dominique Wilkins didn't play a lick of defense. He was all offense. That's all one sided. At least Pippen's closer to Dominique offensively than Dominique is to Pippen defensively. There's some people that you're ranking ahead of Pippen that have complete imbalance.
But let me also say this. I think that when it comes to, unless you're just playing defense at like an astronomically high level, which to be fair to Pippen, I think he did for like 5 to 7 years. I don't think that like just because you play both sides, I don't think that means you're by default more valuable than an offensive player.
That's true. That is true. Though.
Low. Who was a better defender?
Pippen was first team. Pippen was a first team all defender for 8 years.
Well, did he make first team all defense in 98?
He made it from 1992 to 1999.
Yeah, in 98. But did he make it in 98?
He made it in 98. Yeah.
Low. Who was a better defender, Jordan or Pippen?
I think Pippen is. Wait, who's a better defender? I think Pippen is. I think that the fact that anybody would even believe that Pippen in 98 was playing at the level as a first team all league defender when he only played half of the season.
But he was still good when he played, though.
No, I'm not denying that. But
he was like almost top 10 in MVP votes that year.
The fact that somebody can play 10 games, half the season essentially, and still be put in those conversations. That
Tells you
for
how
me,
good his
from
defense was.
from my criteria, I'm not counting that as a full-on valuable season. If you're playing half the season and then we go into the postseason, you're dealing with a bad back and you're not the same defender.
But we
That was only for
criticize.
like the
Hold
last
on, but
2
we
games.
but we criticize certain guys for when they get hurt. We see production fall off and not be as good. When Pippen got hurt in '98, he was still top 10 MVP votes and he was first team all defense when he played. So it'd be different if when he played, he was playing extremely poorly, but he was still in the MVP. He was top 10 in MVP votes. I think it might have been 10th or 11th. If he's 11th, my bad. But that's still really high. And he was first team all NBA in defense. So when he played, he had to have been doing something good.
It's usually a game coverage, Lamont.
No. What I'm saying is like, okay, we're giving him that he was injured. But when he was out, he had to have been doing something good when he was out there if he was still top 10 in the MVP votes.
Hey, how many times did Jordan win Defensive Player of the Year?
One.
Okay.
Wait, I have a quick question.
What up?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Even in 1998, he was all NBA third team.
Okay, I'm back. Jesus, I don't know what just happened.
Oh, what's up, Law?
Wait.
Damn, I'm unfortunately I missed a lot of what you just said, so I don't know what you just said.
All I was saying was in 1998, we criticize players for when they get hurt. We usually give that as an excuse for your production to fall off. Oh, his production fell off because he was hurt. Pippen was still first team all defense. He was still, I think, 10th or 11th in MVP voting. He was third in all NBA. So he still in those 40-some odd games had to have been playing at a high level to get those accolades, unless you're just saying 90s fans just gave it to him because he was Scottie Pippen.
No, he might have been. I'm saying me personally, I don't count a half of a season. And then when I watched back the playoffs in '98, like you just clearly wasn't like of par.
Wait,
like,
can I ask a question?
I don't. This goes to my whole. I don't care about accolades. I rather just based off of what I'm watching, based off of the standard that I hold for a player. You playing half a season, and then I go look at the postseason, and you are just clearly not the same player, and also defensively, you don't have anywhere near.
What did Pippen go do a month after the finals ended in 1998? What did he go do?
Well, you got traded? What do you mean?
No, as soon as the season ended, the man went and had successful back surgery on July 28th, 1998. He went and got surgery. The thing is,
he was hurt. He was hurt.
And then we even know, I'm not even going to act like he was just a pushover. I mean, we can say he did his production slip, but even if his points per game slipped in the finals, if you look at his rebounds, assists, and all the other categories, he actually elevated those numbers from what he did in the regular season.
Was he the same defender in '98 that he was in like '94, '5, or '6? Was he the same defender?
I'm not going to say. See, I'm not going to say he was the same defender when he was younger and more healthy. But the thing is,
that's my point. That's just my point right there. That's it.
Okay, so as players get older, no player's the same. Jordan wasn't the same defensively in '93 than he was in '98.
Yeah, but I think his value as a player was still high enough for me to consider that like an MVP caliber season. I'm telling you, me personally, somebody who plays half of a year and then his best attribute defensively takes a noticeable hit. Excuse me. Like I'm not considering.
Could it be because he was rusty?
Wait.
Hold on. What took a noticeable hit?
I genuinely think he was hurt. I'm not even questioning the why. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? Wait, Lo, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
No, because when I was reading on the articles for all three coaches for the Charlotte. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, when I was reading the articles from the Charlotte Hornets, Larry Bird for the Pacers, and Jerry Sloan, the one thing they kept raving was Pippen's defense in 1998. Even when I went back to watch the Charlotte series, I went and saw the Utah series. I haven't seen all the Pacers series. I don't see a noticeable decline defensively. I see him using his defensive IQ at a much higher rate. He's just not physically able to do what he used to do. I don't know where the defensive decline is.
You don't think there was a defensive decline between 95 to 98?
Not 95 to 98. That's a too big of a time span to just have an honest argument.
That's my point. If the value of Pippen, because again, we can undeniably be clear, the decline offensively is there. So for him to sustain the same value that we are viewing him as this player of excellence, whatever, however you want to view it, for him to sustain that level of value from 95, 96 on forward, if his offensive game is definitely taking a hit, then the defense can't take that much more of a hit for me to still provide the value.
Hold on, but
of
when
him
you
being that
say
type of player,
when you say his defense took a hit in 97, 98 in the NBA Finals, he had his highest defensive rating in any NBA final in his career.
I'm assuming you mean lowest.
I mean, I'm saying it was the best. That's
Okay.
what I mean. Because in 97, 98, he had a defensive rating of 97.6.
Mm-hmm.
We can go back to 92, 93 when we could say that was best Scottie Pippen we ever saw. And his defensive rating in the finals that year was 110.
You do realize that all that has to do with either how good the opposing team's offense is, the pace. That doesn't give a depiction of who you are as a defender. That's more so about
I know, but here's the problem. The problem with that
number, it's not an individual.
I know, but low, but
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's starting to look like it's the preponderance of information that's going against your claim. If you say in 1998 you saw a significant decline, we just had the other brother speak up and said all the coaches that played against Scottie Pippen raved about his defense. Then when we look in 1997, 98, the man was top 10 MVP votes. The man was first team All NBA defense. The man was All NBA third team. The man in the finals had his best defensive rating in his career. And then you say this, you saw the biggest decline in Scottie Pippen that year. It's just like something ain't adding up.
Well, I'm just respectfully, if you use defensive rating, I can't respect this conversation.
Okay, but we use more than defensive rating.
So no,
we just use a whole bunch of stuff right there.
We're gonna push aside the defensive rating comment because that's such a dumb argument. The second
what about everything else?
I'm about to go through it. The second one, the coaching said he played great defensively. I never said that he didn't play great defensively. I just said it was a decline from where he once was as a player. So the point I'm making is that as a player, overall player, not just who he was defensively, as a player, right? We have already established offensively, he just was not that good in that postseason run in 98. I don't even think he was really that good for a good portion offensively.
Low, how old were you in 98?
Wait, no.
I was like what? I was what 5? What 5?
Okay, so you weren't even around to really like peep.
No, that's not a good argument. That's not a good argument.
No,
but wait,
because people only got highlights. You weren't really there, so you want to
you can watch it free.
Stop.
No, he wants us to trust.
You can watch these games right now
on YouTube.
Yeah, but Lo, you want us to trust your word, right? Of a 5-year-old over people who were actually alive during that time.
You don't have to watch it at the time.
Let me say this again. I didn't watch these games when I was a 5-year-old. I watched them when I was a grown-ass man.
Exactly. Come on, man.
What?
And
so
let's cut
that argument out.
Hold on. All right, so look, let's say this then. You want us to take your word, a YouTuber. We're all YouTubers, I guess, right? You want us to take your word over coaches and players who literally were on the court to see this shit that we're talking about.
You're asking me about my opinion, how I'm evaluating players. No one again is saying that defensively he was bad in 98. I just said he wasn't as good as he once was.
All right, so Lo, let's argue this, right? And then we can move on. Hold on.
That's all I said.
Lo, let's argue this and then we can move on, right? So if the coaches were saying that, he was great on defense, you said he took a step back, then how great was his defense before he stepped back then?
He was an all-time defender. He was one of the greatest defenders the league had ever seen between 92, I would say 92 to like 96. I would argue in that stretch of years, he could very well have been a top 10 defender of all time.
All right, so hold on. Hold on, real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all go. To your other point, right? Y'all sit here and y'all say that we've overrated Pippen and that we made Pippen someone that he's really not, right?
Okay. Damn, he cut out again.
You cut out again.
No, but Lo, I don't see it. This is the thing. Pippen in 98, for the whole playoff run, he averaged 16.8 points a game, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. That was practically what his career averages were.
What did he shoot from the field?
I'll pull it up.
You talking about during the playoff run?
He shot his field goal percentage. He shot 41% from the field.
Was that normal Pippen?
No.
kind of.
I'm gonna
kind
find
of.
That's
I'm
not.
gonna
That's not. No, that's not. That's not.
Hold on. For his career, for his career, he shot 44% in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's 41% is not normal Pippen. I don't know why.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
That is
Okay,
kind of.
Okay, hold on. We say that, but in 1996, he shot 41%. In 95, 96, he shot 39%. In
I think
90,
okay.
Against the Suns, I mean, 93, 94, 43%. In 92, 93. I mean, from 87 to 92, those were his highest percentages in the playoffs.
I'll help. I'll let everybody know, and this is the point I was making before. In the second three-peat in 96, 97, 98 is some of the lowest shooting splits from Pippen in his entire career. And it's a noticeable dip. 39, 41, 41. If you want to round up to 42, be my guest. In the years prior, 46, 46, 49 and a half, 50, 46 to basically 47, 46 and a half. These are it's a noticeable difference.
Yeah, but remember though. But hold on. Here's the trick bag. See, when you talk about that first 46, we're talking about a rookie Scottie Pippen who was only averaging 10 points a game.
We're okay.
And then we talk about that. Then we talk about
that. We can
hold on. Then we talk about in 88, where you're talking about another 46%. He was only averaging 13 points per game.
Okay, so we can go from 1990 to 93, Lamont. It's 49, 50, 47, 47.
So what I'm saying is from 89 and
90 to 93, where it's still noticeably bigger. Pause.
It still is, yeah.
But that's the same time span. That's the same time span, though.
So what I'm saying is from 90 to 93, that's a span where we see his percentages slightly higher. And so from 96 to 98, where we see his numbers decline a little bit offensively. I mean, no, I don't think anybody, I think that obviously, as you say, I think this might be one of the things that's stopping people from putting them in their top 20 all time. If you want to, but the thing for me is, like the way I rank players, and people hear me say this all the time, I look at what you do best and how well and how dominant you were at doing that. I don't like to grade players on things that didn't make them who they were. Like, you know, if you know, for Shaq's dominance was in the paint. I'm not going to grade him on 3-point percentages. For a guy like Pippen, his dominance came on defensive end. I'm not going to grade him on what his 3-point field goal percentage was. I'm just going to grade you on what you and how long you were able to do what your MO was. And obviously these great players, you add a little bit around it to season it up and to make it a little bit better. And
But
so
to make it seem
I think it's unfair to grade him on offense.
I want people to acknowledge the difference between 1990 and 93. Pippen was shooting 48. He averaged out to 48% in the postseason. Between 96 to 98, he shot 40, or if you're going to round up to 41. That is a noticeable difference in accuracy. Also, when Pippen at 98 averaged 16 points per game, that was the lowest points per game he had averaged in years in the postseason. That was not normal for Pippen.
What do you mean years? I mean, he averaged 16 points per game in 96, 95, and that was their best playoff run ever.
Oh, 95, 96, where he shot.
Yeah, 95, 96.
Where he
averaged the same point. Literally, his stat line in the playoffs was practically the same as it was in 97, 98.
To be fair, though, 96 is another bad year where he shot sub 40%. So to be fair, yes, in 96, another year where he shot really bad from the field, he also had a noticeable decline.
No. And he shot really bad from the field.
Yes.
But is that the one, like when we talk about Scottie Pippen and the things that made him great, is the first thing we're going to run to is his defense, or is the first thing we run to is his offense?
His defense, but this is my point, though. This is going back to the argument, the answering the question.
Why are we grading him on offense when that wasn't even his call?
Because I'm about to say it right now, because Scottie Pippen, I do not think defensively was great enough and did it long enough for me to just sit here and to ignore or to belittle or downgrade or try to pass along who he was as an offensive player. That's what I'm saying. If he had sustained the level of defensive impact he had between 92 to 96, where I think he was a top 10 defender of all time, if he was able to sustain that level of defensive play for 10 years, then maybe I can hear this argument.
But Lo,
no,
you
he
just
did
said,
not.
but Lo, this
No,
is
he
what
did
you just
not.
said. This is what you just said, Lo. You
No, he
said
did not.
You said he got significantly worse as a defender, and he was still first team all defense. How good was he when he was in his prime then?
I said he got significantly worse as an offensive player. I said he took a hit defensively.
Okay, where's this hit? What hit did he take defensively?
other than he maybe was slower.
He was
But he
without a
was
doubt
still a
slow.
first team all defensive player.
But being a first team all league defender, especially as a forward at that time in NBA history, does not then still equate to somebody playing at DPOY levels in his peak.
So you saying he wasn't playing at the DPOY
In
level?
98? No, he was not.
So you saying that means he easily was probably top 5 in the votes.
In 98?
No, not in 98. But I'm sure all of those other years, I'm sure from 92 on up, he was always top 10 in DPOY, probably mostly top 5 if you look at that, if not top 3.
In 97 and 98, I'm almost 100% sure he was not top 5 in DPOY. In DPOYs. I don't. But between 92 to 96, which is when, again, I keep saying that's his defensive peak. Yeah. But in 97 and especially in 98, I do not believe that he was.
97, he was top 5.
Oh, if he wasn't, Jesus, that's just a terrible era of basketball. Fuck.
Man, come on, you gotta give Scottie something. Scottie something.
I want to be clear. This is why I go back. This is why I go back to like the accolade argument. If in '98, who is like him making all league defense first team? That's great. Who is he competing against to make all league defense in '98?
At the 4 spot?
Yes,
I can't. See, that's the thing. I would much rather go back and research it as opposed to try to guess on the fly, because I know right now, without looking into it, I'm probably gonna forget a whole bunch of names that I should be mentioning. It's like on the fly, it's hard to just like recall great defenders from a specific time range in the 90s. Like I'm sure I could sit back and compile a list of a lot of guys that probably were really good at that position in that time, but right now on the fly, like to go back 30 years and be accurate, you can't.
I'm not saying you gotta. I'm not saying on the fly, but the overall point I'm making is that DeAndre Jordan at one point made an all NBA team. But we all know, and I think he made all NBA first team. But we all know that's not an accurate depiction of who DeAndre Jordan was as a player.
I agree. We talked about that earlier, and I agree with that.
So I even though yes, Scottie might have made first team all defense, the simple fact that someone can play 40 games or 41 or 42, how many ever game it was, he can basically play half the season and still make first team all defense.
But that argument only holds weight is if it was a one-off like DeAndre Jordan. Pippen was consistently for 10 years an all-league defender, either on the first or second team. He was on the first team 8 times and the second team 2 times. So the thing is, he has a lengthy history of being a top defender. So there's no one-offs for him.
But do you think that somebody playing half the season is good enough to make a first team all?
Well, the question I would ask myself is this: how good was he playing in those 40 some odd games to be looked at as an elite player where he could fall in MVP? So he must have been playing some hellified basketball.
And you genuinely believe that in half the season he played defense so well?
No. What I'm saying is, if the voters of that time looked at what he did in that 40-game span and said, this is worthy of being third team all NBA, first team all defense, and top 10 in MVP votes, then I have to step back and look at, okay, what the hell was this man doing in these 40-something odd games to get this type of consideration, as opposed to just considering all of these things just happened by coincidence because he was a good player in the past. It's just too many things happening here for it to just be luck.
And what I'm saying is, I'm not making my opinion based on other people's opinions. I'm not going to give somebody the same credit of somebody playing 82 games or 80 games or 75 games as someone who played 40. I'm just not doing that.
But the reason why these votes hold weight is because these votes come from different people across the United States. So we have voters from all across the United States agreeing that Pippen's first team all defense, even though he played 40-something odd games, that's a multitude of people agreeing to the same thing. That if you agree otherwise, it's just, and then when you go to the MVP votes, and then when you go to the third team all NBA, and it's just like, damn, all these people, are you saying all these people got it wrong in all these different votes?
I also believe that as well. I don't think that most of the voters and they weren't really watching as much basketball back then because there wasn't that much basketball.
Come on.
You're asking me these questions. I'm being honest. I don't think that.
When the media does
Flo
have
is
some bias,
wild.
Lamont. The media does have
Flo is wild, man.
How could they watch those games? How could they watch those games? If
They had cable in '98, man. They had Comcast. They had satellite dish TV in '98.
I'm not saying, but if it's not on a national televised game, if Michael Jordan
because
and
in '98 they had they had TV stations like in '98 you could watch
wait. I'm about to say it. If you are a writer in Utah, for example, right? You're a writer in Utah, and Jordan, they just got done playing the Hawks, Miami, Charlotte, DC. How did you watch any of those games?
There's more than one
with
writer.
cable.
Yeah, how did you watch?
Low trying to play
cable.
like they just listen to the radio.
This wasn't 1990 where you had only one.
How did they watch it? I'm just asking, how did they watch it?
Because they had satellite TV. You could literally, if you wanted to pay, you could watch all those games in 1998.
No,
if you really
you could not. No, you
yes,
cannot
you
watch all those
could.
games.
Yeah, you could.
You could, Glo. I'm telling you could.
No, you could not.
You can always watch games, Low.
I'm not saying you could. I'm not saying you couldn't watch games, but unless they were on national television.
No, but you can still watch.
This isn't the
games,
60s and 70s.
Yeah, you can still watch the games, man.
Bro,
they had satellite.
Hold on, let me double check. Because I could be wrong.
No, they had by
age
going
might be
into the
showing
2000s, going 98 to they had
No,
massive
I thought,
satellite
if I'm
TV
not
plans.
If I'm not mistaken, the satellite stuff didn't happen until the early 2000s, not in the 90s.
No, bro, they had
No, they were
satellites
in
in
the
'98.
Yeah, I was in the 90s.
They had Dish Network and all. I forgot what they were all called, but they had satellite TV in the late 90s, man.
It was just older.
And can we talk
It was
about how-
expensive. Not everybody had it. Like if you was that one person in the neighborhood that had that satellite in your house, we knew you had the bread, but not a lot of people had it. But
yeah, stop it.
We were still in cable in 96, 97.
They said, Low, we had a big ass satellite dish in our backyard.
yeah, remember, hold on. Anybody like some of y'all remember the big satellite dishes like that people would have to plant in the ground? Like it wasn't even like the little small units. They used to be the big satellite dishes, like the humongous little spaceship looking thing.
They'll plant it in concrete.
Yeah, like them. The first satellites. They had satellite TV. Low. It's just that a lot of people couldn't afford it though. I'll be dead serious. So I ain't gonna lie.
Somebody made a good point. These were the Bulls. Like when weren't they on TV? Like how?
Yeah, the Bulls, the WGN damn near showed at least 30 games.
That point I've already looked up. There weren't that many cable games, even in the late 90s. It wasn't that many.
And then if we looking at Pippen, right, like why the year Jordan retired, he still averaged 22 points, 5.6 assists, 8.7 rebounds, 2.9 assists. 2.9 steals, and he was only second in rebounds to Horace and only second in blocks to Grant. And they won like 55 games. So
no. Hold on.
He's not arguing whether he's a great.
Yeah, I'm about to say no one is arguing in 95 if he was great.
No. I'm not just trying to make the point of defensively. What I'm saying is he carried the team still, and they won 55 games, like basically without Jordan.
That's great. So I'm not denying it either. That's great. That's great.
So how helpful do y'all think he was with Jordan? Is what I'm trying to say.
He was really. I don't think he was as helpful in 97 and 98, but he was still very helpful.
You're talking about if he got older, bro. Like, come on, dog. Y'all.
But that's my point. If the argument of how valuable Pippen was only spans from like 1990 to 96 or 89 to 96, in contrast to other all-time great players, I don't think, in my opinion, that's not enough years.
We're not talking about in comparison to all-time great players. We're talking about as far as his usage with Jordan, because Jordan is regarded as one of the greatest of all time. We're saying that Pippen contributed to that.
No one is arguing against that, though.
So no, just say you're not. But there's a lot of people that are.
Yeah, nobody say he didn't.
Everyone here isn't arguing against that. My main argument is how long was that value? Well, how long did he play at that level to perceive that value?
Long enough to get 6 rings. long enough to get 6
We
rings.
we just disagreed it because in '98
wait.
he wasn't. In '98 he just in '98 he
wasn't
literally is not the same player that he was in
No, it was horrible
'91,
in
2, 3,
98.
4, 5. He's just
But
not the
coaches
same
are
player.
He
telling
wasn't
us that he
horrible.
was still great though.
No one said he
But
wasn't great. Fuck. What do
Right,
you
but
not
that's the point.
understand?
But that is the point. He was great enough to contribute to 6 rings. Even the last one is what we're
We
saying.
didn't say he
But
wasn't.
what I'm saying is being on a team because you won the 6th championship in '98. When in '98, before he came back, they played half the season. They were already on pace to win like 50 to 60 games
So
without Pippen. In
so low.
'98, when he was running around in the finals with a bad back and he was going in and out of the line and had to go back to the locker room, they were still able to win
So
even
low.
with
So
him in
low.
that
So low.
version.
So low. All right. So let's acknowledge that he was injured. Then we can remove 98. What about all the other years?
I don't. The more years we removed, he just doesn't have enough to do
Wait,
it, bro.
low.
If you
I have a
want to say
question.
from
Still didn't have
1990, if you want to say 1990 or 91 to 97, bro, that's like 7-8 years. That's a lot of
But
years.
you want us to
All
hold
right,
on.
all
You
right.
want us to hold
He was still good.
hold him
We
to
know
a year
that.
he was injured though.
No,
Say
hold
it
on, hold
again.
on.
Say it again.
Go
Say it
ahead.
again.
Go ahead. Go
But
ahead.
y'all, look, y'all. In 1998, in the few games that he did play, he played 44 games. Pippen averaged close to 20 points a game, 5 rebounds, and 5.8 assists. This is one of the reasons why he was still in these conversations because offensively, he was still giving you Scottie Pippen-esque numbers, albeit not as efficient as some of the best scores in the league, or in that 44-45% range that he normally averaged.
Now talk about how
And
that
then
efficiency dropped off
defensively, he was still first team all defense.
Talk about how that efficiency dropped off significantly, though, Lamont.
It did not drop off significantly. That's the thing. Because when we go to Scottie Pippen, in the playoffs, the only thing that significantly declined, and it wasn't even that significant, the only thing that dropped was his points per game. It dropped from 19.1 to 16.8.
Dropped.
So not defense.
Hold on. So his offense efficiency, which is not even his calling card, which makes him a great player, because there were a ton of guys there were a lot of guys in the 90s averaging 16 points per game that we don't talk about.
On 41%.
Casual. There's a reason why Pippen can average 19 points per game and we still talk about him in a highlight. But there were a lot of guys. You're saying when I look at the points per games in the 90s, I'm going to run through about 10 to 12 guys that were averaging 19 points per game that we don't never talk about. We don't talk about Pippen because he scored 16 to 19 points per game. We talk about Pippen because of his defense. So when we talk about his offensive efficiency dropped, well then who cares? Because his calling card was on defense anyway.
This is where we just gonna disagree.
Don't bring up his offense at all. Then don't bring up his offense at all.
I never brought up his offense. I'm talking about defense.
I also want to be clear. I feel like we're moving the goalposts. Yes, in the 90s, being a 19 to 16 point scorer, even if it was relatively inefficient, but still being a really great defender, might have been enough to consider you receiving some MVP votes. Because in 98, he basically received like 14 points in the MVP race. He probably received like 4 or 5 votes, right? So yes, in 98, sure. I want to be clear, however, the argument that we were having was specifically about where he ranks all time. And in all time, when you have players who are playing at a high level for 8, 9, 10 years, when these players are given the responsibility to lead their team for practically all of those years, when these players are also giving you not all, some are giving you two-way impact. And if the ones aren't giving you two-way impact, giving you more than enough offensively and having to sustain that for a longer period of time, yes, there's definitely more than 20 names that will be applicable to in contrast to Scottie Pippen.
Okay, so hold on. So you're saying in 97, 98, all these players were in the MVP conversation because they all averaged more points than Scottie Pippen.
Lamar, I just made an all-time.
Sam Cassell.
Did I not just make an all-time argument? Did I not just say all-time? I said all-time, right? I want to make sure we're clear, right? I said in 98, sure, that might have been enough for him to finish top 10 in the MVP. Sure, in 98. My argument about what he produced in the 90s not being enough
isn't an argument for specifically 98. It's about what he had did throughout his career. I do not believe it's enough to usurp him over players to put him in the top 20 when there are other players who played just as many, if not more years at a high level, who had more responsibilities than Scottie Pippen, who were more consistent than Scottie Pippen as well. That's my argument.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, so when your criteria to rank players must be far different from mine because
that's
when because I believe you player X, like if I have a player, I feel like a player can be a better individual player than another guy, but I still believe that lesser player can be ranked higher based on what he does with his career with regards to winning, accolades, all the other stuff.
We're different. We're different.
Because I believe that, like for example, I think the best example is going to be a guy like Draymond Green, and he's going to rank higher than a lot of players who are just talent-wise better than him. Because because of how his career has unfolded.
Yeah, we just disagree.
But Low is arguing all time, and none of us are arguing that though.
Do you involve?
Well, the whole overrated underrated argument is based off where he's ranked all time, not what he ranked.
No.
Low, do you?
So let's just say downplaying then, y'all downplaying him.
So what? To the all time standard or to the 90 standard? Which one are you talking about?
Yeah,
if you ask me as specifically in the 90s, where do I think Scottie Pippen made ranks? MJ, Hakeem, Dave Robinson, Karl Malone, Shaq, and after that maybe Ewing and then Pippen. So like 6 or 7 all in the 90s.
But that's no one is arguing his ranking against other greats. We're just saying he contributed. You keep trying to argue all time, and none of us are saying that he's better than Hakeem.
We started this argument because he said he got Scottie in top 20. That's what he said.
Nah, we've been talking about this shit for like 3 hours.
Oh well. I'm sorry. When I got here,
You called it at the wrong portion.
What I said was, Lo, where my top 20 came into consideration was, I said, when I see people's rankings, it really tells us what they value in the game. And that's your biases. What you value is basically your biases.
For sure,
and my biases stem from coaching. And as a coach, I know that you ain't winning shit if you ain't defending. So I have to, and this has changed over time. I'm not going to act like this hasn't changed. Before I coached, my top 20 list probably would have looked way different than what it is now. Now that I value certain things in the game based on my own experiences, I have to really look at what Pippen was doing on the defensive end, and I value it more now because now I know defending at a high level to be first team All-NBA defense for this long at this level and to the tune of helping a team, one of the greatest dynasties in NBA history, be great. I mean, that's not easy to do. Defending is one of the hardest things to do on the court because you really don't get that much credit for it. This is one of the reasons why Pippen never got paid for what he did. He had to go the majority of his career without getting a paycheck. He didn't get paid until he went to Houston. And by then he was less than. Like even you can talk about even a guy like Hakeem. Some of these guys, some of the best defenders didn't get paid shit until late in the 90s.
And so we just disagree. So defense, unless you transcendently great defensively, I just think that more value was going to be provided.
You don't think Pippen's transcendently great?
I think he was great again between 92 to 96. In 97, 98, he's still a great defender, amazing defender. But I don't think that he's the same level of defender he was before. And when you marriage that with the drop off in offensive production as well, and just offensive potency, even though that wasn't his primary value, he still, as a player, when I look at Pippen between 92 and 96, I am taking that into consideration as well, because being a player who can give you 19 to 20 points in the 90s is very, very valuable.
So where do you incorporate his playmaking as on the offensive end into this?
I don't think he has that much playmaking value. I don't think he has that much.
He still gave you close to 18 points per game. Like it's not like he gave you nothing on the offensive end. He gave you.
I know, but wait, playmaking or scoring? Because you said playmaking and you went to scoring. How many points you scored?
No, I'm saying both of those. Like if you combine his ability to play make for others, his ability to push the ball in transition, even if he doesn't get the assist. I wish the NBA counted hockey assists, things like that. And then you combine that with his scoring. His scoring maybe wasn't up to par with like the Mitch Richmonds, but if you add the element of playmaking in, if you add some of the other things he did on the offensive side in, that don't give him a little bit more credibility as an offensive player.
I just said I'm saying that between 92 to 96, even though that's not his primary value wasn't offense, I think that it would be I don't think it would be smart to like reduce or overlook what he did offensively. So I agree between 92 and 96 without a doubt. But by the time, even in the 96 playoffs, by the time we get beyond that, the value of who he is offensively starts to drop, which means the value of who he is as a player starts to drop. If you go back and look at some of those series in the second three-peat, bro, they're just leaving Scottie open for a lot of those possessions, and they're just making him a shooter. They're making him somebody who can move, and he just couldn't do it. And he hurt. I'm not saying he's the only reason, but he was a part of the reason why their offenses would take hits in certain playoff series. Though that's something that didn't exist before that. When it comes to passing and playmaking, I don't even think the playmaking value isn't really there. But even as a passer or somebody who can like collapse defenses with him cutting, like all that value wasn't there as predominantly as it was before. So as an offensive player, he's not as valuable as he once was, while also taking a hit, not a large one, but taking a hit defensively where he couldn't do the same things defensively he did before, all around just making him a worse player. Now, is it so worse that in 98 he wasn't a worse player than he was in 95?
I don't know where you're getting that take. I don't know where that take is coming from. I think you're saying he's the worst defender to say it, but I don't know where it's coming from.
You think that he was the same defender in 98 than he was in 93,
No,
94?
but here's the thing. But just because a player isn't the same doesn't mean they're highly like Jordan in 89 wasn't the same player as he was in 96. But Jordan himself even says, I was a better player in 96, even though his athleticism had diminished, even though he had to add other elements to his game to make him to still be a high-level scorer. So he lost a little bit of what made
but he gained other things in the process. So you're right. Jordan as an athlete.
So are you saying Pippen never gained anything?
I have to ask. Well, let me finish this. Between I think you said 89 to 96. In 96, Jordan is a much better shooter than he was in 89. He's a much better post scorer than he was in 89. He's a much better passer than he was in 89.
True.
So
you saying Pippen just got worse defensively?
Yes. And by the time we get to 98, I think he got worse defensively. And
No. The only thing that got worse was his athleticism. His IQ improved, which is what allowed him to still be a first-team All-NBA defender.
Let's say his IQ
even with a back injury.
Let's say his IQ improved. I don't think his IQ improved enough to make up for what he was still lacking in other regards. Let me also say this as well. For example, I think Jordan in 98 is a worse player than he was in 93. But
what was he lacking? What was he lacking when he was making first team All NBA defense? What was he lacking in 90, in 96 and 97 and 98? What was he lacking?
96. You talking about Pippen, right?
Yeah, what was he lacking defensively?
In 96, I still think that's one of his best defensive years. In 97 and 98, he's undeniably lacking athleticism. Like undeniably.
Okay, but can't you supplement athleticism with
I think you can.
Like Draymond Green supplements athleticism with IQ.
Okay, let's take Draymond right now. Draymond has supplemented his IQ with from the lack of athleticism. Even with him doing that, I don't think he's as good as a defender this past season, as he was in like 2017.
No,
he's just not. Now he could try to add more things to his game, but what he has lost within the years is not being made up by his IQ. His IQ may have gotten better, but I don't think it's gotten so much better that it's making up for the athlete that he once was. No,
I don't believe 5 years ago.
Wait, Draymond was athletic?
I don't believe Draymond.
He's not the same athlete that he once was.
No. I think some of the things that I've seen Draymond do.
He wasn't athletic.
Draymond was never known for being athletic. Y'all niggas.
No. But that's what I'm saying.
Who said that?
No.
We just said he wasn't the same athlete. We just said he wasn't the same athlete. That's all we just said.
Hold on.
He's
All
not
I'm
saying
saying,
he wasn't an athlete at all. He's saying he'd never been an athlete.
no,
Oh,
it's
well,
not
that's,
about,
well,
it's
that's
not about him being an athlete. This is what I'm saying.
It's about his IQ.
No, it's not about his IQ. What I'm saying is this. Even I feel like Draymond Green's defense has always been predicated on his IQ. And I think his IQ has only gotten higher since he's been in the league. You don't just lose IQ. You don't lose your IQ in the back. And the longer you play in the league, your IQ generally goes up. And for
without a doubt.
Draymond Green, that shines like this past season. When you watch Draymond Green completely blow up game-winning plays just by himself, right? Like, so when you see him start to do these things, and he's able to pick up on reads, or he's able to push a guy like Jordan Poole into the proper defensive rotations, and help guys along, and I think his value's in that, in those types of things. I think that's where he thrives now. I don't think he had the ability to do that 4 and 5 years ago, where he might have been a better individual defender. But the things that he does now with regards to making other players better around him, blowing up plays, making reads, I don't think he had that 5 years ago. So I have seen improvements in his game.
You don't think you've seen that 5 years ago?
So how long ago are you talking?
Yeah, 5 years ago, 2017. You don't think in 2017 he wasn't blowing up plays and making?
No. What I'm saying is, I think he's better. I think he's better at it now than he was then.
I think he is as well, but there's only so much the body can do, regardless of how intelligent you are. So I think that the value, there's still value that is being gained from him being on the floor, because you're right. He's seen more sets, he's seen more reps. He's a more intelligent basketball player. But if you don't have the physical ability to do it, then the value may not still be there. And this is the other point. Everybody keeps saying that he still made first team. He still made first team. Tim Duncan made first team in 2013. Does anybody here think just because he made first team in 2013 that he was the same player that he was in 2003 or 2002 or 2004 when he was making first team? I'm assuming
No. But you know what? But you know what? I can almost bet though.
I'll take it a
Legend.
step further. Do you understand?
I can almost bet that the only difference in those years is his points per game. That's it. Because I feel like y'all just staring at the points per game.
No, Lamont. There's no Lamont. There's no way you think.
No. What's the difference? Okay, if we look at the stat sheets,
there's no. I'm talking about as a player. There's no way you think as a player that the difference between Tim Duncan in 2013 and Tim Duncan in 2003, the only difference is that he scored fewer points. Is that what you truly believe that?
No, what I'm saying is, as you get older as a player, you have to find more and more things that make you elite, because the one thing that wanes as you get older is your athleticism. And to stay great consistently in the league, you have to add an element to your game. Is generally your IQ that sustains you as a high-level player. We see it with LeBron. The reason why LeBron is a top 15 player in the league right now is because his IQ sustains him even though his athleticism wanes.
So what I'm saying,
you have to add something to your game. You have to get smarter. You have to study more. These are things that young players, they don't have to rely on film as much as older players, because young players can just use athleticism to get themselves out of trouble.
Lamont, we agree that the IQ goes up. What I'm trying to make sure you're not saying is that you think Tim Duncan's IQ in 2013 was so high that it made up for everything that he had lost within the decade difference in time. Is that what you're saying?
All I'm saying is, if you're trying to pit Pippen or even any of these players' best years in their peak prime versus what they look like years after that, and say, oh, if this player doesn't maintain the absolute peak of what we saw over a 10-year period, then I can't rank them here. Well, the thing is, I want to know, outside of a handful of maybe 3 players, what players were able to maintain this 10-year peak of the best of whatever they did. Like I don't know who you got in your top 10, but I almost bet that none of them maintained their peak for 10 years. But you're asking Scottie Pippen to maintain a 10-year peak of his absolute best defense for you to even give him any consideration, which is why.
Well, I wouldn't ask him to sustain that level of defensive impact if offensively he got better. If Pippen got better offensively, then it would make up for the decline defensively. It's the fact that both of them started to decline. But to answer your question, this is kind of the reason why I don't have Larry Bird in my top 10.
because Larry Bird didn't sustain it for as long as a lot of other players did. That's actually the reason why I don't have him in my top 10.
Wait, so that leads me to that was my question a little while ago. So you value longevity when you're talking all time?
I think longevity, sure, but it's specifically longevity of like high level play, because
So
there's
impact,
players
high
who,
impact.
yeah, like high impact, because there's players who may have like been an all-star caliber player for like 13 years, but was only like an all NBA or MVP caliber player for like 7 of those years. I think that most of us would probably take somebody who's been playing at an MVP or all NBA level longer, even if that player has been playing at an all-star level longer, if that makes sense.
Well, what are you using to determine high caliber play? If
all
it's not about the accolades, if it's not about the first teams, if it's not about the first team all defense, if it's not about those things, because those have generally been the metrics that we utilize to determine if you're still playing at a high level, when you start falling out of those categories, is it just based on your opinion of what you thought was high caliber, or you actually, or like, what are you using to determine high caliber?
I think the biggest one is again, games played, how available you are. What is the production that you are producing in contrast to the rest of the league? And then are you able to sustain that production going into the playoffs? I think Scottie Pippen, again, like I think we already established offensively, not only was he already starting to decline in the second three-peat, but then when the postseason came along, the offensive production dropped even further. And then in '98, we're talking about half.
You're talking about scoring only, though, right?
No, I think even as a playmaker, I don't think he was the same.
But his assists went up. Like his assists,
if you think assists it equates to playmaking, then we
they go hand in hand.
Yeah, but somebody can still have a good amount.
It's not all playmaking, but they do go hand in hand.
Yeah, right.
Why don't we bring up
if you think,
but we know for a fact
because what you're doing is you're equating his points per game as all offense. When you're not taking,
I just brought up playmaking as well. I'm not.
No. But what I'm saying, what you're doing is you're saying he's significantly declined as an offensive player because of a marginal decline in points per game.
No, that's not. Let me say it. It was not only the decline in points; it was the decline in accuracy. It was the decline in actual being a threat off ball, because he wasn't cutting as much as he once was before, and teams weren't defending him as often as they were off ball. Again, in large part due with his him not cutting as
I don't know
much.
what you're watching. I don't recall watching any playoff game where teams just didn't defend Scottie Pippen.
I'm not saying they flat out didn't defend him, but if you go back, for example, the '96 finals, where Jordan was getting doubled almost every single time he touched the ball, they left Pippen open several times in that series.
But most teams chose to leave Pippen open because Jordan was a reluctant passer. It wasn't because they feared that he was going to kick it to Pippen 10 times and Pippen would go 7 to 10 from the 3-point line. Teams knew Jordan wasn't a reluctant passer too. But he wasn't going to pass it a lot.
In '92 and '93, it wasn't just Pippen spotting up shooting. Once more, he was cutting to the basket as well. He was getting in position for offensive rebounds. He just wasn't doing that in '90.
But cutting to the basket and even standing on the 3-point line, Jordan's still reluctant to make that pass. You act like we're talking about a guy.
In '96, he was making that pass.
We're still talking about a guy who is in an offense that's designed for him to put up a high volume of shots, whether they're good or bad shots.
Yeah, but in '96, Scottie there was several moments throughout that entire series, and especially in '97, '98 throughout the entire
series? What series?
And against the finals and against the Seattle Supersonics.
Okay, but you can't define Pippen on the finals when it was that whole year that made him Pippen that year. He was.
But if you let me finish, I'm about to, in '97 and in '98 throughout that entire postseason run, especially '98 postseason and regular season, he just wasn't the same player. And I'll say it again. Part of my evaluation is not only what you're doing in the regular season, but can that value be sustained in the postseason as well? If there's a noticeable drop in who you are as a player in the postseason, you're just not as valuable to your team trying to get to the end goal. And that should, in my opinion, that should go against you.
I don't know where you're getting this. I get the very, very marginal decline in points, but when I don't see a decline in rebounds, when I don't see a significant decline in assists, a lot of these categories he actually went up in. So again, when I see an increase,
he was a worse playmaker. He's the worst playmaker.
Okay, but what metric? So hold on, what metric are you using to say that other than just saying it?
I'm watching the games. And
what's stopping me from saying he was a better playmaker? Just
you had to explain to me why, but I can explain to you why he's the worst playmaker.
Yeah, but no, but even if you explain to me why, it's subjective, and it sounds like it's based on one or two games that you watch and not all. Then to say that you watched all playoff games in '96 is wild. And say that you
I didn't say 96, 97, 98. I have watched all those playoff games. I didn't watch all the playoff games in 96. But I watched all the finals games in 96, probably more than any other finals I've ever maybe not as much as 93.
Even if I go to 97, 98, there's a ton of games in the playoffs. Pippen's well over 20 points.
Okay, that doesn't mean that he there's probably a bunch of games in 97 where he's scoring has seen noticeable drops as well. There's averages.
but there's more game. Hold on, there's more games where he scores over 17 points. And I see anomalies.
What was his average in 97?
Look, I'll give you an anomaly. Against game one against Indiana, he had an anomaly game where he went 1 of 9 from the field, 4 points. But for the rest of the series, 20 points, 21 points, 23 points, 20 points, 19 points, 17 points. So you see
what's the average? That's why we have averages. We don't have to use anomalies and pick.
Because
the average for 97.
See that what I'm saying is all I'm saying is
I think you're talking about playoffs.
What I'm saying is these single one-off games, like for example, when you go to 97. Where in the game 5 against Miami, he scores 2 points on actually he didn't even take any shots from the field. It looks like he didn't play. So he scores 2 points that game.
That might be the game where
that 2 points can completely throw off your average because this is a series where he had 3 games over 20 points, 24, 23, 21.
One game isn't going to change your average for
one game can change your average, especially if it's
not to the extent in which I'm the argument that I'm making. I'm also pretty sure the game that you're referring to is when Alonzo Mourning might have hit him in the head with his elbow and he had to.
Yeah, but look, what I'm saying is when we say that he's playing bad, I'm going to another game in 97 where we see this is against we're going to just go to 98. Like in 98, like I said, there was a one-off, like even if you go all the way to the finals against Utah, he had 3 games over 20 points, 21, 21, 28. And then he had the last 2 games where with our eyes, we very clearly saw the man was struggling from back pain. We see a significant decline then, and we can easily attribute that to injury. Right?
Come on, there's 3 games in the 98 finals where he's scoring over 20 points. There's also 3 games in the 98 finals where he's scoring 10 or fewer points. So this is not an anomaly. In the games in which he averaged,
that's an anomaly because I want you to find me how many playoff series throughout his career do you see that happen? Show me one other playoff series in his career where he had 3 single-digit point games.
I'm talking about in that series. It's not an anomaly if it's happening just as much as it is.
What I'm saying is he scored. He had 3. He had 2 games where he had single-digit points, and he had that 1 10-point game. He had 3 bad games. Show me another series in his playoff career that looks similar to that Utah Jazz series.
And then also in game 1, he had 21 points. And I remember watching this game. In game 1, he had 21 points. He shot 7 for 19 from the field, 1 for 7 from behind the arc. He only had 1 assist and 5 turnovers.
Wait, but didn't you say he was hurt?
In game 1? In game 1? Was he hurt in game? Y'all let me know.
Bro, he was hurt the whole year. That's why he only played 44 games.
Surgery after that's what I'm saying. It's like, does he get a pass for that? Because you're going to keep.
Wait. In my mind, no. I can't. I can only go off of what you give me. I'm not giving a pass for Anthony Davis.
Yeah, but you're running to the lowest hanging fruit of his career in the year where he got back surgery as soon as the season ended.
Yeah, but he took a step back. But I've already established is that when we start cutting off years of his career, where again I already don't think that he's established enough years to put him as a top whatever player. That's why. And I personally don't look at Kawhi Leonard over the past 2 to 3 years and just continue to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though he keeps getting hurt.
But Pippen wasn't hurt like Kawhi. Kawhi's missed seasons.
But when I'm even if it's a year in 2019, LeBron, right? 2019, hell, this year LeBron.
LeBron is 30. He's like what? He's like 40
in 2019.
Oh my God.
2019 LeBron. I do not sit here and be like, oh, well, technically speaking, this could have happened and that could have happened, but he got hurt. No, I just look at what
Right?
happened.
No. But hold on. This is what we're arguing, right? You're saying it as though his skill set was just flawed with health, right? And we're saying no, he was
No, that's
hurt.
not what he's doing. That's
Yes,
not what
that
he's
is
doing.
what he's doing.
And because
No.
fine, we can go to 97.
He said he
Because
took a step back, and we're saying he was hurt.
Go to 97, Lo.
So we can go to 96 or
You
97,
said-
I'll go to
especially
96.
in the
earlier.
postseason. If you go to 96 in the postseason, then you have to explain to me in 96 in the postseason, why did he shoot that poorly from the field? Why did his scoring go down? Why did his play?
Okay, hold on, no. But here's how about this though? Because we know. First of all, why don't we start with his MO and then go to scoring second? Because his MO was defense.
Because
so
I've already established that in 96 he was an elite level defender.
So if he was an elite,
so
if he was an elite level defender in 96, then he's doing his job as long as
this is where again we disagree, because I think that Scottie Pippen's job was more than just being a defender.
Yeah, playmaking was second. Playmaking was second. Playmaking was second.
I think his job
was a point forward for the team.
Yeah, I get that, but the scoring was also encompassed with the value of who he was as a player.
No. But Lo, say that because we saw him actually put in the points, right? So So if we talking about Ben Simmons, right? Like a player like Ben Simmons, you wouldn't expect Ben Simmons to be taking jump shots because it's like, yo, that's not his game. So if you're telling me that you expected Pippen to score, then that means that you're showing respect to Pippen for his ability to be able to score.
I agree. I'll say it again.
So let's stop acting like Ben Gordon.
Scottie Pippen between 91 to 95 or 96 or whatever, for him to score the way he scored in the 90s is extraordinarily impressive. That is a part of the player that he was. I am not going to then all of a sudden decide to push that aside.
And Lo, hold on. And Lo, who contributed? Who produced more? Right? Because you said you respect them players that produce, right? So if Pippen was the second best player on a championship producing team, who in the 90s produced more than him than Jordan?
Now we really about to disagree.
Because if your producing doesn't produce championships, will we agree that shit didn't matter?
Oh no, that's what you're saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm without a doubt not. I'm not.
I would rather you produce championships than produce numbers and get knocked the fuck out in the first round. Right?
I would rather us put context into what's happening and acknowledge that. If one player is playing with the best player in the league and Hakeem Olajuwon is not playing with him, that does not then mean that he is then better than Hakeem Olajuwon just because he's winning championships.
No, but he produced. So hold on. So
I'm not saying he didn't produce. I'm just that don't make it.
But he didn't produce at that level.
Hold on, no. So when you rank players,
that level, if he produced championships,
when you rank players low, your all-time list should look really crazy low because
as a counterpart.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
No, listen. When we're talking this game in NBA, right?
That's you. That's you.
No. Because the majority, when they talk,
I think majority of people are dumb. So
hold on. When the majority talking, they don't want to hear shit about. Even when we talking LeBron and them, they talk about championships, right? So if we're saying the ultimate level, I guess, that you could produce is a championship. Then what I'm saying is him being the second best player on a 6 championship winning team. Shaq didn't produce more than him because Shaq didn't win in the 90s. Reggie Miller didn't produce more than him because Reggie Miller didn't win in the 90s. That's what I'm saying. And
what I'm saying is he could have produced 10 championships in the 90s. He was not better than Hakeem Olajuwon.
Okay, but the monkey wrench for you is you said Dominique was better, a guy that was completely one-sided on the basketball floor. Completely.
If I said that, then that was wrong because I don't think that I think it's close, but I don't think it's.
I don't think it's close. Like it's like this. Like this is why Jordan even said it publicly. He after they won one of their championships, he was like, "I'm glad they didn't trade him for Sean Kemp because again, you might bring in a better scorer, a guy that's definitely more efficient on the offensive end." But the things that man brings on the defensive side of the ball is not replaceable by anybody in the 90s. You can't find me one player in the 90s who can do what Scottie Pippen did on the defensive side.
And I think he's a better player than Sean Kemp. I agree. I think it would have been a bad trade if they
But
traded.
he's not a better offensive player than Sean Kemp.
But I think excuse me. I think that who Scottie Pippen is as a defender is more than enough to make, and also even who he still was as an offensive player, even with him regressing. I think all that is still better than who Sean Kemp was.
You flip flopping. You've been arguing offense the whole time, and now you want to
because
defense.
the bar has moved to a top 20, 30 player to Sean Kemp.
No. Hold on. So let's argue the top. Is he a top 5 of the 90s?
No, I've
top
already
10
said
of
that.
the
I
90s.
already said that. No.
I agree.
I have a question.
Wait. Let me tell him real quick. I think Magic. I think
you
not
said
Magic.
they have a question.
I think Michael Hakeem.
I do.
I think Michael Hakeem, David Robinson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Karl Malone are just better.
Did you say Magic in the 90s?
I said Michael, David. I said I'm mistaken. I said Magic early, but I'm looking at winning time right now. Michael, David Robinson, Hakeem, Shaq, and Karl Malone. I think they were just better players in the 90s.
You think Ewing was better or no?
Who?
Ewing.
I think Ewing and Barkley is where we're getting closer to where Pippen is ranked all time for me.
That's fair.
You think Gary Payton?
Especially Ewing.
Yeah.
GP, unfortunately, I don't think he started really getting into who he was as a player until like 95-ish. So I don't know how much value I'm going to give for like 4 to 5 years in the 90s.
What puts Karl Malone over Pippen? Because Pippen was definitely a better defender.
I think he was a better defender. Yeah, I think Malone was leaps and bounds a better offensive player though.
Yeah, that's not close.
Oh no! Come on!
Don't do that, Mike. Don't do that, buddy.
No, Lamont, no. That's nasty, Lamont. We've been having a very honest talk, though, Lamont. Come on, Lamont. That's nasty.
Yeah. Don't troll him.
Look, hold on, Lo. Yeah, argument can be stated that it's not as far off as because Malone was all point production. Pippen is point production, playmaking.
Oh no, I think Malone is a better playmaker than Pippen.
Oh no way.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true.
No way.
Yeah, I think he's a better playmaker.
No, he's
that was tough.
Based on what? Off his post.
I think defenses were collapsing more on him and gave him more attention than they gave to Pippen, and which
you base it off his scoring gravity.
Yeah, and that which then resulted into just better looks for his teammates.
I don't think defense was giving them that much more attention because of illegal defense. No, nobody giving nobody that much attention because of illegal defense.
But they were still giving him more defensive attention than.
Yeah. I would still say Scottie, but I'm
still
not
got
now who's a better passer? Oh, Scottie.
Somebody mentioned how they almost traded him for T-Mac too, and Jordan was upset with that.
Scottie's definitely a better passer, but I think the value of who he is as a scorer, as a playmaker, as offensive rebounder, I think all those things just usurp.
So you differentiate passing and playmaking?
Yeah, they're not the same.
No, he's right about that. Passing and playmaking are two different things. I give him that.
That's fair. I sometimes
because you can play make without the ball in your hands.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the only playmaking that counts is the playmaking that leads to points.
No, that's not true. But
that's cap. That is
cap. You can literally just stand if you're good enough shooter. If you can stand on one side of the floor and space the defense out to a certain degree, that's playmaking.
That's playmaking, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you can make the defense. If you can manipulate the defense anywhere and create an advantage for your other teammates, that's a form of playmaking.
Now to be fair, some people I understandably they don't believe that, but in my viewpoint, I agree with Lamont. If I'm able to manipulate the defense, even when the ball isn't even in my hand, when Curry comes off a screen or when Malone was posting up and there's two people collapsing on Curry or two people drawing into Malone, which then allows Stockton to pass it to somebody else because now they're open, but it's because of the attention that Malone received. Malone is the one who created that advantage for the open player.
No. But so if we talking to somebody that's never watched the game and they look at the paper, like they're only gonna be able to see it just off assists.
Yeah,
right? But I see what y'all saying.
We ain't talking about them though. Now we ain't talking. About
for sure.
I got a question though. You spoke about you just spoke about Curry's off-ball playmaking, how that's valuable, right? Like using your scoring gravity to like gravitate the attention towards you and off of certain teammates. So when it came to KD this postseason, do you think like that could count like as like an argument for him still having some level of like, you know, playmaking skills from being able to use that gravity?
Yeah, I think he was the best playmaker on the Suns, without a doubt.
Okay.
We can't pass.
Now,
This man
but yeah,
good
so
ass
that's
show,
actually
too.
a great example of somebody is a great playmaker, but when it comes to the lack of passing, then the execution may fumble a bit. And even Malone was like that as well. I think Malone was a really great playmaker, but his passing was just, especially in the early '90s, was so bad that it just wasn't. Yeah, it really hurt them. So yeah, I think Embiid is another one where his
I was just about
playmaking
to
is
say his
there.
name. I was about to
Yeah,
ask.
the playmaking is there, but the spatial awareness for him to make the right reads and make the proper passes.
And when
No,
he's
Embiid
right,
can
because when you
pass.
find a big that puts it all together, that can have the gravity and put the passing with it, then you got Jokic, and then you got a nightmare.
Who's better, Jokic or Embiid? Lamont.
I think Jokic is a better player.
Jokic.
Okay.
But Embiid is the better scorer. Like obviously there are certain things Embiid does better, but I think just overall, I mean
the total package.
I think what Jokic does on the offensive end and with playmaking and scoring, I think is more valuable than what I think people.
It's way more valuable. Yeah.
It's more valuable than Embiid's defense. Like a lot of people say Embiid's a better defender. I think he's a bit overrated as a defender. If I maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen anything defensively out of
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. You absolutely right. He is overrated as a defender. So wait, who's better, AD or Jokic?
AD. Oh, I mean Jokic.
Oh, damn! I'm about to say, God.
Yeah, no, because we were just talking about defense. That's why I was like, wait, hold on.
Well,
but I would say,
the reality of
you know what I'm
today's
about to get to,
basketball.
Lamont. You know what I'm about to get to, Lamont.
I don't know.
So who better, Jokic or AD?
I got to go with Jokic still.
Jokic.
Okay, so you can acknowledge that somebody offensively can be good enough to make up whatever they may be lacking on the defensive side of the floor.
But see, I don't. But see, look, when I rank people, this is why I explained it earlier. It's not about doing it well on both sides of the floor. It's about how dominant are you at what you do best. So if you are a great defender, how dominant are you at that? I don't judge it on both sides. Like even if you look at my top all-time list, it's not about having balance on both sides of the floor. I understand that some players like Magic dominant on one side, and I'm not going to knock him because on defense, he's not a great defender. I don't expect everybody to be elite defensively. And so I judge you based off what you do best, and I'm not going to hold your weaknesses against you. I compare strengths. Like when we talk about the best players, some people like to start nitpicking their flaws when I like to compare what you did best versus what this other guy did best. And let's talk about that as opposed to talking about the low-hanging fruit of each player, which is the worst of the worst of each player, and just trying to nitpick who has more flaws.
But see, let me the only thing that, and I for the most part I agree, but when someone's flaws, and I'm not saying this pertains to Scottie Pippen, I'm just saying in a general sense. Well, some years I think it did. But when somebody's flaws are so predominant that it takes away from the value of the things that they actually did, like some of their better attributes, I think that's when it becomes a problem. So I agree.
Give me an example of that. Give me an example.
I mean, I guess the most extreme example is Simmons or Vanderbilt, where like defensively they're great, but they're so bad offensively that it makes them borderline unplayable, and so the value of who they are as a defender is now being taken away from them.
But you know what though? That's where I disagree. I don't think Simmons offensively was that bad. You had to take him off the floor. I feel like he was scapegoated and there was pressure put on people to pull him out to give the implication that was the solution. But as we've seen since Ben Simmons has been gone, this same 76ers team has had the same exact problems with and without Ben Simmons. That's closing games and winning tough games in the playoffs. So if they remove the problem, they still have the same results. The only thing that's been consistent there is Joel Embiid, which I say is a number 2 in this league, not a number 1. Because they played much better when they had Jimmy Butler leading that team, and Joel Embiid was kind of playing underneath him to a certain degree. So I think we find sometimes, I think we're so desperate to place blame on somebody that even at the NBA level, they get pressured into making moves that aren't necessarily the correct moves. And I think Ben Simmons was scapegoated, but I don't think he was the reason to their failures. And I don't think his weaknesses were why they lost, because you don't get that far and win that many games consistently if this problem's just there. And it's so I just think obviously he scapegoated them. They needed to blame somebody, and they blamed him.
You couldn't shoot, Lamont.
I know. There's a lot of players that can't shoot.
Like the man.
Shaquille O'Neal couldn't shoot.
34% from the line.
I know, but Shaquille O'Neal couldn't shoot. I mean, Magic Johnson couldn't shoot. But see, as opposed to the coaches of the 80s and 90s scapegoating Magic and he can't shoot, let's blame him. They played to his strengths and they kept him on the floor. And you surround them with things that supplement your strengths, as opposed to simply blame them when everything goes bad. So I think they needed, like, people was about to lose their job, contracts were on the line and everything in Philly. So they needed to find a scapegoat fast. So they found a scapegoat in Ben Simmons, and that's the easy blame, because as what they played off the fan emotion. The fan emotions are, oh, if you ain't scoring, you trash. Or if you can't score 10 points, you trash. So they just played to the fan logic. Well, let's just play to the fan logic, and as long as you keep the fans happy, you can keep them buying tickets. They keep buying merch.
What a problem.
One thing that Lowe didn't even speak on is, like, even though, yes, Ben Simmons' defense was, like, his offense was so terrible, his defense and his ability to be one of the only players on that 76ers roster to be able to routinely get the ball to Joel Embiid without like much struggle, like, that was valuable within itself, especially against Atlanta.
They were still leaving them open though, bro. Like that, when your point guard is so god awful as a shooter that teams are literally playing him.
Yeah, Jared, they left Magic open too. Did you see how teams guarded Magic Johnson? They left him wide open.
Not that open.
Yeah, hold on. Yes, they did. Hold on, Jared.
They used to leave.
The way they defended Ben Simmons is the exact same way they defended Magic. They would sag. Like, if you go watch defenders on Magic, they would sag all the way into the lane and leave Magic wide open. But see, but what happens is when the coach, just like with Draymond Green, Jared, when Draymond Green, because the coaches entrusted him with the ball, and they came up with a solution to where if teams start to sag off of you, this is how we're going to attack them. The solution wasn't to yank Draymond. They basically said, Draymond, these dudes get to sagging off you. We're going to give you the ball, and we need you to drive straight at them. And when they over-pursue or over-help, you're going to throw that lob up to Andrew Wiggins or to Kevon Looney right at the rim, and we're going to punish these teams with your ability to play make, as opposed to sitting there harping about your inability to be able to shoot at a high percentage. We're just going to play to your strengths. That's what a good coach is going to do. They're not going to walk around crying that you can't shoot, because he's not going to be on the floor if he wasn't he was not an all-star if he's not an elite player. So he's good. Play to his strengths. Quit. That's what I mean. And this is just like what Jared keeps saying. Jared loves talking about the low-hanging fruit of players. Just what are they not good at? When these guys, you don't get on the NBA court and be an all-star if you just walk in garbage. You just don't accidentally fall onto an all-star team a couple years in a row. So play to his strengths and go be a real coach instead of crying about his weaknesses.
But the problem is, though, Lamont, like, you're comparing Ben Simmons and Draymond. Like, Draymond actually at one point in time could shoot the basketball. Like, Ben could never shoot. Like, that's a bad comparison.
That was one season. That was one or two seasons. Yeah, it was 2015 and 2016. After 2016, his shot efficiency dropped all the way, like, it plummeted.
But he would shoot the ball though, bro. Like,
but Jared,
what good is that to your offense?
You know what? Like, hold on. Did Jared forget that Draymond Green scored 35 points in a finals game and they still lost? So all that shooting he did, then it didn't win him a championship that year. His most productive scoring wise, his productive finals, they lost. But then some of the most least productive ones, like the one in 2021, I believe, or was it 22? Yeah, my bad. 2022. The one in 2022, people were saying, "Oh, Draymond's trash because he couldn't score," but then they forgot to look at the man's defense all throughout that playoff run.
And his playmaking.
So what I'm saying is, y'all be overlooking defense when Draymond's basically saying y'all can have that scoring. I got Steph, Clay, Wiggins. I don't need to score, but I'm gonna definitely make sure they get high quality looks. So while y'all crying about that, and he has a coaching staff that believes in him, is not going to give up on him and just point the blame at him every time something goes wrong. And that's what was happening in Philly.
Yo.
What up, P5?
What up,
Good?
P5?
What's good? We're having a classic Ben Simmons combo here.
We gotta stop giving them excuses.
Okay, Jared, is it at least is it an excuse for me to say that Ben Simmons, even though with all the flaws in his game offensively was put in like just a bad situation, fit wise at least in terms of fit?
I mean, yeah, I feel what you're saying, but I mean, you're still.
And by the way, defense is cool as crazy. I don't know who said that, but defense is cool as crazy.
No,
Who
but
said that?
Who said what?
I don't know. The A11 Gravy, he just said it, so I don't know if he's saying that about what's up.
In the chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. I stopped paying attention after a while.
Yeah, A11 Gravy said that. But as far as like him being put in a bad situation fit wise, I get it just because like both Embiid and like Ben were both like more so paint prominent players. I get that. But you gotta look at it in context, bro. Like when you go back and look at that
That's
game,
the context.
No, I'm saying when you go back and look at that game 7, like I literally watched a guy that literally looked scared to be on the floor, like P5. Like he literally looked like he did not want to be there.
Yeah,
like,
Jared. But Jared, you're not putting no context with it. Like you putting no context with it. And a lot of times when a player looks lost on the floor, that's the coach's fault.
It's coaching.
When you see a guy standing around with nothing to do on the offensive end, that's coaching. That's by design.
Jared, we've seen Doc Rivers led teams multiple times, whether it's the Celtics in the game 7. I forget the team that they played, but I think they played Game 7 against the Magic, and I could be wrong. But in that Game 7, it was a close game, and then the Celtics just looked lost. They looked lost. The same thing happened with the Clippers in Game 7 when they played the Nuggets. The same. I believe it was in the late 2000s. I believe.
Oh, you talking about against Orlando?
Yeah. I could be wrong on that series, but it's been a trend with Doc. It's been a trend with Doc Rivers coach teams to where there's no adjustments being made. Players have openly came out and said that Doc Rivers kind of just lets the play. I don't know if he did as much outside of Boston, but kind of just lets the players do what they want on the floor. And if you're Ben Simmons and if you're any player and if you're just seen standing on the floor with nothing to do, looking lost and stuff, that has to be on the coach. Like you can't just blame Ben Simmons has played with Brett Brown, who late in that Game 7 against the Raptors knew absolutely nothing, did not know what he was doing whatsoever down the stretch of that Game 7 against the Raptors.
Now, when you say that I disagree with. It's not like he had nothing to do. The guy actually had the ball in his hands.
No, but I'm talking about whenever he was off the ball. Whenever he was off the ball.
Oh, whenever he was off the. I mean, they had him in the dunker spot. So
yeah, but like
he just waiting.
Yeah, I know you having him in the dunker spot is fine, but if you can't if you're putting Ben Simmons in a spot on the floor that is literally hurting the best player on your team, that's just bad. That's just a bad decision making by the coach.
It goes down to strategy, and it's simple strategy like this. One of the reasons why Nick Nurse put Ben Simmons at the point guard position is because
Brett Brown.
Brett Brown.
Yeah, Doc. What I'm saying is, when he played that point guard position, and Brett Brown put him at the point guard position.
Yeah.
What happens is the guy matched up against him is usually a point guard. And so what happens is if that guy helps off, he's not as impactful defensively or on the rebounding side of things. And so I think Doc Rivers' biggest flaw was taking him off the point guard position. Now you have more natural forwards and wings guarding him who now can help off of him, but be more impactful on the defensive end. Mm-hmm. And so I think, if you got Trae Young on you and he's helping off, I'm not necessarily too worried. If I got Mike Conley on me and he's helping off, all right, I'm not too tripping on that. But if you got, Jason Tatum helping off or something ridiculous like that, or, it's a little different. So I think this is one of the reasons why they said in Brooklyn this year, they're bringing him back to point. And he's going to be the starting point guard. So I mean, so we probably see a more motivated Ben Simmons now that he's back at his natural position, and I think right now, I have him slated as most improved player. I have him slated.
I do want to see a Ben Simmons bounce back because I know the talent is there. I know Ben Simmons can still be a great defender. I know he's still a great transition player, and I know he's still really, really good at getting to the rim. At this point for Ben Simmons, I think it's a
Would you be pleased if you saw Ben Simmons just return to 12-7-8?
12, 7, and 8?
Mhm.
Playing consistent minutes, on elite defense. I'd be fine with that.
I don't
No,
elite
he's 6'10".
defense. Okay, great defense. As long as he's playing great defense.
No, he'll be an elite defender.
I know, but at the bare minimum, it has to be like great level defense.
No, he'll be an elite.
Well, I mean, the reason why I don't think he'll get back to elite injuries, the injuries that have like they have recorded, those are some injuries.
Bro, them all been fake injuries, man. We all know his injuries ain't been real. He been dealing with mental shit.
Look, I'm going off of what I was told, like you told me.
No.
I don't hate him being an elite defender still. I don't hate him being an elite defender.
What has changed with his mental issues, though?
Well, yeah.
Well, one thing has changed is I think the one thing has changed. They got Doc Rivers the hell up out of there. This is the coach that sold him under the river. I mean, so and then when in Brooklyn, you talking about a Brooklyn staff that also gave up on him as well as a point guard because they brought him in. They didn't want him to be a point guard, be his natural spot. They're trying to tell him add this to your game, shoot this, and it's just like, man, let me play to my strengths. Why y'all trying to turn me into something that I'm not?
But also, Jared.
So his strength is just
I couldn't hear
passing the ball.
It's not.
Bro,
That's not
Jared. All of these players got jumpers. I'm gonna tell you right now. All these players got jumpers. I guarantee you, we put Ben Simmons in an empty gym with you, Jared, and he outshoots you 1,000 times out of 1,000.
Yes. Hey, I'm glad you said that. In the gym, he's a monster. That's a whole.
Shooting
but that's in the gym.
Yeah. What about
Rudy Gobert can beat you in a 3-point contest, Jared. I'm confident in that.
What
I'm
about
pretty
the
But even Ben Simmons is a worse conundrum though, because we get to see the gym highlights every year.
Yeah, but no, the problem is I think this is at the NBA level when plays get drawn up and created for you, especially if you're the number 1 or 2 option. These plays are designed. They have literally nerds in the gym with you, calculating your makes and misses from every spot on the court, and so they're going to identify. Okay, he's shooting in an empty gym. This is his hot spots right here. The coach is going to look at that and draw up all plays for you to get to your spots and get to your shot. Like these plays ain't drawn for you just to be and end up anywhere on the court. But for Kevin Durant, they're trying to put him at that high post elbow, free throw line extended. They're trying to put him somewhere in his hot spots. They're not just trying to say, oh yeah, get to the corner 3-point line, KD, and go cook. Go get to the top of the key. And they're not trying to do that. They're going to put you in your best spot. So if he's the 3rd, 4th option offensively, when he gets touches, it could literally be anywhere on the floor. And it probably not by design. It's not going to be in a spot where he might be comfortable shooting. So sometimes he has to make something out of nothing. So, but nobody cares about that. Y'all just expect him to just catch it and be able to do anything from anywhere on the floor. And it just don't work like that, y'all.
Hey, Jared, I have a question.
He does that in the gym, though.
Hey, Jared, I have a question. If you have a player, Ben Simmons, I don't think can shoot. I just don't think he can shoot. Right?
Hey, you better look at them gym highlights.
No, he can't shoot.
Yeah,
all right.
Mentally.
Jared. No, he just can't shoot. Jared, do you want a player that can't shoot to consistently shoot threes? Because that put your team at a detriment, Jared. Because if you have,
No, but my thing is like if I'm coaching a team, right, and I have a player who's so god awful shooting the ball, like I know as an opponent, teams are just gonna be like, you know what, they're just gonna treat you like a free safety. They're just gonna
Hey, Jared.
Well, why did that not work before the Hawks series though?
Okay.
Why was he still able to make an All-NBA team, All-Star appearances before the Hawks series? Like why? Because if shooting is that, because I think it is a detriment to his game. But if it's such a detriment to his game where he's unplayable, How was that player all NBA, all defensive, multiple time All
No.
Star?
Hold on. Let's just do this. Since shooting is all this important to Jared, I'm going to give you the best shooting teams in the league last year, Jared. And I need you to explain to me how these teams that were able to shoot the ball so well. And this is a combination of effective field goal percentage, 3-point. I want you to tell me what the hell went wrong with these teams. We're going to start with the best shooting team in the league last year, was the Oklahoma City Thunder. Please tell me what the hell went wrong with them last year, because they didn't even make the playoff the last time I checked, Jared.
They didn't have enough talent, like point blank.
Okay. We'll go to the next best shooting team in the league. You want me to tell you?
Yeah, who was it?
San Antonio Spurs, man. They got Victor Wembanyama, though. Tell me what the hell went wrong for the best shooting team right there?
For the Spurs, I mean, kind of the same thing. Like, I just don't think they had enough talent.
Okay, let's go to the next team, because the Spurs is trash. The Atlanta Hawks was the third best shooting team in the league last year. What the hell happened to them?
That team has talent.
Defense. They didn't play defense.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the next team, because we haven't even got to a team that was even in the finals or even a Final Four team. We got the
second
Memphis
round.
Grizzlies. The Memphis Grizzlies was the fourth best shooting team in the league. Please, Jared, tell me what the hell happened to the goddamn Memphis Grizzlies when they got bounced out and swept by the Lakers.
Were they really?
They didn't get swept, but they got beat. They got beat.
No, they got beat in 6.
Were they really the fourth best shooting team in the league?
Yes,
Yeah,
right
they
here.
were.
Desmond Bain was cooking.
Okay, hold on. Let's go to the next team. Toronto
Well, I didn't address
Raptors.
the Grizzlies, though.
Please tell me how the Toronto Raptors, as the fifth best shooting team in the league, got the life beat out of them and they couldn't do nothing.
It's kind of a similar thing. Like, they just, to me, they didn't have enough talent.
All right,
You're not about to say they don't have talent. You're not about to
hold
say
on.
the Raptors
Let's
didn't
go
have
to the
talent.
Milwaukee Bucks then. What happened to the Milwaukee Bucks, the sixth best shooting team in the league? How the hell did they get bounced out of the playoffs and embarrassed?
Well, that was coaching. Like, that was coaching. They just didn't put anybody on.
Oh, now it's coaching. All right, let's go to the next team then. The Phoenix Suns. They got upset by the Denver Nuggets. Please tell me how they, as one of the top 10 shooting teams in the league, why the hell they ain't win nothing?
Well, two reasons: defense and depth.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's go to the next team. The Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors, the next best shooting team in the league, got swept. Please tell me, because remember, these are the best shooting teams in the league. They got all the shooting that you want, Jared. Please tell me.
You're on the wrong list, man.
Well, the Warriors didn't have enough size.
What list is he on? Because I refuse to believe the Raptors were top 5.
The list, I don't know what list he's on, but as soon as I heard Memphis, I knew it was wrong.
I heard Toronto, and I mean,
this list combines. The list that I'm looking at combines field goals.
The list I'm looking at combines, and number 1.
Are you sure that's not the bottom 5?
Hold on. The list that I'm looking
at the bottom teams, because that's
no,
I'm
not. I'm looking at it in order. This combines.
I'm
gonna tell you right here. It says field goals.
I'm looking at right now is
2-point field goals and 3-point field goal percentages all goes into this formula. And
Denver did shoot efficiently.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying.
And it also adds frequency in. So if you go to 1%, like if I just sort through percentage in the 2-point range, I'm gonna have to do. But when you combine all 3, it's a different list.
See,
I guess the Spurs must.
I'm looking at the shooting leaders. It involves.
Oh, let me drop the link for Lou.
Shooting percentage and free throw percentage.
Yeah.
And number 1 is Denver. Number 2 is Philadelphia.
They're number 1 in what though?
Number 1 in the shooting leaders, like in all of the NBA. It involves field goal percentage, shooting percentage, and free throw percentage.
Yeah, this one combines effective field goal percentage, free throw percentage, 2-point field goal percentage, and 3-point field goal percentage, along with something else called frequency. And I don't know what.
And Lamont, what are the bottom teams of that list? What are the bottom teams?
Right, hold on. Y'all made me resort it. I got to reload the page so I can.
I mean, seeing the Warriors.
I think 2 points is misleading.
I mean, seeing the Warriors and the Raptors within 3 spots of each other on a shooting list. I'm not sure. Man, damn.
I mean, the Warriors didn't shoot that great, though, to be honest.
I mean, maybe I'm overrating like the Warriors and how well they played in the regular season, even though they didn't play great. But
they had hot moments.
Yeah, probably.
That doesn't take into account that.
Seeing Toronto be top 5 in shooting is insane to me.
Yeah, that's
nasty.
I mean, they can shoot the basketball.
I mean, I guess if it's right there in front of Lamont, I'm wrong, but that just
Fred VanVleet was off
Van
last year
Vliet.
for some reason.
On my list,
Gary Trent was cooking though.
Toronto is fourth to the last.
OG
To the last.
Anunoby, yeah. I get that last point one. I gotta recheck OG efficiency numbers.
No, but
Yeah,
the thing.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what mine is looking at offensive.
Okay, I got my
rating.
list again.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking at the list on here on Synergy. It's combining field goals.
Hey, boss. Hey, quick question, Jared. So by your
What up?
logic, shooting matters. Shooting is like the most
And
important.
no
thing.
be all. Yeah, no be
Okay.
all.
So why did the Sacramento Kings get bounced out in the first round?
Oh shit.
Their defense was like historically bad, dude.
They were actually playing.
I wouldn't even say that. Steph Curry played a god tier game.
No,
Yeah, they actually played very well.
Defense in the regular season was like in the bottom 5.
Okay.
I'm starting to think
that-
Jared just be up here chatting.
I will give you
Jared be bored.
no facts.
Okay, well, were the Kings historically bad?
He's in the right
No.
ballpark. He just got to add a
But
few
they
things
did-
to it.
They definitely did improve as the season went along.
Jared
They
is the
definitely did
low hanging fruit master. Jared just knows how to. Jared's
Shooting's very important.
If you want to know what a player can't
The
do,
Denver
just
Nuggets
ask
took
Jared.
3-point shots at the lowest frequency.
Jared is like the Squidward of the panel right now.
That's because the Denver Nuggets only took catch and shoot threes.
Jared knows.
No, but
just in threes in general, I'm pretty sure the Nuggets were like towards the bottom of the league and they won the finals.
If
The Nuggets only let two people create their own shots, and that's Jamal Murray and Michael Porter. Everybody else is catch and shoot with a bit of Jokic creating his own shot.
I'm talking about just 3-point frequency.
Jared, I
in
think
general.
Jared in one sense says a team lost in the playoffs because Ben Simmons couldn't shoot, but for everybody else it's because they didn't have defense. And it's just like, man, stop it, man.
But we can't give Ben Simmons
Well,
that excuse, though, bro. Like,
Like Ben Simmons could have a bigger imprint on the game.
Did they lose that series because of Ben Simmons?
Because you know what though, the last time I heard these, see what happened. The player that threw a monkey wrench in this get a jumper type shit is Giannis. I vividly remember on this channel when they lost in the playoffs. Giannis need to get a jumper. Giannis need to get a jumper. That man came back the next year and won the championship without a jumper, and he shut everybody up. Now everybody's saying he did.
Nobody care about that.
Giannis also ain't scary either.
Hold on, let me get to
Ben Simmons scary.
Jared, you do understand while Ben Simmons was not shooting, how you wanted him to, he still had the Philadelphia 76ers top 10 in offense.
They were comparing him to LeBron at one point. Like
exactly. Like people,
they were just saying he was LeBron without a jumper.
But Jared, I don't think him being top 10 or him only leading that team to top 10 once is I think that's more of a detriment to the roster construction and just the fit between him and Embiid in general. Because I never liked that fit. Anyone who ever thought that would have worked, I mean, I don't think because you're not maximizing Embiid. You're not maximizing.
I got to get out of here soon. I want to get y'all thoughts on this real quick. And plus, I got Lou here as well.
Jared, you got to start a channel so we can go on your panel.
I gotta ask y'all about this because I know y'all gonna have some opinions on it. But
the money,
man, oh man, what? How the hell did Oregon beat the life out of Colorado like that?
Beat the life out of them. Beat the life out of them.
They're the better team.
Because
they definitely the better team. But what are y'all?
Because Colorado's weaknesses finally got exposed.
Oregon still ain't got no national championship.
Right, but did we expect like so? Did we?
I didn't think they would win, but to lose that badly.
No.
But they were down. They were a 21-point favorite. What are you talking about?
I didn't, but no. But they lost.
Was too, wasn't they? Wasn't TCU a big time favorite?
But here's a problem. There may be a part of like Colorado.
Not by 20. Not only by 21.
Here comes Jared.
I knew Oregon. Wait. What did Jared say? What did Jared say?
Here's the problem. Jared said, "Here's the problem."
No.
Y'all talking about the problem.
The comparison between TCU and Oregon is a quarterback.
They weren't facing great teams.
Niggas got a 6-year quarterback at Oregon.
Yeah, but bro, he been hooping for a long time.
Right, their quarterback been goddamn playing for 30 years.
Yeah,
He's seen every defense that you can provide.
Did you see played against Bo Jackson?
We ain't gonna talk about. We ain't gonna talk about how Texas gonna win the national championship though.
Hey, did y'all see the post about the football player appealing to NCAA for his 9th year eligibility and he got accepted for it?
Ninth
And then
year.
who was old buddy that just got
That's
deemed
crazy.
I think
ineligible?
he like at Clemson or something. He just got approved for his 9th year eligibility.
Hey Lamont.
Jesus.
So what? He
Hey Lamont.
27.
Who was that? Hunter Renfro? Oh my God.
Hey, you know what I found funny about that
Brandon
Lamont?
Whedon from back in the day.
Brandon
What'd you
I
say?
Whedon.
forgot
What'd
about
you say,
Oklahoma
Lil?
State, right? Didn't he play for like Oklahoma State?
Yeah. Bro, it's 27.
The Oregon coach said, they playing for clicks, we playing for wins. Oregon ain't never won a national championship. Colorado did.
Right.
I
But
thought
then
that was kind of funny. He said that Oregon never won a national championship.
Didn't they make it
but this
against
the thing though. He said we do it for clicks while he's saying this in front of cameras. And then
Wow.
like
Hey, Larry
That's
Bird.
facts.
Larry Bird. Wow.
And then he gonna be secretive about it.
Hey, hold on, but you look, y'all. That man went out there and backed everything he set up. Though.
Hey,
They
hey,
beat
but
the
Larry,
fuck
He
out of
said
him.
it the day of.
though.
but Larry, but
No
Larry
matter
Bird,
when he said it, they went out there and applied the punishment.
But Lamont,
this
we
coming
expect
from
it's
the
not
team.
like this Alabama that just got 49 zip. This is like Colorado that only won one game last year. Like nobody
No,
expected
I get
it.
that. No, I
and they
get
getting
that.
fucked up next week too.
Yeah, but my thing is though, like this coming from a team that always got 1,000 fucking jerseys and colorful.
No, they got some of the hardest jersey like.
No, what I'm
they
saying,
jerseys.
he's talking about
they top
flash
5
over
ever for
substance,
sure.
nigga. He project, nigga. Y'all the flash over substance, nigga. Y'all ain't. What are you talking about?
No, I
Y'all the
disagree.
main,
They have substance.
y'all a Nike commercial.
They always
hold
the
on.
freshest
Hey,
team.
hold on. Hey, hold on,
Yeah,
y'all.
The
Oregon
damn
always
duck do push-ups at a
They got Phil
touchdown.
Knight out there supplying them. They
Hey,
got unlimited jerseys.
Hey, spotlight on Jared, man. He's gonna tell us. Jared, give us the word, bro.
No, but Lou, but the problem I have
The
with you just
problem
saying,
is-
you're acting like Oregon's was never a good team. Like Oregon's been good
I
for a
said,
while.
I know, niggas. No, what did I say? I said they never won a championship.
Yeah, they've been
I
good.
understand, but like,
But they don't win.
No, stand on what I said. They ain't got no championship.
No, I get that, but like flash over substance.
What did I
like,
say?
like Oregon's
What
not
did I
good.
say? They ain't got no championships. Don't try to subvert and say other shit I did say. I said they ain't
Hey,
got no championship.
Jared, I wouldn't let that nigga talk to me like that, Jared. Oh no, yeah, you gotta. You know what I'm saying?
No, because Jared, you know what Jared be doing. I ain't say they wasn't good. I said, we playing for wins. They playing for clicks, nigga. Y'all ain't, you ain't never won no championship, nigga.
Yeah, they ain't won shit.
Hey, Lamont, before you get out of here, Lamont, let me ask you, like, who do you agree with, Stack or Gilbert on that $500 million?
Oh, I agree with Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, Stack a goofy ass. He
Bro,
a bozo.
what I want to know, I want y'all to tell me in y'all right mind. Ain't no championship worth no $50 million, man. Like y'all crazy.
But I can go buy a 1985 Lakers ring right now for like.
Bro, I could set
10
up my
stacks.
own tournament and go win the championship in my
I
own
could go
shit.
get Lamar Odom's 2010 ring right now.
I can go get all them. I can go get an ABA
for
ring.
$5 and 3 food stamps.
Hold on. Let
Let
me ask Lou about this. Let me ask Lou.
Zip for that. Go ahead.
Lou, what did you think? Because y'all know how I feel about Hakeem Olajuwon. What did y'all think? Because remember, I was talking about this a couple weeks before Gil called it out. Remember, I played the video showing y'all that Hakeem Olajuwon's moves is just a whole bunch of basic spin moves that only worked on bad defenders. And Gil just went forth and just called him out all the way, said he's a complete fraud for charging these dudes $50,000 to learn moves that don't work. I keep telling y'all these moves don't work.
That too. Bro, Lamont, I said, bro, I was saying Dwight Howard allegedly been working with Hakeem since 07. And I ain't seen shit.
That shit don't work.
Dwight Howard, one of the laziest players I ever seen in life, though.
Yeah, he doesn't have a work ethic.
No, bro, how you
Like-
man? Where y'all be making this stuff up from, man?
Nah, if you watch Dwight Howard play, he stands there.
He never.
You know what's funny? You know what the funny thing about Hakeem? Hakeem did a lot of shit. They really don't be. People don't really put that microscope on Hakeem like how they do other niggas. Like
The 90s in general, they keep telling you it's amazing and it's not.
Don't disrespect Hakeem now. Y'all niggas getting bullied.
Like I'm gonna give you an example.
He nice, but he was beating on them whack ass players.
Like you know what they talk
That's a
about?
fact.
Hey Lamont, you know what they talk about Jared Jackson fouling and shit, right? Hey, look at Hakeem fouls, bro. That shit is crazy. That nigga damn near fouled out every game.
When playing aggressive style.
Oh, see, look at this shit. You see how Jared always got this shit?
Jared Bayless. Jared Bayless.
Yeah, but he played an aggressive style. Like what?
It's not even that aggressive if you look at it, though. It's just regular basketball.
Yeah, how aggressive you got to be when you guarding Stanley Roberts?
Dudes with no moves who just looking for a putback.
Bro, go look at them fouls, Lamont. That nigga was averaging like 4.5 fouls a game, like in his first like 6 years.
Bro, they be gassing them. Gilbert just called it out. Now everybody mad at Gilbert Arenas, man. It's just like I've been saying this for a while. I like, man, them moves is weak as hell. Like the dream. I said it a couple weeks ago. I said the dream shake ain't nothing really good about it. It's just a basic ass pump fake that he spent like he makes it look good because you got a whole bunch of trash defenders jumping and leaving the ground jumping at the shit. If you 7 feet tall, what the hell are you doing jumping at his shot?
I will say this though. I mean, he did have he did have good footwork.
Oh, man. His footwork was great.
He did have he had great footwork. I mean, I think that was more. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think that was more to do with with the pump. You know what I'm saying? Footwork is very, and he came from soccer. Them soccer dudes always come.
But would y'all put Hakeem in y'all top? Let's say top 5 most dominant big men.
No.
Yes, if you just put him in his era, because that era was untalented.
He's not more dominant than Wilt, Bill Russell, or Shaq.
What about? Yeah, I don't. Was he more dominant? Would you say he's more dominant than Moses Malone? I don't think so.
I really don't even know Moses Malone game like that. I ain't about to sit up here and cap with y'all. Like,
All you got to know is he was wearing Converse, so he wasn't that crazy.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
And then I'm gonna say the most dominant big man of all time. The most dominant big man of all time is Jokic. He's more dominant than Shaq. Shaq was a one-trick pony, and then everyone always says that. Oh, well, who's guarding Shaq? Who is Shaq guarding? Who's Shaq guarding on the perimeter? Like Shaq was like, that nigga overrated, man.
He beat you by being 350 pounds.
Right, but Jokic could beat you at the free throw line. He could beat you with assists. He could beat you with scoring.
What'd you say, Lou?
Is Jokic 4 levels?
Jokic has a full game, but I give him his credit. But Jamal Murray is a monster too. It helps when you got somebody like that on your team.
But would Joker be considered 4 levels?
Jamal Murray ain't no monster, man. Where y'all getting this?
Stop it.
All right, Lamar, chill out.
Nah, you better go watch the film.
He acting like we didn't just see the Western
You can't stop that, dude.
No All-NBAs, no All-Star.
Hold on.
Lamar, check out that bubble.
Bro, if I put
what you mean? What's that nigga from the Nets went crazy in the bubble. I guess he a monster too.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all been anybody monster.
Nah, Jamal Murray did that like 6 games straight.
What's his name? TJ Warren, the monster now.
No, he had 1 game. Jamal Murray was scoring 50 every night.
TJ Warren had a few games in the bubble. Like
it wasn't no 1 game.
No, he did not.
But he didn't score 57 twice. Jamal Murray was giving you 40 plus every game, shooting 70. Yes, if you want this, Jamal Murray's on a different level, bro. I've never seen it in my life.
No, listen, I agree with you.
He shot 70+% every game, scoring 40 plus. That's crazy.
Hold on, let me check this out. For this guy that y'all say is all that, I'm gonna read you his list of accolades. Rising Stars Challenge MVP.
Come on, man. I knew he was coming there.
No.
Wait, no. Hey, read that NBA champion too.
No. That's not an accolade. Hold on. This is hold on for this guy.
No, that's an accolade. You talking about personal accolades?
No. Hold on. He's been in the league since 20. He's been in the league since 2016. This is his accolades. Rising Stars Challenge MVP. That's it. See, y'all be looking at flashy cross here, bucket here, and y'all don't really realize that a lot of his successes completely hinged on Jokic being on the floor.
Lamont, you doing the same thing you just accused everybody doing with Pippen.
You are isolated.
No,
you're right.
Hold on.
Exactly what
The difference here is at least Murray has not one accolade to support any of the things that y'all saying. Like y'all saying he went all these years being this nice, and he ain't got one accolade.
No.
He ain't got nothing.
I mean, he got some footage.
Man, get out of here.
No, look, we have to argue that he falls victim, right, to playing with a great player the same way Klay Thompson does.
Because
hold on, he get disrespected for playing with great players.
No, it's worse than Klay Thompson.
No. Hold on. But Klay Thompson is one of the most disrespected. He's one of the most disrespected.
He is. I'm a Klay fan specifically. Got me some answers and everything. But I look,
bro. So hold on.
Klay is nice.
Hold on, y'all gonna sit here and act like Klay Thompson does not get disrespected? Like, come on.
He does. They call him a bum every year.
Talk about that.
Hold on one second.
They act like he don't got full.
Hold on, Nico. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is what I'm gonna say. See, the difference between Klay and Jamal is when people if you even chose to gas up Klay Thompson, you at least have a little bit of juice to go with it. So he's been all defensive. He's been all NBA twice.
Murray's been hurt.
Right? He's on an all NBA rookie team. He's been player of the week multiple times. And however you want to slice it. And then if you want to add in the team accomplishments, he's an Olympic gold medalist and he's a champion. So again, he has the individual awards to support it. Y'all gassing up a dude that ain't got one individual award in the NBA
because he's
to support
playing
any
with,
of the things y'all saying.
No. He's playing with Jokic, right? Someone that actually dominates all the stats. So they're not going to recognize him when he has a player.
Okay, so you're telling me he's a hellified, he's a hellified offensive role player that can't play defense.
No, Lamont. What I'm telling you, right? Curry doesn't dominate all the stats on his team when Klay was at his peak. Right. So what I'm saying is Jokic is actually dominating all the stats. So why would he get credit when if on paper we're saying that Jokic is the one that has all the assists? Jokic is the one that has all the rebounds and all the points and shit like that.
Yeah,
he's not going to get the recognition.
Jokic would have won that ring with any starting point guard in the NBA.
No, he would not have.
Murray is the most replaceable player in the league right now.
Thank you, bro. That nigga copying.
Bro, you could put Devin Booker there right now. They win the same.
Who you replace? So hold on. Are you taking?
You put Kyrie Irving right there. They do the same.
Hold on. Are you taking
You
Donovan
put
Mitchell?
Darren Fox right there. They do the same thing.
Are you taking Donovan Mitchell over Murray?
Yes, nigga.
In the playoffs?
Yeah, I
In the
probably
playoffs?
would.
I can't believe you asked that. Like we was
Yeah, I probably would.
No, because I'm taking. Listen, what game does Donovan? Well, no, Donovan Mitchell kind of hung with him in the 2020.
No, Donovan's a beast, bro.
But he just
Donovan
laid an egg though.
Yeah, he a beast, dude.
He's coming off laying the egg.
Bro, okay.
He's coming off a team loss.
If he had Jokic, it wouldn't been no egg. It would have been an omelet if he would have had Jokic.
No. Fuck that. No. Fuck that.
Y'all be acting like Jokic ain't the key factor in this whole success thing.
No, Lamont. He can't say, oh, if he would have had Jokic, because y'all are literally killing Jamal Murray for having Jokic. So now you're gonna give Jokic.
We're not killing him. No, you missed.
What y'all doing is
y'all niggas, boy.
Y'all overdoing it with a guy who individually can't hold his own at all, and we know he can't because the man can't make an All-Star game. The man can't make an All-NBA team. No first, second, or third. He ain't made no All-Defensive team. He ain't won no individual awards.
Who's he beating?
The only thing y'all got to say is the only thing y'all gonna say to that is, oh, he was injured a few times. But outside of that, man ain't done nothing individually on his own.
He suffers from being a playoff player.
Nice as y'all say he is, he should have beat.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all the ones making it seem like he.
No,
y'all said he can't be replaced, and he all this. How can
he can't? He hit crazy shots.
Does he have one Player of the Week award? Give me one.
No, listen. He has.
He ain't one Player of the Week.
How can you get Player of the Week over Jokic? You're not saying he's better than Jokic.
You can. But
Jamal Murray in the regular season is not the same as he is in the playoffs.
Wiggins got a Player of the Week over Steph Curry.
He did.
You say what?
He's what they say Jimmy Butler really is.
And Wiggins was an all-star.
I mean, shit. Ben Simmons even got Player of the Week a couple times over Joel Embiid.
Lamont, to that point,
it ain't hard to be Player of the Week. Ben Simmons got a few of them.
Curry doesn't dominate all the stats the way Jokic does. It's easy for it.
Curry
didn't even get MVP a few years. So now y'all niggas, boy, y'all be talking.
Murray's the most gas. See, this is what
this nigga Murray.
Mark our words right now, Citizen. This
Murray is nice.
Y'all hating on Murray.
Murray's true self is gonna come back to fold next year. And people, because they then overranked him and tried to put him as a top guard in the league over Devin Booker and over Kyrie, over this one playoff run that was really all Jokic. When he failed, y'all, don't come back talk about he choked or whatnot. All he did was just game back to reality.
No, he already got his ring, so it doesn't matter now.
He's not gonna fail in the playoffs. He hit some unreal shots.
Hey, you know what's funny? Hey, ring culture is probably like the worst shit ever happened to basketball's discourse.
That's what you play for, Lou.
You say what? No.
Playoff Jamal Murray is a different animal.
Why these niggas team up and why these niggas load managing now? It's you niggas. You niggas are the reason why this shit trash.
No, but this is the thing.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Because you just said he already got the ring. Who cares what he does from now on? So nigga get the ring.
No, hold on.
Like he ain't gotta compete no more.
No. Listen, this is what I'm saying, right? Because when we talk about players that are known, I guess maybe for choking in the playoffs, right? You talk about like for me, you say what?
James Harden.
No, I say when we're talking about when discussing players that are having poor performances in the playoffs. What I'm saying is Jamal Murray has already had a dominant playoffs in 2020, and then even just last year in the Western Conference Finals, he went off and got a ring out of it. So it's like, so what can we say?
Okay, Chris Middleton got a ring, and that nigga look washed. So
Well,
I'm just
the
saying.
thing is, they're gonna continue to hit on this regular
We're not about
season.
to say Chris Middleton and Jamal Murray are like insane.
He got
Come
more
on
All
now.
Stars than that nigga. He got what you talking
Chris
about?
Middleton's a role
So Chris
player,
Middleton
bro.
is better.
Hold
So
on,
he's
hold on.
better
No,
than
what
Jamal
we're
Murray?
saying is,
he got a ring
hold
before
on.
that nigga. According to
No,
y'all.
what we saying when you
true.
compare
can't
Chris
match Chris
Middleton,
Middleton.
when you compare Chris Middleton and Jamal Murray, it means that even if you playing with a guy at the time that's considered the best player in the league, you can still get recognition as a good player.
No, but he's
if
doing
you
it
really
out of the
that
East.
dude.
No, he's doing it out of the East, where Jamal Murray is competing
I
with
mean,
niggas in the
out of the
West.
East and at small forward.
Bro, he beat. He won a game without Giannis. Is Jamal Murray?
If you at the
so hold
West
on.
at point
Has
guard,
Jamal
it's
Murray
gonna
done
be.
that?
So hold on. So who is
Jokic just missed
Jamal?
games.
Which point
Okay,
guard in the
well,
West?
my point.
Hold on. Which point guard in the West is Jamal Murray replacing in the All-Star game?
None of them. Shit, none of them.
So
None, because they all perform well in the regular season.
Hold on. So you saying all these guards is better than Jamal Murray?
I
No.
do.
Listen,
In the playoffs, I'm taking. If it's playoffs, I'm taking Jamal.
If you struggling to come up with who he gonna replace, that means you think these other guys.
But listen, Lamont, I've never said that he's one of the top. He's a top two. All I'm saying is y'all talk about that nigga like he's done nothing for the Nuggets, and he doesn't hold his own on the Nuggets. I'm not saying that he's better than Curry.
Won a game. They won a series.
You gotta check them highlights.
You say
won
what?
a series without. They won a series without him.
All right, cool. So we do this with Jordan, right? When we talk about Pippen, did they win a ring without the nigga?
No. But he's not no fucking Jordan, nigga. He didn't Jamal ain't no fucking Jordan.
I see. Obviously, I went over.
I mean,
head.
you take away Pippen, Jordan ain't Jordan.
I was kind of trying to compare Jamal Murray to, I guess, Pippen and Jokic would be Jordan.
You equated because Jordan didn't play and then Jamal didn't play.
No, that's how you took it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I probably should have.
And if I'm being real, this in the '90s, Jamal Murray.
Hey, hold on. Let me do this. I'm gonna name off some names. I'm gonna name off some names, and I want y'all to tell me if y'all think this player is gonna be better or worse than Jamal Murray this upcoming season.
This nigga Lamont on bullshit.
All right, so hold on. We're gonna start with Luka. Is Jamal Murray gonna be better than Luka?
No.
Next season.
Nah.
Regular season performer.
Okay.
I'm a Mavs fan though.
Steph Curry, is he gonna be better than Steph next season?
Nah.
Next question.
No, that nigga take his shots.
Okay. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is he gonna be better than him next season?
Not Shy, that dude though.
No.
Hell no.
Nah.
I doubt
Why
it.
y'all acting like y'all thinking about that?
We're not gonna act like
is
it's
he
a
gonna be
runaway,
better
though.
than
Because if in the playoffs, I want Jamal Murray.
Is he gonna be better than Ja Morant next season?
Yes. Jamal.
Ja
I mean,
Morant-
he's
wait,
missing
hold on.
25
Yeah, he
games.
better than Ja Morant.
Ja Morant,
He's already better than
he's
Ja.
not better than
Bro.
Ja Morant.
He's available.
Ja Morant is surviving off being able to jump.
He's more available
that's
than
just
That is a problem. Ja is kind
No,
of more
Ja
flawed
got a
than
40%. No,
he's
Ja got a
more
40%
available
No, hold on.
than
When
Ja
you talk
Morant,
about
though.
no, Ja, what do you mean he's more available? Ja played more
Ja
games in the
Morant
playoffs.
suspended 25 games.
Well,
Nigga.
not
No,
only that,
no,
he
what I'm
shit.
saying,
Murray missed that on the average. Why you mad at him missing a few games?
I can't shoot.
Y'all
Right,
love
thank you.
bullshit.
Like that's what we're missing.
Hey, good point. Lamont. Yeah, that nigga missed 25 games.
Yeah, look, Lamont saved your life, nigga.
Hey, but hold on.
That's because of ACL though.
No, but you know what?
That's not because of
But you know what, Lamont? Ja can't make the All-Star game this year, so he probably.
No, I know. No. I'm just saying who gonna have a better season next year.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, so I don't think he's gonna be better than Ja. Is he gonna be better than Dame?
Yes. Dame is gonna be hurt.
Yeah, I think so.
Dame
No,
is
he's
gonna
not
be
better
hurt.
than
How
Dame.
Dame gonna be hurt? He's
Where
healthy
the-
right
Dame
now.
is
Where
gonna
do
be
y'all
hurt.
smoking?
Injury
But-
prone.
But Lamont,
Remember, Dame's older.
which of these players elevated their games in the playoffs though?
What are you niggas saying? That nigga injury prone.
Hold on. So Lamont, look at all the names of the point guards you just named. Where the fuck is Jamal Murray supposed to be making an All-Star game at?
If he this nigga y'all say
y'all using it against him like he's not.
But these dudes don't even get better in the playoffs. They're the same guys. He actually gets better.
Damian Lillard is a monster in the playoffs.
Look at Ja Morant in the playoffs. Man. You a lie.
Y'all saying he's a monster in the playoffs?
No, Damian Lillard is Damian Lillard in the playoffs. Jamal Murray Jamal Murray goes nuclear in the playoffs. It's
Niggas
different.
seen a few highlights of him hitting game winners and just say he's dominant.
What you mean
in the
a few
playoffs.
highlights? That's my team. All I do
Y'all
is
niggas,
watch
man. Niggas see a few
Well, if that's your
highlights.
team, Lamont, you know that he's consistent. That's his game.
Bro, Dame gets better in the playoffs. Like y'all talk about a player. Yeah, if y'all talk about a player in 2020
Show your work, Lamont.
being better, Right, hold on.
He's done like
Who's
two
had the
series.
luxury? Who's had the luxury of playing on better teams? Jamal Murray's been on better teams.
Nah, if y'all say he's that nigga, he's supposed to be that
No,
nigga.
dude, he got swept by
Okay,
the
hold on.
Warriors by
Let's go to
KD.
the next one. Is Jamal Murray going to be better than Trae Young next year?
Ooh,
I want y'all to lie. I really want y'all to lie.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead and lie.
he's not better
Nah, I
than
ain't gonna
any
say
of these
nah,
guys in the regular season.
Not better
I
than Trey.
mean,
Not better than Trey. Because Trey show up in the playoffs too.
Okay, hold on. Is he going to be better? Is he going to be better than De'Aaron Fox next year?
No,
De'Aaron
De'Aaron Fox is
nigga.
peaking right now.
De'Aaron Fox that nigga.
No.
All right, is he going to be better than James Harden next year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
James Harden not even gonna be better than Maxey next year.
That nigga's done.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm gonna have to agree with them on this. I had to give him that. I'm gonna get you.
I'll give you James Harden. He on
I'll give you James Harden.
Okay, this is where it gets tough. Is he gonna be better than LaMelo Ball next year?
Yes, LaMelo Ball's gonna be hurt.
LaMelo has no impact.
Can LaMelo
Why y'all keep putting injuries on niggas like Murray?
Okay, hold on. If we going off probability,
I'll say no.
The probability is that Murray gets hurt before any one of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, he won't be better than LaMelo. LaMelo got to carry some bombs.
We only looking at this as if they were all healthy because Murray get hurt just as much as any of them.
Right, but in the playoffs, who shows up?
Yeah, like Murray goes to the next level in the playoffs.
Y'all act like he got an illustrious history in the playoff. The man only been in the playoff like 2-3 times.
He has more.
And them 2-3 times is amazing.
He has more playoff series.
He beat
them. Standout playoff series than a lot of the guys you just named.
He beat them.
Y'all really holding on to that one good playoffs that he had against the Utah Jazz.
Nigga, he just had a good playoffs last year.
Yeah, he was just whooping ass all the way to the finals.
25 in the finals.
Bro, that was Jokic.
Stop it.
Wait, so they both.
I was, I'm a Lakers fan. He hit every shot we didn't want him to.
Yeah, he went crazy.
Hey, low key, they low key.
We said, oh, he gonna miss. No, it was right down at the bottom.
Booker outplayed that nigga for real in that series.
And then they saying 2 times.
Okay, hold on. Is he gonna be better than Kyrie Irving next year?
I'm a Mavs fan, so I gotta.
Y'all lie, man. Y'all gotta stop it.
No, look, Lamar, this is what I'm saying though, right? Because Kyrie, we saw what Kyrie shit did last year for the Mavs.
Kyrie's not
that shit didn't equate to wins.
Yeah, he's not that guy.
No, Kyrie is that. Hold on, Kyrie's that.
Yeah, no, Kyrie is him.
Y'all niggas tripping.
Hold on, y'all. So what y'all doing is y'all attributing the team success, the wins and losses to a player being good or not. That don't have.
But Lamont,
because
isn't that what it's about?
Because as y'all just said, significant reason why they win in games is because of Jokic, not because of Murray. You remove Murray,
maybe in the regular season.
If you remove Jokic, you're looking at a team that might be barely a playoff team.
And if you remove Jamal, they never won a ring.
Yeah, if you remove Jamal, they're not doing nothing.
Hold on. If you remove Aaron Gordon, they don't win a ring.
No,
yeah.
No, I don't say that because they was whooping ass.
We about to act like Aaron Gordon is better than Jamal Murray. Come on, bro.
Aaron Gordon was defensively.
Shout out to his defense.
Be replaced. He could not be replaced.
Yeah, but we're talking about scoring though.
The whole team worked to. Go ahead.
Bro, any of them guys get hurt, they don't win. Like
I'm about to say the whole team worked well together.
We're talking about we know that the engine that makes that team go is Jokic. You know Jokic, there ain't no go at all.
So
ain't no
but they did play 2-man basketball. Everybody else was catching and shooting half the
I
time.
don't think that they win 30 games.
They played 1-man basketball. Everything went through Jokic.
Hold on, you said 30 games. You said what?
I said without Jokic, I don't think they win 30 games, Lamont.
No, absolutely. But the facts are this though. We've seen it without Jamal Murray, they never won. With Jamal Murray, they won.
They can't win. He's a dynamic shot maker.
No, they won. See, the one thing that y'all forgetting to consider, this is the first year. This is the first year where the full Denver Nugget cast was healthy. Remember in 2020, Porter Jr. wasn't healthy. And Porter Jr. really hadn't grown into his own role because this year he sacrificed his scoring to be a much better defender.
Yeah. He made some big shots.
They still was cooking in 2020 though.
This is the first year where they went into the playoffs healthy. Jokic wasn't hurt, no funny injuries. Aaron Gordon wasn't hurt, no funny injuries. Porter Jr. back wasn't bothering him. And Murray hadn't ran into one funny injury.
Lamont, what was
a lot of luck goes into winning.
Playoffs? No. What was
a lot of luck goes into winning in the playoffs. And
y'all act like he didn't bust ass.
No, Jamal Murray was absolutely insane, bro.
Him and Jokic broke records together.
Okay, so are any of you guys willing to bet if he makes an All NBA team? Because remember, he's gonna have to play good this year. Because look, if he don't play good this year, he can't. They said
he's not, but he's not a regular season performer anyway.
He has incentive to do so now because if he makes an All NBA team, he's eligible for the Supermax. So now that he has incentive to go be All NBA, any of y'all put money that he's All NBA this year?
Well, he's not doing that in the West, Lamont.
But he has incentive to go be a Supermax.
Maybe if it was in the East, Lamont.
If he plays like an All NBA level player, he gets Supermax contract.
But it's a whole All NBA level point guard.
Right. You're trying to say like we're saying he's one of the best.
So he can't be All NBA level even if he's playing for a Supermax.
We're saying he's one of the best players on his team, not in the league. We're not saying that he's
no, bro.
Well, in the playoffs, I say in the league. Bro. In the playoffs, I've never seen nothing like that, bro. What shot.
Me and Citizen Lou said was he is the most replaceable number 2 option in the NBA right now.
In the regular season.
As far as winning teams go.
Nah, nigga. Darren Fox would have did it. Shea would have did it. Ja would have did it. Steph. I mean, there's tons of niggas that would have did it.
Nah, he hit the clutchest shots, the most unbelievable shots that you could really imagine.
Yeah, so did I can name clutch players.
Yeah,
Joe Johnson made some unbelievable shots.
Joe Johnson was that nigga though. Like we not
that motherfucker was never the
Jamal Murray will whoop his ass.
Man,
when y'all wasn't running around talking about Joe Johnson was one of the best players in the league.
But he wasn't a bum though.
And he wasn't averaging 40.
He was up there with Danny Granger, like in
who averaged 40? Jamal didn't average no damn 40.
No. Jamal averaged 40.
Check that Utah series.
I think him and Jokic had like 40 in one game, right? Or did they both have triple doubles?
37 a game, I think.
Well, y'all letting these one
bro,
round.
Don't make me get that Utah series for you.
One round of the playoffs trick y'all.
Wait, so are we not allowed to actually use what we have? We have.
That's the only footage. He ain't that old yet.
We got more footage outside of these playoff games. So there's a bigger sample size of Jamal Murray outside of the finals. And if we look at the bigger sample size of what we have about Jamal Murray, there's more footage that shows he's just a really good number 2 option as opposed to this all-star caliber guard that y'all trying to put.
Lamont, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a good question. Who would you rather have? Prime Houston Rockets James Harden for the playoffs, or would you rather have Jamal Murray for the
James
playoffs?
Harden. James Harden.
Sick.
Come on now.
This nigga sick.
Nah.
I'm going home. This is sick.
Hold on. So hold on. Are you
James
saying
Harden is not him?
Hold on. Are you saying if I put Jokic with a prime James Harden, I'm taking that combination over?
No.
Didn't he have Chris Paul?
No, hold on. Because hold on.
Jamal Murray's more efficient.
Hold on. Watch this.
Man, I'm taking James Harden every day of the week if I compare him with Jokic.
Hold on, Lamont. Let me tell you.
It's so many lies I just looked up. The nigga never averaged 40 in no series. Y'all be lying.
We never said
it was 31.
Nobody
it was
said
31.
Oh, okay. I thought, and then I looked in the chat. They said
he did average 40 for 3 games though.
And he didn't average. And he didn't average no triple double in the finals either. Y'all just
hold on. Lamont about to try to play this.
Number's still nice though.
Hold on. Lamont's about to play it like if you put Harden with another star, he's just gonna shine. This nigga didn't play with
y'all asked me.
Shine?
Hold on,
James Harden low-key buns in the playoffs.
Y'all literally just asked me if I replace Murray with a prime James Harden. I'm not. Y'all think I'm on
playoff
blink
Harden.
an eye?
Playoff
I'm not
Harden.
blinking no eye.
Yeah,
bro. And
if I
that's
can swap
Harden
prime James Harden with Murray, I'm not even thinking. I'm not even going
in the playoffs.
I'm not even going to call Murray. I'm going to empty his locker. I'm gonna go empty his locker and throw his stuff out the building if I can get a prime James.
So you trying to lose in a game 7 is what you telling me?
What do you mean? He'll have
Chris Paul.
He'll have Jokic facilitating and helping him get better shots.
He had Chris Paul facilitating.
He only cook off his own shots anyway.
Chris Paul to Jokic.
Are y'all serious, bro? Y'all compare,
bro. The playmaking is around the same. Yeah, the playmaking is around the same.
Oh, it is. Okay,
so we're talking about
Chris Paul can get 15 rebounds a game.
No, the playmaking.
Facilitating.
Oh my goodness!
Hold on, so y'all comparing a prime Jokic to an old CP3.
Oh my god!
CP always gonna be a great facilitator.
Y'all listen.
You weren't that old.
You literally just said you would take playoff Harden over playoff Jamal Murray.
No, you said prime.
By the way, a notorious loser.
You said prime Harden.
Even in his prime, he was choking.
Yeah,
bro. You know
he had Klay Thompson down 3-1.
I've had this conversation about this so-called narrative that James Harden chokes, and when you pull up that man playoff numbers, I don't see no choke. I see a couple bad games, but I don't see no choking.
So we didn't see. We
Lamont
don't have.
in a
Oh
close.
my God, this is
Hold on,
sick.
Lamont.
Go ahead,
Closeout
bro. Go
game.
ahead.
Bro, in a closeout game,
Let
I'm just
me
gonna get
tell
a
you. I
ball to
remember it.
Jokic. I'm just gonna get a ball to Jokic. If I got Jokic on my team,
But they was already up. They was up 70 something to 50 in the third quarter,
What
and
I'm
then Klay
saying
Thompson
is,
walked them down.
y'all keep trying to erase the element of Jokic. If you put Jokic with damn near anybody, you're gonna get something positive with it as long as everybody stays
Yeah,
healthy.
but it's different with Harden. We've seen other stars with Harden, and
Bro, you
Who's
haven't
played with
seen
more
no
stars?
Jokic.
Hey, I
with
mean,
Harden.
Jokic is cool, but he been getting his ass whooped too.
Y'all be over gassing
We've
this
seen
man
Harden
Murray,
with Dwight
man.
Howard.
I can't wait till Murray. I can't wait till Murray come back to life. I can't wait till
I've been watching Jokic get sent home for a long
See,
time.
now they going at Jokic now. See that this is Jamal Murray glaze. It's crazy. Now they going at
Hey,
Jokic.
No, I'm just saying.
Low.
We can't just say like Jokic's gonna change everybody's game.
Hold on one second, Nico. Let me get to Low. Low, how you feel about Murray? Is this man the most gassed up NBA player that we've ever seen in a 2-month period?
I guess it depends on who you're talking about. The people who claim that he's like a top 20 player just because they won a championship, I think is excessive.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what they saying, basically.
Hold on.
If you think he's a top 20 player, then yeah, you're.
They just said he's better than Ja Morant.
No. Let me ask
No,
Low.
that's
Low.
crazy.
Low. Who are you choosing? Prime playoff Harden or playoff Jamal Murray?
Harden. What?
Are you choosing?
Oh, so you trying to lose in the game 7 too?
No. No, hold on. Let me ask the question.
Like you an
Low.
idiot if you take Prime Murray
Hold on.
over Prime Harden.
We're talking playoffs. Who are you taking? Prime Houston Rockets, James Harden, or are you taking Jamal Murray?
Harden never won the playoffs.
Y'all niggas is sick, bro.
So why y'all not trying to win game 7s? What's wrong with y'all?
Niggas is sick, bro.
I don't.
He's
Y'all
never
are comparing. Y'all are comparing one person who's had the responsibility of creating his own and everybody else's shot at a high volume, versus someone who's playing with one of the greatest offensive players of all time.
Wait, hold on. So Harden didn't play with one of the greatest offensive players of all time. He didn't play with a few
in
of
his
them?
prime.
Not a Joker.
You think that version of Chris Paul was one of the greatest offensive players?
I'm
of all
talking
time?
about Kevin Durant.
Yeah, he played with
He was
Durant.
coming off the bench. He was a.
You're talking about when he was. But that's not
We can talk
that's not
Brooklyn
what you
Nets.
said though. You said Harden. You said Houston Harden. That's what you said.
Low. I'm actually trying to give you niggas a better player. What I'm saying, prime Houston Rockets Harden in the playoffs, or would you rather have
nobody
Jamal Murray
in their right mind?
I know, but you said Houston Rockets Harden. So what does it care? What does it matter?
That
if
was
he
his
played
prime.
with KD?
Because that was his prime.
Okay, so in his prime, Harden has never played with somebody as great as Jokic. Not even close.
This is sick, bro.
No, this is true.
Sick.
No, that's a fact.
Is that crazy to say?
Y'all are some sick
That's a
people,
fact.
bro.
But let's go throw this in here. He still had the Warriors down 3-1, and he was leading by 20
what did he do?
at halftime.
Oh, you mean the champ?
He got walked down by Klay Thompson.
Talking about the champions that you talking about?
Yeah,
he had the champions down 3-1. All he had to do was not suck for the next 20 minutes.
I want to be clear. Are you saying because he played, albeit bad, against one of the greatest teams of all time as the first option, you're comparing that to Jamal Murray, who has the luxury of being the second option to, again, one of the greatest offensive players of all time?
We also played
hold on. But didn't he outplay Jokic?
Jamal Murray produced.
Hold on, didn't he outplay?
Yeah, he did.
In the bubble?
Yeah, it's much easier to produce when you're producing behind the greatest offensive talent.
No, they playing 2-man. No, stop that. They playing 2-man game. It's 2 people to worry about.
Not playing 2-man game.
No, it's not.
This nigga Harden had.
They just ran the pick and roll and killed everybody.
Hold on, bro. This nigga Harden had Russell Westbrook and
There's
Kevin Durant
no
in
way
their
you
prime,
thought
and he still
the way
couldn't
they
produce.
played was a 2-man game. Are you
we played
serious?
like ass in the finals.
You act like them niggas was averaging 50 apiece for the whole play.
No. Hold on. Y'all giving Jamal Murray.
They were supposed to be
luxury of playing.
Finals MVP.
Hold on,
right?
no. Y'all saying he played.
I
behind,
bet they believe that, Lamont.
Y'all saying he played behind Jokic, right? But then I can say that when he was playing behind Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant, he still didn't do shit. So it's like
neither. You're talking.
Y'all niggas,
wait. I want to be clear. If you're asking,
go ahead.
Would I rather have this version of Jamal Murray or Harden in his second and third year? Then yes, I would have this.
But that's unfair, though. That's unfair, though.
That's not what you guys asked.
But that's the point he's saying. He's saying when he played behind KD and Harden, that version of KD and Russ, that version of Harden is not as good as this version of Jamal. But that's not the question that you asked, though.
No,
bro, I'm arguing in the playoffs.
Prime Harden.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Bro,
I'm
it's
arguing
not
in
a
the
lot of
playoffs.
players that I'm taking over Prime Harden.
I'm about to say, what are we saying?
Not in the regular season.
playoffs.
In the playoffs, I got a few of them.
Listen, hold on.
Bro, I
in
don't
the
care if
regular
it's the
season,
playoffs.
he's
I don't
Peyton
care if it's
Manning of the
one
regular
game
season.
elimination. It ain't too many players in NBA
cannot be
history,
trusted
unless
in
you're
the
talking
playoffs.
Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, and like literally really, really elite players. It ain't too many players that you just gonna sit there and be like, yeah, I'm taking this over Prime Harden.
So we taking a nigga that like has
It's a
lost
lot in the
multiple
playoffs.
times versus a nigga that actually got a ring.
He's never stepped up in the
I'm
playoffs.
taking this is why these arguments are so crazy. I'm taking somebody who has the responsibility of leading the team, leading the offense, creating for everybody else while
Leading them
creating
where?
for himself, while the defense is specifically honed on to him to stop him, versus Jamal Murray, who's not receiving that same level of defensive attention. When he does receive that level of defensive attention, he's nowhere near the same player that he normally is. While also Murray is playing alongside Jokic.
That's not true.
Like who
Harden's never led the team in the
they
finals.
are as players and their responsibilities are so drastically different that I can't even believe we're having this argument.
Low. Have we seen Harden drop the ball multiple times in the playoffs? Yes or no?
Yeah, without a doubt, yes.
13
Yes.
turnovers.
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
Have we seen? Hold on.
Huh?
Have we seen Jamal Murray in the playoffs? Has he had series where we like, damn, that nigga, he's one of the best on the floor?
No, he's been one of the best. He's been one of the best scorers on the floor. But he's definitely dropped the
basketball
ball.
about scoring.
No, basketball's about.
He's one of the best overall. He makes crazy
I
shots.
don't mind. Let's continue this line of logic.
Do they score points?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Jamal Murray has looked like one of the best players on the floor. I'm not denying
right. So right there. So you're telling me that you would take a player that you just admitted has dropped the ball multiple times in the playoffs over a person that you said has looked like one of the best players on the court in the playoffs?
I mean, I think one of the best players on the floor also is applicable to Harden as well. But again, the reason why I would take him
that nigga wasn't even better than Manu.
Their responsibilities are just.
I got the stats, guys.
Oh, go ahead.
I got the stats per game in the playoffs.
The responsibilities are just so totally different. I'm not. I like the.
Oh my God, y'all are up here capping for.
Hold on, man. Let me.
Jamal Murray is averaging 40% from the three in playoffs, just so you know, and 25 points a game.
I think that's
career-wise. That's Jamal Murray.
I think that's easier to accomplish when you have someone like Jokic who's setting up the team, and Harden
and getting double teams.
Where Harden is having to create for himself behind the 3-point line.
But that's not his fault that Harden don't want to move off the ball and don't.
Jamal Murray does the same thing though.
Even if Harden start moving off the ball, he has never
still
played.
Don't have a Jokic.
Why did Chris Paul hate playing with Harden
in Houston? He never played with somebody as good as Jokic in Houston. He never did.
Well, we know
he don't shoot as well as Jamal Murray.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
He's a better shooter.
Stop it! Don't you lie to me right now. Don't you lie to me.
I think
played with Kevin Durant. And he
I'm looking at the percentages right now. He shoots 33% from the three.
He was coming off the bench.
No, we're talking about
no. This is career.
We're literally defending a playoff.
You talking about when he injured his hamstring in the playoffs?
No. But
no, career-wise.
Because hold on, Lowe didn't give Pippen a pass when Lowe was when Pippen was hurt. So I know he's not going to give Harden a pass for being hurt in the playoffs.
Wait, let me be clear. I'm not saying that Jamal Murray shoots better than Harden in the playoffs. I'm putting into context the different responsibilities that these two players have.
Yeah, why can't y'all understand?
Yes.
Yeah, so hold on. Are y'all saying
it's able to be understood, but Jamal Murray produces.
I cannot believe this.
It's easier to produce when you're playing next to Jokic.
I think the hypothetical that we can ask y'all is if we put Murray as is, like we saw him this past year, and we throw him on that Houston Rocket team against the Warriors in place of James Harden, with all that James Harden was asked to do for that team, are you saying they're competitive with the Warriors?
Nah, they not. He got us.
No.
He got us.
No. Can I play with your hypothetical?
Hold on.
But the level.
This is what we're saying is what Lowe is trying to explain to you guys is James Harden couldn't just go chuck open threes or go operate out of a pick and roll and just be efficient. He had to worry about so many things, and he had to all the attention. Everything was gravitated towards him defensively. There was no other significant force on the court.
Whose fault is that though?
No, it's not about who. It's not about fault or anything like that. We're talking. Lowe is saying if you give James Harden a far lesser role and you give him far better shots because he's gonna get far more open looks. He's going to get more ISOs. Teams aren't going to be able to influence their entire defense his way. And we're talking about one of the best ISO players in NBA history. If you put him with Jokic and you don't expect it to be better results, you must be out of your mind.
No.
It won't be better.
Jamal Murray is the most overrated player in NBA history. The fact
Look,
that
I can attack that. I can attack that. Right?
James Harden
If James Harden don't have the ball, he's not a part of the game. You've seen him play many times. When he doesn't have the
What
ball,
is Murray without the ball?
Murray without the ball can shoot, catch and shoot.
That's not.
He can move.
He plays fine next to Chris Paul.
He played with Chris. He played with Chris
Literally
Paul. He
some of
played
his
with
most
Kevin Durant and
successful
Kevin
seasons
Kyrie
with
Irving
Chris
before.
Paul.
He moves off the ball better than Harden. Harden be pouting on a fucking
Harden.
We've seen it. Harden will stand at the hash mark and not even exist.
And James Harden won about plays.
Literally one of his best seasons with Chris Paul when he was more off.
One of his best seasons was with Russell Westbrook.
Hold on. And low. I got a point for y'all.
They were
right? 'Cause y'all
projected to
here-
get to the NBA Finals that year with Russell
And
Westbrook.
hold on. Until Jokic won the finals this year, niggas was debating that Joel Embiid was better than him. Harden was just playing with the range.
Nigga, before these playoffs run, Jamal Murray was in the top 25 player in a lot of niggas' opinions. But before the playoff run, Jamal Murray wasn't even the top 25 player.
He was playing with the reigning MVP and still choked. So I don't want to hear that shit because before Jokic won the ring, niggas was debating. Niggas was debating.
It's been Harden his whole career,
bro.
He plays the same though.
Don't compare Joel Embiid to Jokic. This is not
low. Let's ask Low this though. Let's ask Low this.
Hey, Low, don't let these niggas stress you out.
Hold on.
No, I'm gonna ask Low this. What has changed?
Hold on, Nico, Jared, Reed, Brandon, Nahari. Boy, the audio's trash when y'all all here at the same goddamn time, man. Y'all just gotta let. You got Jared with the ad libs in the background. Just I don't know what he's saying. He's just making noise in the goddamn back. And you got Nico loud ass mic, and then you got Nahari loud ass mic mixed with Brandon. Y'all just sound crazy, man. Just go one at a time, man. And Jared, man, we don't need you to co-sign the ad lib in the background, man. Just have your own unique opinion, man, and just say it when it's your time, man.
Hey, don't push me in the backstage like that again, man. That's embarrassing.
I got you, Lamont.
Yelling.
It's just I get passionate when they talking about this poo play, man.
What's the question? What's the question?
Like James Harden ain't done nothing in the playoffs, bro.
Bro, that's team.
That's team.
He was up 20 at halftime, up 3-1.
And Nico, this is the one thing I say, and this is where I try to be honest when I talk about ranking players. Winning in the NBA is 75% luck, and when I say 75% luck, it takes so many things to go right. Health. Not just with yourself, but health with your teammates, coaches, scheme. So you can't have a trash coach just throwing crazy schemes in, making crazy adjustments. Because when y'all talk about James Harden standing around, I've told you guys at the NBA level, when players stand around, that's generally by design. Players just don't stand around just to be standing around. Players don't just cut just randomly out of the blue just to go cut because.
So
you
we
guys
didn't
think
see Chris Paul trying to tell him to move.
No, what I'm saying is, if you have a point guard yelling at you to go cut, it's probably because you're forgetting to do so because it's by design. When you see players stand around in the NBA, it's probably by design. It's not so there's only a handful of players that are supposed to do what is called a 4-5 cut. A 4-5 cut is what y'all talking about. And if you're supposed to 4-5 cut, you're talking about the players like Robert Covington's and things like that. Not everybody in the league is supposed to 4-5 cut because you probably want to. It depends on who's guarding you because you want to keep that player out the lane. So it's a lot of different things. Some of the things y'all be asking these players to do, move without the ball. You can't just go roaming and running around an NBA basketball court just because it looked good, because you want the fans to say no, it don't work like that. So when y'all say James Harden is standing in the corner, well, I don't think he'd be standing around as much in a Mike Malone offense. I think he would probably be moving a little bit more. So you also have to put the coaching in consideration. So he's going to have different coaching. He's going to be, and remember, he's not going to be asked to defend because nobody asked Jamal Murray to defend. So he's not going to be asked to defend at a high level. And he's going to be asked to do the same things offensively that he's been doing, but with less pressure.
But Lamont, if he's the star player, shouldn't he want to go do these things? Shouldn't he want to improve and say, you know what?
But what I'm saying,
he's not asked to do it. He's not asked to do it.
Okay, let me
just have to be asked.
Tell me the last
Kobe ever
time.
asked to do shit?
No. Tell me the last time you've seen the starting point guard for a team consistently 4 or 5 cut to the basket for layups?
I mean, he could be considered a
No.
2-guard too.
No.
Like,
Because you said Houston.
He was basically the point guard. Let's be honest with ourselves.
No, I mean we've been I mean he's clearly a point guard, but what I'm saying is
But you said Houston James Harden. So that's point guard.
Right. Okay, so Lamont, what I'm saying is, right?
So why does he need to be 4 or 5?
No. Because at the end of the day, if you and Kobe even said this shit, his style of play doesn't work. I'm a Mavs fan, and I'm gonna say it's not gonna work for Luka either. But what I'm saying is,
it worked for Bron.
Hold on.
No.
I mean, LeBron is a different, like, come on, bro.
He's a
6'9", 270.
So
I mean,
so what I'm saying is, hold on. So what I'm saying is, right? If you see that the way that your style of play has not been working, it's not worked at all. You as a star player, if you really want to win, you'll put your fucking ego aside and say, you know what, I need to do better. And it shouldn't have to take the coach when you're getting paid all this money and we're saying that you're the MVP of the league.
Coach controls your style of play.
Right, but so hold on. So you telling me that Harden don't got you saying Harden don't got enough clout to go to the coach and say, hey, coach, I think I need to do this.
Bro, first of all,
I think we should do this.
So basically what you're saying is Harden basically needs to go to the coach, give him another role that's usually designated for lesser role players, and basically give the coach a reason to go to the organization and say, this is why we should pay him less money.
I'm not saying that at all. If I'm a star player, right, and I would respect
what star players are doing these. What star players are doing these lesser things that y'all talking about?
Right, but we seen Kobe do shit to get better. At the end of the day, if Harden's seeing that this shit is not working, you should be accountable.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Here's a question about Kobe.
Curry ain't doing nothing.
Hold on. Here's a question about Kobe. What? Since it's about winning, since y'all talking about winning, what the hell did Kobe win without an elite coach and Phil Jackson making the proper decisions?
I mean, by the time Phil Jackson was gone.
Wait, hold on.
No. What the hell did Kobe win or do of any significant value in the playoffs that James Harden didn't do without Phil Jackson making the main decision?
Wait. So we gonna act like Kobe and them guys didn't take down the
what the hell did Kobe win without Phil Jackson?
So hold on. So let me ask you, Lamont. Was Phil Jackson on the court shooting shots? No. What was Phil Jackson's stat line?
No, he answered the question.
How many rebounds did Phil Jackson have?
Oh my God! Talk about
is this nigga serious?
I'm gonna say the truth. Kobe wasn't even that impressive half the time.
No, what I'm saying is, my whole point is that
y'all talking like Phil Jackson was out there hitting 3-pointers.
No, you didn't answer the question.
Like, because the thing is, you make it seem like
what is this nigga talking about?
Coaching don't control roles, and those things don't matter. The reason why Kobe wanted Phil Jackson in there is because Phil Jackson is the master of designating roles, giving niggas assignments, and they gotta stick to that. You couldn't when you in a Phil Jackson offense, you can't just go running around cutting to the basket like you a fool.
Lamont, you yourself have knocked the triangle offense, so now you bigging it up?
No, I said the triangle offense is the greatest offense to do what? Put confines and handcuffs on a shooter that's reluctant to pass.
Lamont.
And you can put him in a situation to chuck shots and still be efficient within the scope of the
Lamont,
offense.
So Lamont, let me ask you.
It was a great offense, but it's not a good offense because it only works if you have a goddamn Kobe or Jordan.
Hold on, Lamont. So let me ask you. So are you telling me?
I don't knock it. It's not realistic for every team.
So hold on. So if a star player does not perform well in the playoffs in a set system, right? Is he going to get the blame or is the coach going to get the blame?
Let me ask you a question.
No. Answer the question.
The coach gets the blame.
They should
the coach gets the blame. This is the reason why. What happened to Mike D'Antoni?
They both get the blame.
What happened to Mike D'Antoni when his system didn't work with Kobe?
No. Because we never heard Mike D'Antoni.
What happened to the coach? What happened to the coach?
I don't know.
Before they brought Phil Jackson back, what happened to that coach?
Lamont.
I don't know.
He got fired. Hold on. He got fired. But Lamont, let me ask.
He got fired for who?
Because James Harden was choking.
Nobody is sitting here saying let's go to Kobe because remember, we're talking about a player in similar role asked to do a lot, and sometimes the pieces around you don't look perfect. So Kobe, when Phil Jackson wasn't there, pieces around him didn't look perfect. What the hell did that man win with bad coaching and bad pieces around him?
Hold on, what year was he not? When
Phil Jackson left after the first three.
When he did make the playoffs in 2005 and in 2006, he also didn't have Phil. And then after 2011,
look at that roster though. Come on now.
That's what he's saying, though.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But you can argue the same for Harden in his peak. Like there's like a lot of those teams are just not it, bro. They just weren't it. Okay. Let me. I'm gonna answer your question. You are right. You are right. The style of play of Harden, I don't think is conducive to winning.
Dribble, shoot.
Yes,
exactly.
But he wouldn't play that style with Jokic.
Why y'all answering their questions? They ain't answering none of y'all questions. Why y'all answering their shit? Fuck that.
Hey, come on. Let's answer the question. Y'all ask us questions. Go ahead.
I'm trying to prove that it's semi irrelevant.
Go ahead, Lo.
All right, yes, you're right. You're right. The style of play isn't conducive, I don't believe, to winning at a high level unless you're like a very, very unique player. However, I don't think that Harden would play that style of basketball, especially if he came up playing alongside Jokic. He would be in a system where he would be more off-ball oriented. And two, and more importantly, though, even if he is still more on-ball dominant while playing with Jokic somehow, some way, like they still find a way for him to be more on-ball dominant. I think that you would still get a better version of him while playing next to Jokic. I don't even think that's
literally
like
one of the greatest offensive players of all time.
Have we seen him actually be successful off ball? Because y'all saying, he's going to be able to play off the ball and
I think
hitting wide open shots and shit. When have we seen him do it?
When I think when they went to when they went to the conference finals in 2015, he was more off ball back then.
What happened in that?
They got to the Western Conference Finals.
And what happened?
They lost to the champ. They lost
to the Golden State Warriors,
the champions.
The guys that move off the ball.
And how did he play?
They lost.
Oh my god!
How many times? All these times y'all say he choked, he lost to the Warriors.
And you know what's even crazier? Harden actually played great in that conference finals in 2015 too. On top of that,
12 turnovers.
That was some of his best playoff.
Wait, hold on. He gave us one. He gave us one playoff.
No, but you asked me the question. When have we seen him play well off ball? I gave you an answer. Now all of a sudden, that's not enough. I'm answering your question.
Hey,
all I'm doing is answering your question.
Hold on. What Adrian brought
You answer there. They ain't gonna answer yours though.
And what's even worse, he did that while playing the next best offensive player was exiting his prime, Dwight Howard, who isn't anywhere near close.
Hey, Lamont, cut this clip out.
Jokic.
Don't put this up.
Well, he had 12 turnovers low in Game 5.
Y'all been up here straight line.
So one game.
He literally could not hold on to the ball.
So one game is.
Hey, who the nigga ad-libbing like Migos? Like what's your?
Because y'all been up here completely capping, bro. It's disgusting. Y'all comparing Jamal Murray to prime James Harden like they're not even close. Stopping it. The level of shot creation, passing, and playmaking, scoring, isolation scoring. It's not close between him and Jamal Murray.
What did he do?
Has he ever played with a player like Jokic, who is one of the greatest offensive players of all time? Stop it. And also, stop lying. Stop saying Jamal Murray stop saying Jokic got bounced off the first, second round without Jamal Murray. Bro, that 2022 Denver Nuggets team was a completely different team from that 2021. Y'all just said it. Y'all said without Jamal Murray, the Nuggets got bounced out the first round. In the second round,
I was saying that,
and it's true.
It's not true because they added KCP. Aaron Gordon became a much better player. MPJ wasn't there the year prior, and then they added. Bruce Brown was there as well. Then they added Jamal Murray. That made them the championship level team. It wasn't just Jamal Murray. Stop capping for this nigga to elevate him this high, bro.
Hey, hold on. First off,
but it wasn't.
Lower your voice.
He is not. Nigga, what's he gonna do if I don't ruin my voice, nigga? What's he gonna do if I don't ruin my voice, nigga?
But the thing is, but look, what it all boils down to is the fact that when you look at Jamal Murray, he's clearly the 1B on the team. Those other guys are playing pieces.
He's not no 1B.
Why is he not the 1B?
That shit ain't no 1B.
Oh my, I'm out.
He's not 1B. Who is 1B?
He's not close to Jokic, bro.
Who's
he is not close to Jokic.
Check the stats, my guys.
Check the
stats. He is two. He is clearly two.
Y'all niggas are sick, bro.
Your niggas be capping for this
nigga. A 1B.
Yes, in the playoffs.
Oh, a 1B to a two-time MVP. I can't do it. I can't do it, bro.
He's a two, bro. He's a
1B to a two-time MVP.
Wait.
Yes, so y'all every time they need him to score, he did.
Y'all are telling me.
I'm out, bro. I can't do this.
No. Y'all are telling me that y'all trust James Harden in the playoffs more than Murray.
I'm saying I would trust James Harden if he played alongside Jokic more than Jamal Murray playing alongside
Jokic. Fuck that.
But why though?
Trust him who he plays with.
Because when you, I'll explain it again. Because when you're on a team where most of your prime is being played with Clint Capella, Jason Terry, Patrick Beverly, and then later on it's an aging Chris Paul. When those are some of the best players around you, none of them come remotely close to the type of production, attention, and overall play from Jokic alone, let alone the rest of the roster that
Didn't that
Jamal Murray
aging Chris
has.
Paul just make the finals?
Man, oh
Say it
my
again?
God.
God.
These dumbass rebuttals, bro. I
I
swear.
guess I guess that's
Do you
equivalent
think
to
Chris
Jokic
Paul?
now.
Do you think Chris
No,
Paul is as good as Jokic, bro? That's just I don't know. There's no other way to
I don't
put
think
it, bro.
so.
Do you think
he's not.
Houston? Do you think Houston Chris Paul is as good as this version of Jokic?
No.
Not even
No, but
close.
what we're saying, the aging Chris Paul led the Suns to the
But
finals.
Lo, didn't we
the difference is, right?
And guess what? The Suns, I think, was all around a better team.
Hey,
they were
Lo,
nice.
I said that. Hold on, Lo. I said that earlier.
Also, if we're gonna be honest with ourselves, the Suns would not have made it if the Lakers were hurt. Just be honest with ourselves, bro.
Wait, you said what?
I don't think the Suns would have made it if the Lakers didn't get hurt.
Oh, you talking about the year they made the finals? You talking about the year they made the finals?
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
And I said that like
AD
last
was
year,
whooping
bro.
ass.
Devin Booker outplayed the shit out of Jamal Murray. He was smoking.
So all I'm saying is we are comparing one player who's dealt the task of creating for himself, creating for others. We can argue if the style of play is conducive of winning. I'm not really here to spend that much time on that because I would agree. However, I'm not going to sit here and just blanketly call one player better because he has the privilege of playing alongside Jokic, while the other player spent most of his prime playing with like Pat Bev and aging Chris Paul
and Clint Capella.
Like I don't like these are players who offensively, outside of Chris Paul, if we're being honest with ourselves, James Harden, up until Chris Paul, really played with offensively inept players for most of his time in Houston.
PJ Tucker, goddammit.
He wanted that type of team, though.
Most of these players are just spot up shooters offensively.
That's what he wanted.
Wait. So when he went to Houston, stop. When he went to Houston and that was already there, that's what he wanted?
His type of play style is driven to kick.
I'll ask you again. When he went to Houston and they were already there, that's what he wanted?
He wanted spot up shooters and a guy who catches lobs.
How could he want something when they were already there?
They would have been gone if he didn't want them there.
Yeah, he never adjusted.
If they were already there, how is he making the decision on the team if they're already there?
They would have been gone if he didn't want them.
I'll ask you a question. How is he not of the roster if they're already there?
They don't answer questions, Lo. They just say shit.
Blame somebody for the roster construction when majority of those players were already there. What are we talking about?
Yeah, answer the question.
Well, I can answer it. I can answer it in this aspect. The way that James Harden plays, those players had different roles before he arrived. He wanted people in the corners.
Name them.
Nobody was spotting up the same way that they are with James Harden.
I said name them.
Chandler Parsons.
Chandler Parsons was spotting up before James Harden.
No, he can handle the ball, bro. Stop it.
Before Harden?
Parsons can handle the ball, dude.
No, he can't.
Harden.
Shut up, Jared. Bro. That's what Lamont be saying. Shut up, Jared.
You can take it off the dribble, bro. Like Harden turns guys into spot up shooters.
Yes, every team he goes to, he does that.
A lot like Westbrook.
And if I could ask Lo and Lamont something, what has changed about James Harden's game, regardless of the team he's been on?
Nothing.
Off ball and on ball.
This man, I want to be clear. This man said, let's be clear what he just said that a rookie and sophomore Chandler Parsons. That's what you're saying. Because I don't think you really understand what you're saying. You're saying the first 2 years of Chandler Parsons, he was an adequate ball handler taking the shit off the dribble. That's what you're saying?
He didn't take it off the dribble. I didn't say that at all.
That is what you just said.
He can't handle the ball. When Harden got there, like he never handled the ball.
Chandler Parsons was never known for no ball handling, man. What are
we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all making up lies.
Especially not his first 2 years in the league. He was not known for that.
Hey, let me ask this. Let me ask this and move the conversation a little, right?
Yeah, let's move it, that was a stupid argument.
I just want to understand what people Well, when they look at Jamal Murray, right? I think prime James Harden clears Jamal Murray. It shouldn't even be a question after one playoff run of a championship, right? But to the people that think that he's more conducive to winning, he would be a better piece next to Jokic than Harden. Why do we combine team success with individual success, individual talent, individual production? And why do you elevate to the people that believe this? This is a simple question. Why do you elevate team success so much to the extent that a whole prime career and MVPs and all that ain't consequential to a great run that Jamal Murray just did? Why is that measurable?
That's a good question.
Go ahead.
That's a good question.
We want to answer?
No, you cooking Africa. They're not gonna answer.
No, I'll say this, right? When it comes to Jamal Murray and James Harden, they have a completely different play style. Jamal Murray has an ability to switch up. If you need him on ball, you need him to run your offense, you need him to get buckets, he'll do it. If you need him to play off ball, you need him to spot up, he can shoot efficiently. James Harden brings you one style of game. And that's all you're going to get from him.
So you didn't even mention winning. So did you think this before?
But that's why he wins, because he brings more.
No, hold on. I'm still asking. Did you
won one championship this year?
Did you believe that before the championship that Jamal Murray just had? So at the start of the season, you were saying that Jamal Murray is a better player than Harden. Were you saying that?
Once I seen him in the bubble, I was a believer.
The bubble.
I've been a believer since then.
No, I didn't say that.
So after the
in the
bubble,
playoffs specifically,
you thought that Jamal Murray after the bubble was better than peak Harden. That's what you're saying.
No.
He makes better decisions with the ball, and he hits better shots in the clutch.
Bro, you're lying, bro. You're lying.
A nigga with an 11 assists to 4 turnovers.
James Harden averages what, 6 turnovers?
Bro, he does not average 6 turnovers.
He does not average no 6 turnovers.
Stop this. What are we doing, man?
I'll ask you the question again. After the bubble, you told yourself that Jamal Murray is better than peak Harden. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
A couple 40.
You're lying like a motherfucker.
Wow, wait.
No, that's me personally. I see things differently.
No, I'm not saying regular.
I seen the dude winning. I don't know about the dude who was losing though.
Bro, he wasn't winning in the bubble. Hold on.
What did he win in the bubble, dog?
He got as far as James Harden. He got to the Western Conference Finals. That's as far as James Harden went.
But then
he got hurt.
But Lamont, here's another goofy shit though too. Harden was playing off ball in OK. We've seen him play off ball in OKC. So why y'all keep acting like y'all haven't seen it before?
He was still on the ball in OKC.
And what did he do in that finals?
He got to the finals though. I mean, okay.
And what did he do in that finals?
Wait.
But that's irrelevant though. He played off ball. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
Like
played off ball.
Off ball giving you 10 points.
Y'all be switching up play style and then just go to team winning when you feel like it's
you see how exactly. As soon as I answered y'all dumbass question about when is he played off ball? I gave you an example. He played off ball in OKC.
No, because y'all.
That's average off ball plays. Nothing spectacular.
To the people who saying this stuff, do y'all think Jimmy Butler is better than Luka?
No, not even close.
No way.
Okay, but you do realize that Jimmy Butler. You do realize that Jimmy Butler is a better off ball player. He moves off ball. He's had more team success.
Been to the finals more.
He came up.
It's the criteria. Sound like
So I genuinely want. He has great playoff numbers as well.
Yeah, he goes crazy.
So,
wait, Jimmy Butler do what off ball?
Jimmy Butler's a better off ball player than Luka.
That's hands down a fact. No, you can't even.
I'm about to say I don't even know why we debating that. So
I mean,
better
kind of.
Player. He's a better off ball player.
No, that's a.
He's had more team success. He's put up great playoff numbers as well. Why would you not believe that Jimmy Butler is better than Luka then?
Luka performs in all situations.
I'll ask you in what situations? Some first rounds? Some first round exits?
Now this is a guy who actually has an untalented team. He has what y'all think James Harden suffered from.
I want to be clear. The 1 year, let's be clear. The 1 year that he actually made it to the conference finals, Luka had the privilege to basically miss the first round as Jalen Brunson was able to lead them past that first round. But you're telling me he was untalented. That's what you're saying?
Damn.
Untalented.
Let's try this again. I'll ask you the question again. Why is it that Jimmy Butler is better off ball, plays defense, puts up great numbers, and goes deeper in the postseason, but you don't sit here and believe that he's better than Luka? By your logic.
Way more sample size.
Damn.
He's not.
All you needed is a bubble run for Murray. You ain't gonna put the whole.
I want to hear an answer.
Jamal Murray.
I want to hear an answer. I need to hear an answer.
I got you. No, we gonna pick this apart. It ain't nothing.
I need a rebuttal.
The thing is, when it comes to somebody like Jimmy Butler, you talking about a dude who does not have a consistent shot, and he's winning with good teams. Now, Jamal, I'm gonna say, let's say this: Jimmy Butler in the bubble, I'll give him credit. He was cooking, but when it came to actually having to have a good team to help you win, he was unable to do anything. It just is what it is. But Jamal Murray is a guy who literally flipped the switch in the bubble that took his team to the next round before he got hurt, which basically led him to getting swept by the Lakers. It's a completely different play style that he.
But the good part about it is Jimmy Butler's now made it back to the finals. He's done this twice now. He's had great deep postseason runs more than once. So if that was the only one time, then maybe I would hear what you're saying. But we've now seen this multiple times with Jimmy Butler. So I don't have to just solely rely on what happened in 1 year or in the bubble in certain circumstances. I've seen this multiple times for Jimmy. So I'll ask you the question again.
Eastern Conference.
Well, can I respond to that?
Okay.
I bring up the bubble. I bring up the bubble instead of this Jimmy Butler because the bubble Jimmy Butler wasn't getting fouled 20 times a game. Jimmy Butler in the bubble actually had more game than he has now.
Wow. Foul 20 times.
Wait, if you're going on fouls and the player I'm comparing him is Luka, what the hell are we talking about? Luka gets more fouls than that. What are we talking about?
He top three.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler is probably number one though.
No, he's not number one.
We can't throw only a white James Harden.
We can't.
Bro, did y'all not see Jimmy Butler's season? Man. He got fouled at least 10 times a game. That's me being realistic. 10 times.
He did not. He wasn't going to the line 10 times a game, bro. Let's
not. Bro, he set a record for most free throws made. He's getting to the line.
We're talking about recent,
bro. He averaged like 8 free throws a game, man. Let's stop the cap out here. Look. This was crazy, man.
He averaged 8 free throws a game in the regular season and postseason, not 10.
Yeah, man, that's a big.
I mean, that's close enough.
Let's try.
That's not close enough. That's not close enough.
And really, that's like 4 trips to the free throw line.
And I want to be clear. This year, Luka's the one who actually did 10 this year. Luka did. So I'll ask you the question again. Since you keep making shit up on the fly, I'll ask you the question again. Since now we got the free throw excuse out of the way, why is it that you don't believe that a player who's a better off-ball player, who plays defense, who has gone further in the playoffs, who has performed at a high level in the postseason as well, why is that player not better than Luka? Why?
Luka is I don't know what we're talking about when you're asking that. And is this in reference to Jamal Murray?
I'll help you connect the dots.
Yeah, it's your criteria.
You're claiming that Jamal Murray is better because he's a better off-ball player, because his numbers are great, and he's actually led to more success than Harden. But Jimmy Butler is applicable to all of those things as well. He plays off ball, he plays defense, 2 things that are conducive to winning. His team has gone further in the playoffs. You could dare argue his team has gone, in terms of expectations being met, his team has consistently exceeded expectations way more than even Luka's teams have. More so to the point where he's made the finals twice. And in the process of doing so, he's put up great numbers. So why is it that you do not, and mind you, this year, Luka didn't even make the playoffs. So why is it that he would not be better than him in contrast to your viewpoint of Harden and Murray?
Well, the thing is, Jamal Murray is a bona fide shooter.
Man, you done.
No. This is Jamal Murray averages 40% from the 3-point line.
Bro,
we can't act like.
Did you get the answer from Jared talking about the shooter?
No, I'm just saying. Look, if you watch the playoff series, Jamal Murray hit every dagger. When your team thought it was coming back, dagger. Each and every time he hit the shot that it takes. Jimmy Butler is not that kind of shooter. It's not even compared. Jimmy Butler is a defender. He can facilitate the basketball. Sure. But you're not expecting what you would expect from Jamal Murray for Jimmy Butler.
Lo just wants you to answer a very simple question. Why, after considering all of the team success, is Luka still a better player than Jimmy Butler?
Because every metric, we understand that Luka's a better player than Jimmy Butler. Your eye test can tell you that.
You can say the same thing about Prime Harden and Jamal Murray.
So you're just saying Luka's just a more talented player. Just dumb.
He's a more talented player for sure.
Okay,
James Harden is a more talented player than Jamal Murray.
Yes. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Bro, look, we can't devolve the conversation to that. We can't devolve it.
What do you mean devolve?
So
It's
hold
your
on.
criteria.
But
What you mean
but you
devolve?
No, it's not my criteria because Jamal Murray is special in the playoffs. That's why he
So
won.
is Jimmy Butler. What are you talking about?
Jimmy Butler ain't won. He ain't that special in the playoffs.
Hey, I want to. This is ridiculous. Hey,
Bro, he
Lo,
took
I want to
an
ask you a
8
question.
seed. He led an 8 seed to the finals.
I
How is
want to
that
ask
not
Lo a
special?
question, man. This ain't going nowhere. But Lo,
Jimmy Butler in the first round averaged, I think, like 35, 37 points. If I'm
yeah,
not
he was
mistaken,
cooking Drew Holiday, one of the best perimeter defenders.
It was nice.
And
But
if I'm not mistaken, that is the most points outside of, I think, LeBron, Shaq, and MJ in the last like 30 years anybody's averaging a season.
And this is without the luxury of an MVP.
Exactly.
Jokic absorbing all of the gravity on the court.
So Lamont, let me ask you a question.
And mind you, them going on the other side of the floor and playing defense on top of that.
Something.
So Lamont, let me ask you a question, Lamont. This conversation kind of crazy, but how do you value?
It's a crazy one. You're right. It's crazy.
How do you value when you look at a player like a Jamal Murray, who's a second option on his team, playing with a historically great offensive player in Jokic, right? And then you look at a first option on a team that may not meet certain people's expectations, but is giving you high production, like a Pick Harden. How do you measure value in that situation?
Bro,
the second option versus
number one. One thing that I've learned though, this is the one thing that teams rarely make mistakes on. We've seen teams make a lot of mistakes when it comes to like 3 through 15, but teams are generally good at identifying if you are 1 or 2 very quickly. And it stands out like a sore thumb when you are a number 2 placed in the position of being a number 1 and you can't get it done. We can go to guys like Bradley Beal, the Kyrie Irvings. We can also go to Jamal Murray, which is that guy, which is why they never treated him like the 1. They never paid him like the 1. They've never looked at him like the 1. They've always looked at him as like a really good role player. So again, when you're a number 1, you stand out like a sore thumb. And even if you don't do a lot of winning, number 1s generally find themselves on all-star teams, on all NBA teams, on all defensive teams, some type of accolade. It's rare that a number 1 can start in 2016. Like he said, he called him a 1B. It's rare that you can be a 1B at that level with all the playoff success that they've had. And you're not nothing. You're not an all-star. You're not an all-NBA. You're not all defensive. You're literally nothing. And you just skated under the radar all this time until you won a championship. And now all of a sudden, everybody just bright revelation in your head is that, oh, we didn't looked over. You are all-star. You've been an all-star all this time. You know, he is who he is. He's a really good complementary player to Jokic, but he's very replaceable, right? And right now he's a cheap replacement. And I guarantee you, not only is he not going to make an all-NBA team, the Nuggets ain't going to let him make an all-NBA team because they don't want to pay him the Supermax. They're not going to let him get that. They're not even if he starts to have a good regular season, they're not going to let him be that good. They're going to bench him. Something weird's going to happen because they don't want to pay him a Supermax when he's not even that caliber of a player. Like, I don't think he is. He's not worth the money. And if they did have to pay him a Supermax because he lucks up and finds his way on an all-NBA team, they would much rather probably let him walk before they sign him to a crazy deal. He's not worth it. So I want
to be clear. I want to be clear. There's a lot of things he just said I don't 100% agree with. But yeah, I don't think Murray would ever make an all-NBA, largely just because like the guard position is just like it's just so much comp at the guard.
Only if you go to the East Coast, right?
All NBA, not all
the whole.
It's not hate. It's not hate. He lacks too much in his game. He's a very limited player. He's very limited.
All-star maybe in the East, maybe, but I don't.
He can make All-Star now because John Morant won't be making All-Star, so he can.
But then Shay's going to now make an All-Star because they're probably going to take a leap. Curry is still going to be All-Star.
Shea made it last year.
Y'all treating Murray like he's Jordan Poole.
Oh yeah, you're right, Kyrie. Damn,
it's too many. It's just too many.
If they have an amazing record, I could see Jamal Murray making a All-Star team though, just off the record alone.
Bro, I don't think they can duplicate their success. I don't see them duplicating
games. If they were paid to win 65
Murray
games,
ain't getting in over Kyrie. We can kill that.
Maybe the coaches will give it to him if they're on pace to win like 65 games, just out of like winning respect. But like realistically speaking, in contrast to the other guards, I just don't.
But Low, they had the best record in the West, and he didn't make it.
No, I'm saying like they're on pace to do like normally when you get to like 65 plus wins, they
Yeah,
start
you get
handing
2
out.
All-Stars. Yeah,
They'll start
low,
doing that.
but low. Me and you both know that the Denver Nuggets' success,
even then, it's gonna be hard.
Is and more so than almost any other good team in the West. Boy, they literally have a 1 through 4 that they can't afford to let none of them get injured, or their whole season can look bad. Like if Aaron Gordon goes down at any portion of the season, they're going to look like a bad team. If Porter Jr. gets hurt again, they're not going to be the same team. If Murray gets hurt, they're not the same team. And for sure, if Jokic gets hurt, they don't even look like a playoff team. So, I don't think there's any other team in the West where 1 through 4 gets hurt, they whole playoff trajectory change. Like with the Lakers is 1 and 2, right? They have pieces interchangeable below that where if Austin Reeves gets hurt, now they have a little depth they can sustain. But
the Warriors for sure.
When you say injured, you mean like they just injured in the regular season?
No, what
I'm
saying
back in the playoffs.
No, I'm just saying like let's say if Aaron Gordon rolls his ankle in the first round of the playoffs and they say, this is a really bad ankle roll and he's out for 2 months, they're done. They can't. They might be able to escape the first round, but they won't be able to.
I think that
regular season though, that shapes the
applies to a
seeding
lot
though.
of teams. Though. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that applies.
I don't think 1 through 4 applies to a lot of teams.
I think if Austin Reeves rolls his ankle and he's out, and the Lakers are kind of.
I don't think this year. I think they have the depth now to sustain without him. What I saw for Denver is Denver's proven that without Porter Jr., without Aaron Gordon, without any one of those guys, they can't sustain.
No, okay,
because
we can agree to disagree.
They rely too heavily on their role players to defend.
Didn't they lose pieces this offseason?
They lost Bruce Brown. I just feel like Jamal Murray, he's just not. He's a really, really great player. But I think that many people just really, really, really underestimate how much like he is benefiting playing next to Jokic. And I think when you get to that
undervaluing Jokic is the truth.
Yeah.
No, but why?
I think when you get to that level,
can we agree that he's?
But why didn't anyone else benefit from Jokic though?
They did. Aaron Gordon just benefited.
All of them.
No. We're talking
Bruce
about
Brown just got $20 million.
Bruce Brown just got paid because of.
No, he got that because he won a ring. Of course, well, yeah, that's still benefit. But what I'm talking about is before the ring.
Let him spit. Let him spit.
At least
Bruce Brown was almost out of the league, and he played.
That's what happens when you start with the agenda.
He played with somebody who want to press X. It's important.
Bruce Brown is the definition of benefiting off.
No, but low. I'm talking about before the ring, right? Who was benefiting playing with Jokic before the ring?
Aaron Gordon and MPJ, without a doubt, were benefiting. Even Murray, they were all still benefiting. What? They were also benefiting.
Yes.
Oh, brother. Y'all, I swear, y'all.
I think they benefit, but Jamal Murray has another level.
Y'all treat Murray like he Jordan Poole last year.
And
Jokic benefited.
I think that other players. I think.
You spitting now?
I could make a case that Jordan
you
Poole
spitting?
is better.
No, I
what?
think other
Come
players
on, Lamont.
I think other players have benefited more than Jamal Murray has. I think Jamal Murray as an individual player is more talented than a lot of other players on the roster. I'm not denying that. But all of them have benefited. Like if you want to talk about individual play or success, like Aaron Gordon was like withering away in Orlando. Like nobody.
Hey, low. So let me ask you, who is Jokic?
Wait, y'all gonna let him say that Jordan Poole could be better than Jamal Murray?
I'm not.
Niggas
Who said that?
What I said.
He said he could argue that. What you gonna argue?
I'm not trying to.
Hold on, we could just do like
Jordan
go to the stat
Poole
line.
looked like that for a year though. Like
Jordan Poole got a championship.
I'm not trying to go.
Yeah, he got a
championship.
ring. We seen him with a ring.
No.
I'm not trying to go down that path.
No. We're not gonna do that.
That nigga's horrible.
Lord, he said some craziness. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
Just let it go. Just let it roll off your back.
Because was Poole like? Could he have won MVP in the finals? No.
Hold on. Jamal Murray didn't win no Finals MVP. He ain't win shit.
I say he could have.
No, man, that's your opinion.
No, he couldn't, bro.
Hold on. Very similar stat lines, y'all. They both got one championship. Right?
They're both 20-point scorers.
They both, for their careers, Jamal Murray at 16 a game. Jordan Poole at 15 a game. Okay.
What's his playoff numbers?
For the playoffs,
nah. Go to the playoffs. Hold on. Oh, let's look at
Jamal Murray like 25 for playoffs.
All right. So playoff numbers, you got Jamal Murray 25 a game, Jordan Poole 14.
Yeah, that's
big difference.
Hold on. But if we say that Jordan Poole is 6-7 years deep into his career, just like Murray is, they damn near at the same level.
That's an elite finesse right there. Elite finesse.
Bro. Y'all are disrespectful.
I think Andrew.
Because look, if you look at check this out. If you look at Jordan Poole's best season so far, because remember Jordan Poole was damn near in the G League, not even really in the league when he first came in. So if you look at Jordan Poole's best season,
yeah, do the average.
If you compare it to Murray's, it's almost the same.
Well, we're not arguing regular season.
In the regular
we're arguing
season,
playoffs. We're arguing playoffs.
Okay, so if we compare their best playoff, remember Jordan Poole had more stars to play behind. He had to play behind Steph, Clay, Wiggins, all them guys before they got to him, and he still was putting up 17.
Hold on. But would you say that he benefited from playing with them though, because there was less pressure on him?
Yeah, he did.
Less focus.
He did benefit from playing with him. Like I'm not gonna be a fool and act like he didn't benefit.
Sound like Jamal Murray.
He just got in and said, "Go cook." That's all his job.
Y'all be acting like Jamal Murray just didn't benefit from Jokic just standing there absorbing all of. Y'all think when teams go in, you think when the team pull up their scouting report, the first thing they got on their board is Jamal Murray?
Yes.
Y'all be acting like Murray was like Kareem for that last ring.
Oh,
that's cap, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. Now we up here lying.
This is cap, bro.
Like, what I'm saying.
You acting like he ain't playing with the MVP, bro. What are we
Watch
talking
the
about?
Nuggets and Lakers series, guys.
Supposed to be 3-time MVP in a row. Supposed to be 3-time MVP in a row. Y'all talking about
this is ridiculous, bro. Hey,
money in the waters.
Hey, I hope y'all give Scottie Pippen a lot of respect in that regard. If we're doing all this right here,
I do. Me personally,
Scottie Pippen, no, they wasn't.
Jordan ain't nothing without Scottie Pippen. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Overhyping second options, giving Scottie no respect though. Are we gonna give Jamal Murray respect? Come on, man. I hope
Lamont. No, I'm consistent because I was arguing for Pippen getting his respect. Like,
yes, Pippen needs respect. No Pippen, no rings.
Jeremy Grant benefited from playing with Jokic too. Y'all was talking about who? I was letting that know.
Oh, facts, bro.
Yeah,
You say like Will Barton would benefit.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all tripping, bro.
Will Barton got paid off Murray.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Jokic be getting niggas paid, bro. Y'all tripping, bro. That nigga the rainmaker.
I'm just asking, did Jokic win without Murray? Yes or no?
Bro, I hate this goofy ass shit.
Bro, does Jordan win without Scottie Pippen, bro?
Facts over feelings.
Not even close.
Yeah, what did Jordan win without Pippen? Tell me that.
No,
he'll never win without Pippen.
Though. You using an argument on me that I use.
Nigga, Robert Horry the greatest. Nigga, he got more rings than Jordan.
Nobody's saying Jamal Murray's not valuable. That's not the conversation.
No, he's a good player, but he ain't no 1B.
Nah, but y'all talking like y'all.
But he put up 1B numbers though, Lamont.
Yeah, that's the thing. He put up 1B numbers.
1B numbers in one round of the playoffs, or even 2 rounds of the playoffs, don't make you no 1B.
Bro, I'm talking about for a career average. Stop it.
He averages 25 for a career, almost 7 assists.
Jokic just averaged a 30 points.
I ain't been talking. Oh, damn. Y'all do this for Luka, missed the 1 round first exits in 1 conference finals. Oh, he won the greatest playoff performance ever. But soon as it comes to Jamal Murray, look at his numbers and what he did.
Bro, he's a first. Luka's a first option, man. What are we doing? Luka's a first option. You understand this defense?
Still first round exits, bro. Keep that same
bro.
energy.
You talking about production? We ain't talking about winning, bro. Hey, stop moving the goalposts when I stop frying you. We're talking about production.
I'm talking
and
about
you talking
both.
about a second option's production versus a first option's production, where they get in defensive heat that's on a different level.
Yeah, but Ralph, the one thing that don't matter in this,
they work on
Ralph, the one thing that don't matter in this conversation is winning and losing, because in the NBA level, it takes a whole team to win, and because the main thing is, this is what you need to ask yourself. You can't just yank Murray and say, what did he win without Murray? You would at least have to replace him with somebody that's comparable and say, okay, what would he win with this guy instead of Murray? Because you can't just take a piece away and just say, go win without him.
Exactly.
That sounds stupid.
I was strictly talking
about so the thing is that what we were saying was, if you replace Murray with a ton of other players in the league, you still get the same results. You put Bradley Beal there. If you put Devin Booker there. If you put damn near Chris Middleton there, because we've seen Chris Middleton drop some 40s behind Giannis. So again, it's a lot of guys that can duplicate what he did when the gravity is all going towards the superstar.
Exactly.
I don't know, because when them guys,
I don't know. It's been proven.
I never thought I'd see the
Yeah,
day
I ain't
y'all
gonna
try
say
to play
that.
Murray. Y'all try to play
I'm
Murray
talking
like you
about
Shane
with
Battier.
No.
Devin
Hold on. No, how are we
He's been the
playing
guy the
Murray?
whole time.
How are we the ones playing Murray when before the season started, none of y'all had Murray top 20 in the
Y'all
NBA?
trying to play him like he
Y'all
Norris
lying.
Cole.
Y'all slaves.
Y'all been playing him this whole time. That means
He
Lamont,
said since the
I'll
bubble,
say this. I
Lamar,
support him.
since the
Yes.
bubble,
that means
he's
y'all been
rating him
pump
high.
faking on Murray.
Yes.
And y'all been pump faking him
That's
until
cap.
y'all been shadow Murray fans, scared to say you was fans of Murray until he won a chip and it was justified.
Y'all trying to play him like he
Exactly.
Kyle
We're with
Korver.
these brothers all year last year when the Denver Nuggets hadn't won a championship and they came in saying Jamal Murray will turn up in the playoffs and they're about to win a championship.
Wait,
Like,
hold on.
No.
Did we not? Hold on.
Well,
Only one person said that was
Bees.
Bees. Only one person was saying that.
well, I'll say this, Lamont. I've said that probably on flight stuff, but I haven't said that here. I want to come through, show some love. I've been thinking Jamal Murray was him, bro. My eyes told me when I seen in the bubble was unhuman. That shit was
But you
not
know
real,
what?
bro.
Most of the players that are him in the NBA got an all-star tag, all NBA tag, all defensive tag. You got a guy that's him that ain't got no tag. Even got that LaMelo Ball got an all-star tag. This motherfucker ain't got nothing. He got
took a while
zero
for Darren
tags.
Fox to get that tag.
Shit. Y'all like I'm not about to get on the bandwagon of a guy that been in the league since 2016 and ain't even sniffed the all-star game. No, not a vote in by the coaches, not an injury substitution, none of that. He ain't even lucky. Like just been out there. Come on, man.
Well, I'll say he's an anomaly.
How long it took
Anomaly.
Devin Booker to get an All-Star?
Yes, he's an
He got
anomaly.
one.
How many times he was snubbed?
He got one.
No, he
does
wasn't.
matter.
He wasn't snubbed. They was below 500 for like 6 years.
It don't matter. He's putting up All-Star numbers.
You talking about?
Bro, hey, Lamar, why we keep comparing first options to second options?
Matter,
No. Why do we keep comparing first options
Yes, it does,
to
bro.
second
We
options?
just talking. No bottom.
Plenty of losers
No,
been
you can't.
All-Stars,
A bottom of the barrel
But they had
team
good
do not be
stats.
making fucking all-stars.
There've been plenty of losing teams with All-Star players on there.
No. Devin Booker didn't make all.
Throughout history.
Who? Name them.
Hold on.
He Googling.
Hold on,
He
man.
jumped out.
I mean, no, you could find them. I don't think they're at the front of our mind, though.
He jumped out.
And I guarantee you, hey Lou, all those guys are number one options. I guarantee you that they ain't no number two option making an all-star team on a losing team or something like that. Bro.
That's my right. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But my point was only I don't care what these other niggas say. I don't agree with them. My point was he's put up number one option. Number.
No, what I'm saying, Darren Fox didn't.
I agree with that.
No, his team was ass for 6 years.
Yeah, that's why he was penalized.
That's why he wasn't getting. Remember, Devin Booker was averaging crazy numbers. He didn't make an all-star because his team was ass.
Mm-hmm. But to the brother that said he'd been rating Jamal Murray since the bubble, right? Do you think Jamal Murray is the best second option in the NBA on that level? Then that's the level you got him at, right?
Well, look, I want to keep clarifying this. No, look, don't even go. Don't get over me.
Oh, no,
I want to clarify. No, I got to clarify because there's a difference here. Jamal Murray in the playoffs is not the guy you see in the regular season.
Oh, man.
Bro,
that's why I say it's an anomaly. Go ahead. Well, he only had 2 playoff runs, and they were both special.
You're not answering my question.
Bro, how was they special? Like you ain't calling nobody else run to the Western Conference Finals special.
Because what we seen,
you ain't even want to give Jimmy Butler credit over Luka for taking an 8 seed to the finals. That's special.
Very special.
No, it is.
In NBA
all of a sudden,
no, he's mad. I didn't say he wasn't.
Getting to the Western Conference Finals in the bubble now was special enough to where you could say he was better than Harden in his prime. How?
You got to look at the efficiency and the way that they used him. Literally, 2 guys scored 80 points a game, or 70 to 80 points a game.
Lamar. He was cooking Donovan Mitchell, Lamar. He was cooking.
He was, but Donovan Mitchell was cooking him too. He couldn't stop him. That was some of the greatest back and forth basketball we've ever seen.
Bro, that was one-way offense basketball, bro. But it's all right.
But they were efficient. It wasn't like it was inefficient. They're shooting 70+%.
Yeah, I was about to say I think Devin Booker is a better second option than Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say he's the best second option. I can name multiple second options I think are better than
third option might be better than Murray.
No, look, if it's playoffs, I'm telling you that's a different animal. I'm taking him as the number one.
Bro.
Yeah, Brad. Yeah.
Okay, so you saying let's say they get to the first round of the playoffs. Jokic trip on a chair going to the court, roll his ankle. He out game 1. You trust him to drop a 50 without Jokic out there?
But he ain't a second option at that point.
Yeah, I know. All you doing is talking about first options.
Yeah, you're talking about playoff elevation.
No,
So is he going to
I
elevate?
can name second options that I think are better than him.
Oh, Lou,
Hey,
Michael
man.
Jordan. I forget he made the All-Star.
No. But in that context,
Well,
do you expect
you know
Jamal
what?
Murray to elevate and still perform without Jokic? Do you expect
Michael
that?
Jordan with the Wizards.
Yes.
To help you out, Ralph.
yes.
DeMarcus Cousins made it, but that was because center was real weak back. You know.
And Michael Jordan with the Wizards.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's
All right, look, I'll
20
answer.
years.
Look, I do think he'll perform.
The voting was different back then. Remember, like fans had way more power in the votes back then.
Yeah, they was getting nobodies in the All-Star game.
Remember,
Can he win a playoff
didn't play, and Jeremy Lin was making all. Remember that because China was running up the votes and shit. Like, remember, that's why they had to change the system.
Could Murray win a first
remember
round?
Zaza Pachulia?
Right.
Could Murray win a first round matchup without Jokic in the first round? Could he do that?
Depends on matchups. Because once he's the only guy left, you got to blitz him.
If the team is built around him the right
That's
way.
the point.
Yeah.
So you said it right there. So now you're blitzing Murray, and that's the point. So when we compare guys as a second option, and they're gonna get different type of attention from the defense as the first option, and then you say that he already clears peak James Harden, who was getting that attention and was taking his teams deep in the playoffs. I don't know how you can measure the two and value what Jamal Murray does as second option to the level of an MVP level first option in James Harden. I don't understand that. Who's getting the blitzing? He's getting all that defensive attention that you're saying would change the dynamics for Jamal Murray, but you ain't giving Harden that respect.
Shout out to Denham. He was getting doubled in the finals. And I definitely believe the thing is,
bro.
No, he got doubled. He's the only other dangerous scorer on the squad.
Who had better numbers in the Western Conference Finals in 2020?
Like how you swerved all that.
Jamal Murray.
No. I can answer you. When it comes to you talking about Jamal Murray playing with the guys who are nowhere near 1B.
Yeah. But the reason why he wasn't getting double because like they were doubling him because he was a turnover nightmare when it came to playmaking. Like he would make trash passes out of double teams. So it was really just to influence him into making dumb plays. It wasn't because he was a Kobe type scorer and just not somebody. They were trying to force Denver into making mistakes.
Yeah,
they really wanted to keep the ball out of Jokic hands.
Right, exactly. Like they was trapping us. They were trapping them on the switch, bro. Like y'all would be just.
I mean, no, they were trapping both of those players.
No, when they stopped trapping Jokic. When you trap Jokic was
passed.
Him up.
Yeah, but that's what makes Jokic.
Trap Murray a small guard. You can force him into making mistakes. That's the thinking that kind of goes behind it. Because if you look at some of the places where they trapped him, they were trapping him well far extended beyond the 3-point line. Like when I did my film study on it. And they were just hoping that he would throw a bad pass over the double team, but they can get a turnover. That's
and look
a
at
lot
this.
Of the passes.
Jokic was so great, averaging a 30-point triple-double last season, first player in NBA history to do that for the whole playoff run, right? He was so great that literally teams' game plans essentially took him out the picture and said, we can't stop this guy. So what we going to do is focus on the second option, who's way more easily regulated if we put the defensive pressure on Jamal Murray. People perceive that pressure on Jamal Murray as if Jamal Murray is such a great player. But if you cut off the second option supply, now you got a better chance of regulating the team of the Nuggets. And that's a credit more, I think, to Jokic than to Jamal Murray.
Africa, who was the better player on that team in 2020 against the Lakers in that bubble?
Bro,
hold on. Look, this is what Tyson said.
You don't answer the question.
Tyson said
Jokic was the better player.
Tyson said Coach literally went to the podium and said, "Make Jokic a scorer and stop Murray."
That's true. Remember, when Jokic scored 50, they lost against the Suns.
Yeah, you can't let everybody else cook.
Eric Spoelstra also said it wasn't as easy as just that simple equation of just make Jokic a scorer, because when you give him that usage rate, he's not just going to fall into the defense's game plan and do that. He's smarter than that, man. So he's not going to just allow that. So this counters to that, and that's just not going to make it easier for the team. So it's more simple than just let Jokic cook. Like, he going to put your big in foul trouble. Now AD got 3 fouls in the first quarter. Like, a lot of shit going to go down.
Now I remember like anytime Jokic get like 8 assists, it's a wrap. Like, it's over.
Hey, Tyson, pull up to the panel, man. You
that's the benefit, right? When you have a player willing to make the right play every single play, nobody really has that in the league.
And
he's literally unselfish.
And now you're bringing it full circle. That's why we were saying Jamal Murray is easily replaceable.
He's not easily replaceable because you got to have somebody to make great options too.
Well, no, I think he's trying to make the point that Harden is not willing to give up the ball. Though. I think that's what
now y'all back to the Harden shit. I thought we cooked y'all.
No, Harden gives up the ball.
You
But
ran
the
away.
thing is,
You ran away.
it's in
Jared.
spots.
Playmakers are like that.
You ran to the chat. When
Bro,
we was
Harden's
asking
one of the
questions,
best playmakers in NBA history, man. What are you talking
Right.
about?
He
Man, half his assists come from
He
lobs.
averaged the most assists.
That's not true. He wasn't throwing
No,
lobs
he's
to
one of the
Embiid.
best passers. He's probably gonna go down as one of the best
passes.
passers. Like there was a guy, I forgot who it was. It was one of Harden's team. It was Pat Beverly. Pat Beverly said, playing with Harden, he said he's the first player he ever played where it felt like every pass that touched his hands was like a perfect pass in the shot pocket. Like the threads of the ball were in the perfect spot. He was just raving over how perfect each of his passes were. Like he's literally one of the best passers of all time. But y'all take all this other stuff. Like the man lost 4 times to the Warriors in the playoffs. It's during the time frame when we was saying that the Warriors was unbeatable. But James Harden with inferior team was supposed to beat the unbeatable Warriors. And if he didn't, he's a choker.
Lamont, that's why Joel Embiid wanted to keep Harden. He said that's some of the best basketball he ever played. And like,
I mean, I understand why Harden doesn't like
better
it.
Than Ben Simmons. Talking about like the way that he gets it to him. Like,
I mean, I understand why Harden doesn't like it, but at the end of the day, I mean, if Harden wants to win, like I think his biggest flaw is, buying into roles that win championships. I mean, he has the skill set to play any role. The man can lead the league in assists. He can lead the league in scoring, right? He can play any role. It's just getting him to buy into it. That's the hard part.
Say what he is. He's an egomaniac.
That's all NBA players.
No,
no.
Hold on. This is
most of the league is role players, Lamont.
No. Here you go right here. All NBA players are playing with high ego, but it's the coaches that know how to coach egos that had the most success. When you look at Phil Jackson, X's and O's wise, that was mostly Tex winners. That wasn't no Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson's greatest asset, he just knew how to coach a whole bunch of egos and get them to play together. Jordan, Kobe, biggest egos we ever seen in history. So the coach who knows how to manage egos, like Steve Kerr's been really good at it. Managing Draymond. Obviously, Steph probably don't have as much of an ego as most superstars. There's still a little ego. To Clay, when you know how big of an ego Clay got, when KD got there, that man said, "I'm still not taking less shots."
Clay was crying about his 2K rating, Lamont.
So what I'm saying is these guys all got egos.
Man, Clay is him. Stop it.
And if you don't check your ego, then you end up like Jordan Poole. You end up out of town on the first train smoking.
Yeah, y'all saying everybody don't have an ego, bro. These are
NBA players got egos.
Goliaths. These are giants, the biggest men in the world.
I wouldn't expect you to understand, George.
And y'all never been around an NBA player before. I have.
That's nasty, Lamont.
But I think the issue is right.
Niggas overseas that play ball.
I mean, y'all act like these NBA coaches
all
is like
players got egos.
It's a very few NBA coaches that's just really good at X's and O's. It's very few. Most of the coaches in the league that are like Darvin Ham is just great with players and egos. The assistants around them take care of the X's and O's.
Well, Lamont, I want to ask you, what role has James Harden succeeded in outside of ISO ball?
I think the best role that he was in was, first of all, I mean, James Harden wants to be the number one. Now you have to find a coach that can convince him that, depending on what the personnel is, because like D'Antoni had no choice but to keep James Harden at the number one option. James Harden kind of bought into the role in Philly as the number 2 behind Embiid. And look, Embiid MVP, one of his best seasons, and Harden also. I think Harden might have been up there in MVP votes, a few votes as well. So I'm saying he bought into a role. I just don't think he likes the role.
And it depends on what you mean by succeeded in the role.
To most people up here, if you don't win a championship, you fail.
No,
which
I don't agree with that. That's ridiculous, though.
But I wouldn't say that. He just didn't look good.
But what do we know? He did look good, bro. How did he not look good? He averaged 21 and 10.
Yeah, he looked good.
Look at the efficiency.
He became that ISO guy that you're talking about, and he became a point guard on the Brooklyn Nets. And when they were playing, did he not look good in that system?
Yeah,
he looked all right.
He looked all right. What are we doing, bro? Come on.
This man was dealing with a hamstring.
Check his shooting percentage.
Like, stop it.
You want me to check James Harden's shooting percentage this year? James Harden shot
38% from the 3-point line, 44% from the field on 21 points and 10 assists.
That's not the playoffs, is it?
No. What I'm saying is, you said check the percentages.
That's a regular season.
Oh, that's regular season. He always cooks in the regular season.
Oh my god!
Oh, here we go.
Y'all
Show
tweaking,
us a
man.
playoff.
Oh my
No,
god!
but we was talking about playoff Harden and playoff Jamal. Regular season, I'm taking James Harden almost over anybody in the history of basketball. That's James motherfucking Harden. But when it comes to if I need this dude to win, I don't trust him.
Well, I mean, you have no reason to.
Exactly.
By
No,
your
you have
logic,
no
isn't
reason
Chris
to, bro.
Middleton better than Reggie Miller?
He's literally never done
Okay,
anything.
so James Harden shot.
No.
James Harden shot in the playoffs because his numbers really didn't go down. He was 20 and 8, which is the assists are down, the points is down by 1 point, the assist is down by 2. And he did it on 38% from the 3-point line and 40% from the field.
And then Embiid was hurt a couple games during.
And when Embiid got hurt, remember, he reverted to his natural role when Embiid got hurt and played his best basketball.
Yes, he had a great game.
No, he had
that was amazing.
He had 2 good games. He had a good game with Embiid there, and 1 game without Embiid. But for the most part,
and he swept the Nets without Embiid that last.
And y'all can't call choking him buying into a role.
If
he takes fewer shots because he's falling into a role, and then all of a sudden because he's taking fewer shots, y'all say he's choking. Well, what is he supposed to do? How is he supposed to win in that situation?
Lamar, wasn't he like 2 for 14 in that game 7 with Philadelphia?
So was Embiid.
Like
Embiid had a trash ass game too.
But Embiid was hurt. If I'm not mistaken, James Harden was healthy.
Bro,
No, he had came off an injury. They forced him to come back.
They didn't force anything. He forced himself to come back. Stop it.
Well, Embiid did have a bad game. Like, we know that. Like, his game.
They both was trash, bro.
Yes, but I think James Harden has a career of that trash.
That's what I'm about to say. He literally has a track record of choking in the playoffs.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does.
He literally does.
Watching.
Bro,
why you got to ad lib? Come up with your own ideas. Nigga.
Well, I've watched James Harden for like a decade. She's been choking for years, dude.
Look, I don't want to say it because they're gonna talk about KD and the greatest team ever. But the fact that he had the Warriors down 3-1 and he was leading by almost 30 points at halftime, bro.
It was 3-2.
No, it was 3-1.
3-2.
No,
3-1. Telling that lie. It was 3-2.
It was not. It was 3-2.
Yeah, after they won a game.
Bro, what do you do? Dude, it was
even if it's 3-2, it's still a game that they're supposed to win and close the series out.
But it was 2. But it can't be 3-1 if it was 2-2 at one point. It can't be 3-1 if it was 2-2.
Yeah, it's 3-2.
It was 2-2. Then it was 3-2.
Yeah.
All right, guys, you're gonna make me bring up.
With CP3 out though.
Yeah, look it up. What you talking about?
Yeah, y'all gonna make me bring up the series.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, he lost because I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe if CP3 was healthy, the Warriors lose because the X factor in that series, the player that the Warriors couldn't figure out was Chris Paul. He was the one giving them headaches.
Chris Paul was smoking Curry ass.
Yeah, he was giving them headaches. And so, and the fact that Harden, because y'all say he has to have the ball, the fact that he was allowing CP3 to cook the Warriors to that degree and play off ball tells you he can play another role. The problem is that weapon got hurt and it completely changed the dynamic of that team. So y'all removed a piece in CP3 and still expected the same results. Y'all still expected. You said what?
He still got to take one of those final 2 games.
No,
bro.
They
were literally up double digits in both games.
Bro, it don't matter if you up against the Warriors. If that shit don't matter, you got to win the game. And the reason why they lost the game is because CP3 was hurt.
Exactly. Eric Gordon as your second option is meant to get you through the Warriors, though. It's mental. It's mental. That's what he meant to do. Trevor Ariza as your third option meant to get you through, though. Okay.
No, my main point, honestly, what I'm saying is that, like, there has to be a point where the excuses for Harden have to stop. Like, we have to at some point just admit, like, the dude hasn't played as well as he could in the playoffs. Like, we got to admit that at some point.
You got to put context to that, though.
Yeah, how the hell you gonna tell this man he ain't play well
but
enough?
Jared, though, you know who has the most control over how good you play in the playoffs? The other goddamn team. You acting like this motherfucker was just playing against you and your buddies or something, and he played bad. No, he was playing against A lot of times when he plays bad, he's playing against stout defenses, not just no average defense. The Golden State Warriors, when at that time, best defenses in the NBA. He lost to the Spurs, where y'all say he choked. All Greg Popovich teams are elite defensively. Like, so all these teams y'all say he choked against, when he lost to the Boston Celtics, that was an elite defensive unit. As much as it's not like he losing to scrubby or OKC Thunder.
He's not
type
losing
team.
against you and Goat, Mike, nigga. Stop it.
Kawhi didn't play in Game 6 though, Lamar.
Now, Jared, if y'all go play James Harden and he lose, I'm gonna say he choked.
He talking about Luke.
He choked then.
Damn. Just trying
Just
to say
like
about
Hitman.
Jared's homies,
Hitman.
man.
When Hitman lost to Go Mike, that motherfucker choked. Y'all see the way he had that big ass lead and lost to sorry ass Go Mike? That nigga choked. He choked.
I actually didn't see that.
Yeah, the big ass lead as well.
If I'm to be honest, though, the Warriors only won.
Shout out my nigga Hitman.
Yeah, salute to Hitman.
But the Warriors only won that series because of Klay Thompson.
No, Chris Paul was hurt. All right, man. I'm all right, bro.
No. Clay's Game 6 was nuts.
I'm about nigga. All right, I'm about done with you niggas today. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm about to shut this one down.
He said he done with you niggas.
Yeah, thank you, Lamar. You know, so I appreciate that.
Hey, salute to you, Lamar.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and get this one.
Hey, Lamar, I read that chapter, man. You funny as hell.
Hold on, which one?
My chapter. I meant to tell you.
It's just this little short read.
It was short read. Yeah, I was gonna read it. I read it. I in Seoul, Korea. I met all them hackers and shit like that.
The book is a good one. I got part 2 finished, man. I'm about to drop part 2.
I bet.
So I'm gonna be dropping part 2. So I might do. I was hoping somebody else did it, but I might just do a whole book reading on my channel, man.
Now that'd be good. That'd be good. Yeah, that'd be cool.
A lot of people ain't read the book, man. I might just read the book on live. I thought it was a decent story, but it's just a little something.
Yeah, man, that was a cool read. But all right, Lamont, man, I'm gonna get up out of here.
All right, Lil.
Yeah, man. Salute, man. Hey,
right,
could you give us a review on a real quick on the Scottie Pippen dialogues? Like how to go with the basketball community?
No, it went good. I'm glad Lowe pulled up because I was actually going at one of Lowe's takes. Because Lowe was pushing the narrative that Jordan was guarding Pippen 85 to 90% of the time, and I guess he was saying it in the context that Pippen's getting too much credit for the defense against Magic Johnson, because but in all reality, when you look at what Phil Jackson said, Phil Jackson exposed that the plan was to put Pippen off of Magic. And because they run that high ball screen so much, the goal was to switch on every screen and ultimately end the play with Pippen taking Magic up after the pick and roll happened. And basically the whole purpose of starting Jordan on Magic was for them to run the pick and roll and to consistently switch Jordan on the Vlade Divac as much as possible. And even if this is true, because even when Pippen guarded Magic Johnson straight up and was picking him up full court in games 2, 3, and 4, Jordan was sole responsibility defensively was to be on Vlade Divac. It wasn't to be on Worthy and some of these other guys that they like to say it was Vlade Divac. So the goal was to hide Jordan and save energy so he could operate on the offensive end, which he did at an elite level. But defensively, Pippen caused a lot of havoc. And what happened was the coach of the Lakers actually caught on to what they were doing. And so what he did was he completely ditched the pick and roll offense. And this is why you see in that series, like in games 3, you see Magic isoed on the wing a ton, looking over his shoulder while they were trying to operate a completely new offense that he had just implemented. And so you see a lot of stagnant offense, and then you see Magic trying to go score at the end of the shot clock because they couldn't run it efficiently against that Bulls defense because it was completely like new to them. And so then they got stagnant, and then the offense got stale. And this is why in that overtime, Magic was struggling so much because Dyke Dunleavy stated that we should have went back to our pick and roll offense when Pippen fouled out, but they stuck with that new reverted offense that didn't require any pick and rolls, and they just couldn't run it efficiently in that overtime. And that's why he had 0 points, 0 assists, because they couldn't figure the offense out, and the Bulls defense was just too good. So everything that they did from the adjustments
to off-ball actions. Everything that the Lakers did was to, like Mike Dunleavy said, we didn't want Pippen guarding Magic. Everything that they did was to make sure Pippen never matched up with Magic. And it just didn't work out. I mean, even I played a video. I had some clips from 1991 where John Paxson talked about the same thing. Magic Johnson talked about how Pippen changed the whole series. The New York Times talked about Pippen's defense changing the series. And it's just people try to find ways to kind of take away from Pippen for whatever reason. But
how the Jordan Knights feel
that
about
reason
that,
is
though?
Jordan.
How'd the Jordan Knights feel, though? Did they come in full effect?
No, the Jordan Knights came like Jared came in and tried to say, stop taking shots at Jordan. He tried to make it seem like this was an attack on Jordan, but it's not an attack on Jordan. And even with, I said this was primarily targeted to the people that over glorify offensive guys and then find any reason they can to take away from the defensive guys. Because they just can't fathom a defensive guy who's not as gifted on the offensive end being better than an offensive guy. So the only way they can fathom it is by finding ways to denigrate the greatness that they say defensively.
Oh, that's amazing. Scottie Pippen's so great defensively that he's altering the offense that Magic Johnson is running in the pick and roll. A historically great offensive player. That is amazing.
Well,
That
he
is amazing.
he didn't alter it. He made them trash it. And they went to a completely different system. And this is why they look so weird after game one. Like game one, dominant. Magic triple-double, looking good. Then Phil Jackson made adjustments. What good coaches do. Make adjustments. And then Jordan got into foul trouble. And he said, Phil Jackson even said, the whole plan was to put Pippen on Magic at some point in the game. But he says by Jordan getting into foul trouble in game two, it just made us go to the plan sooner. So they kind of lucked up into a solution that they didn't know they had. And then Phil Jackson even talks about how they never even told Scottie Pippen to pick Magic up full court. Pippen just did that on his own. And Pippen said, I did that because I didn't want to let Magic go set up the offense and I didn't want to get screened. Because him picking him up full court was simply to force Magic to one of the wings where Vlade Divac couldn't get that high pick and roll off. And it worked, and they stuck with it. So it was Pippen that blew everything up. And I just pulled up the receipts to prove it. That's it.
All right.
I want to give you your flowers for that because you one of the few people fighting that good fight. We literally are getting brainwashed telling you that the 90s is something, and we go back and look, and it's not what it is. I'm told how Michael Jordan was any and everything, offensively and defensively. And then I go, look, I'm like, yeah, he kind of getting cooked. Or then it's somebody like Scottie Pippen taking on the mantle of not only being a ball handler, but the main defender that's really altering the game. And he don't get no credit, no love.
And you know what, Africa, the one thing they didn't like is, people tried to make a big deal about Jordan being matched up on Magic in the ISO. When they changed that offense up, Magic had to take a lot more shots than normal. And then I started playing the film about what that looked like when Magic started going to work in his scoring bag on Jordan. Oh, yeah. And the film didn't look good. I'm talking about Magic was scoring with ease. Like Magic even said himself. Magic even said, it's a quick clip. Like, look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this right here. They didn't like this.
The point guard now, and Magic as the off guard posting up down low.
Magic looking to get into it offensively. Locating a shot. Magic spinning and hitting. Shot clock at 6. Magic. Lakers his way out of the shooting slump during the course of the finals. 0 for 8 from the field the other day. Magic also has not been able to get going. Magic with the spin.
Effort wind up getting him good high percentage shots.
Magic on the recovery.
And look after that's 2-3 minutes of Magic just going to town with the same move.
Look, that's the greatest defensive shooting guard we've ever seen.
He giving him middle. He giving him baseline. Come on, man.
Remember, Africa, what I told you was they changed their offense and they was just sending Magic to the wing. And the others on the weak side was supposed to be running some type of off-ball actions getting open, but they couldn't run it right. They had no chemistry running. So Magic just sitting there, dribble, and then
okay, I got to go make a play now. The shot clock getting too low. Man, he was hitting Jordan with the same move, bucket. It was Magic even said it. He said Pippen. He basically said Jordan was too small.
Yeah.
He said Pippen and Horace Grant was bigger and more physical, made it hard.
Yeah, he gave in the middle baseline. It's like he was expecting help. The help came kind of late in the illegal defense, so that was
but in legal defense there, I mean, by design, I think Dunleavy was a smart enough coach to know that. Okay, let me space these guys out where the help is gonna come late. If you allow 6'9" Magic to get in the lane, of course he's gonna finish.
Yeah.
So
I just want to know how he was making a guy who's the greatest defender we've ever seen at the guard position look like that,
bro. Now, and they say LeBron can't do that. Now I want y'all to swap out Magic and put LeBron right there and tell me what that shit would have looked like.
Well, you know what they said? Somebody would have knocked the hell out of him.
Yeah. I didn't see that.
That was not physical defense. He wasn't even rough with it in the post. He wasn't bothering him. He wasn't showing that resistance. No, it wasn't that.
Exactly. Where was the big man supposed to stop everything in the paint?
Oh, yeah, he was contesting late. You know what I mean?
Y'all really think LeBron would have been scared of a Bill Cartwright foul?
Nah, man.
Bro, he's 6'9", 270.
A Cliff Livingston foul.
And one.
Would have dunked all on them dudes, man. Magic was just throwing up floaters. LeBron would have been putting all of them in the bag.
But, you know, I was just going to say real quick, the problem is the players of that era perpetuate these narratives too. You know, we remember when Charles Oakley said Giannis would be coming off the bench in the 90s. The players are also pushing this brainwashing, this making people even have these arguments to go against the reality.
Bro, they get mad when I play the film, man, and the film don't be adding up.
Nasty.
The film don't be adding up, man. That film be looking like especially when I did that video, when I exposed that Jordan got benched in the 92 finals. Oh, they got mad, man. And it was Pippen led the bench unit for the comeback because Jordan was selling the game. They got mad, man. Because when you say it, it almost sounds kind of crazy. Yeah, Jordan got benched in the NBA Finals. Like, based on all the stories you hear about Jordan, that just sounds crazy. But then when you see the video and you hear the announcers say, "Oh, Phil Jackson benching Michael," like, because the announcers know the rotations, what the rotations normally look like. Jordan ain't supposed to be coming out at the end of in the fourth quarter when they down 15 or whatnot. I'm like, no. So that's what it is, man. People get mad about the film.
Hey, man, shout out to you, Lamar, man. Keep doing what you do, man. So love.
I'm gonna be back live tomorrow too, y'all. I'm gonna be back live tomorrow. We're gonna talk about Hakeem Olajuwon and Gilbert Arenas conversation, Young Africa.
Okay. Gilbert Arenas.
I'm gonna come through.
They had a conversation. Like, that's the only conversation they had.
No. You didn't hear what they said. You didn't hear what Gilbert said about Hakeem.
I did not hear that. No.
Oh man, you gotta see that.
Hey, hold on. If you want to reference, remember that video I did a couple weeks ago when I was pulling up Hakeem clips, and I was basically telling y'all, man, these moves ain't really all cracked up to what y'all think.
Don't do that. Don't do that to the greatest African player.
Hold on. But I don't know if Gilbert Arenas saw it, but Gilbert Arenas took it and did it times 10.
Oh, okay. That's nasty, man. You and Gil, y'all tag teaming Hakeem now. Bro, that's what's going on.
I didn't say nothing, man. I just popped up one day. I saw a video where Gil basically saying Hakeem out here scamming people, selling them $50,000 for training sessions for moves that don't work.
Feet work, man. Feet work. That don't work. Come on, man. Hey, we about to cook on that, though. We about to cook on that.
Them moves don't work, man. I tried to tell y'all. Now I got Gilbert got to say it, man. So
they don't work if you don't have the quick feet and quickness of Hakeem Olajuwon. We know that you got to have the skills to go with the footwork.
Bro. The players today do them same moves, man.
Oh, the defenses are different. We understand that. The defenses are different. So
no.
Skill wise, everything.
No. Big men are different. Like I can take. I'm thinking. Let me give an example of a big man. I could take Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren can do all the moves. He can do all the Hakeem moves.
The pivot, pump fake, hezzy, fake over one shoulder, go the other way, pump fake. Really? Okay.
But the thing is, all them pump fakes, that's all predicated on a bad defender jumping. Like they teach defenders now, if you're the primary on the ball defender in the post, you don't leave the ground. Only the help defense can come and jump.
But it also freezes you, though, right? The pump fake freezes the defender. They don't know when to contest. They don't know if you're going up.
Because you know what I teach my players. guy gets into the lane, you know what you do? It's something called wall up. You wall up, you don't jump, you don't bite on no fakes, you just stay down. And for Hakeem, when I'm watching these clips of Chris Dudley and these guys just flying all over the place, man, stay down. Quit jumping. Like wall
when you out
up.
of position though, if he go middle and he fakes you with the left shoulder and he go right and he go middle and then now you got to recover and jump. Well, then the pump fake hit you.
90s bigs had a
Brook
bad
Lopez can do it.
90s bigs had a bad habit of chasing blocks, and they jumped for. They tried. It's like they almost tried to accumulate as many blocks as possible. It's really a bad defensive strategy, but so it's not good defense unless you come in as the help. You shouldn't be really blocking a ton of shots.
So that's why we're cooking on Hakeem's fraudulent post moves. Okay, that's what we're about to do. Okay.
No, I wouldn't say fraudulent. It's just not as what it's cracked up.
No. They worked for that type of defense. They don't work now. It won't work now. And that's what Gilbert was saying. He's like, you're charging these dudes $50,000. He said, you ain't been good since the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Man, ain't been good. Your moves ain't worked since the 90s. It's been 30 years. You think them same moves work? That'd be like a 90s player calling up some dude from the 1960s saying, hey, can you help me with my footwork? That ain't gonna work.
Help me with my ball handling.
No. But the thing was, Hakeem was ahead of the game, though. His game was ahead of the game. The skill level at the center position was ahead of the game.
No, his polish was ahead.
He might have been able to help a big in 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002. But once you get like the 05 and up, that is dead. We all figured it out by now. We figured
I ain't
it out.
gonna
We
empty
got
the clip anyways, man.
We got zone coverages. We got all this. We don't need all that jumping. We gonna stay down.
That Magic Johnson post up with 8 seconds, 18 dribbles. That's not gonna work today. We understand that, but I'm not gonna empty the clip. I'm gonna save some for tomorrow when you start, this ridiculousness, and we're gonna get to it, man. But so up though.
Like I said today, it's not my words. It's Gil. I'm gonna try to get Gil here. You
You inspired Gil. You inspired Gil. He probably was watching, man. If you're watching, pull up, man. Pull up.
I'm gonna text him tonight. I'm gonna see if he can be there, because if Gil pull up, it's gonna make it 10 times worse for you, man.
Okay, we're gonna see.
That video is funny. I ain't gonna lie. He went in.
I'm gonna look up that video now, man. We're gonna see, man. But salute to you.
I don't see how you're not talking about it. It's all over the internet, man. That's crazy. It's all over social media.
Jonas Valanciunas got the same footwork.
Bro, I agree.
That's
Jonas Valanciunas. No,
Kristaps Porzingis can do all the moves,
bro. Jonas Valanciunas is crazy, man. Guys like Jokic is a similar level of
yes, Jokic can do all the moves. Yes.
And those moves wouldn't have worked against JaVale McGee.
Of course.
I promise you.
They're fundamental moves. Why wouldn't they work? That's why they're so applicable to all eras. They're fundamental moves, footwork, positioning. Yeah, we know
but it's all predicated on a bad defender jumping.
Yeah.
Coach is gonna teach. Go ahead and do all the moves. I'm just gonna stand here and make you look silly. Go ahead, Yank. You can do all them fakes. When it's time to shoot, I'm still walled up, and you still got help defense coming over the top.
Pivots, they counters. Come on, Lamar. They counters. There's pivots. If he beats me to the spot, I got to counter to that. He gets to that spot, I got to counter to that. And we keep it moving. Like, you know what it is. But hey, I hope you play a lot of tape. I hope we break it down. I hope you analyze the defenses as well that Hakeem was doing it in. We always act like he was in space posting up. No, he was not. He was in congested spaces a lot of time posting up. He was finishing over multiple defenders at the time as well. So I hope we break it down and we get to it. I hope that.
We will.
Love though. It's always love. Shout out to you, Lamar, man. Shout out to all the brothers. It's always love though.
All right, y'all, man. I'm gonna go ahead and drop y'all down, man. Salute, man. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. FYF Sports, man. Another good podcast episode, man. Look, appreciate y'all being here, man. Got another live stream for tomorrow, man. Gonna be a good one. Salute to Jared, man. Jared, the ad-libber. We had Tyson in here, man. Tyson said we was capping today. I don't know how, man. Look, look. Y'all asked me for the memberships, right? How y'all gonna ask me for the memberships, and then when I drop the memberships, y'all don't hit sign up for the memberships? I mean, we only had like 4 people sign up for the memberships today. I'm gonna drop the link for it tomorrow. Hopefully, we get a bigger crowd in here. My apologies for not getting the notifications out in time for this show. I don't even see my membership link. Oh no, here it is right here.
Yeah, you're supposed to be becoming members of the channel, man. Salute to HT. He said Lamont is clueless about basketball. I know. It's a reason why y'all don't be coming up on the chat. I could be clueless. I'll take that. But as long as somebody in the chat say it, I'm fine with that. Because y'all don't never come up on the panel and then push y'all facts. But look, you can always become a member of the channel, HT, and you know, I'll be out to. This is how someone like that has a basketball channel is a fucking. I know. I don't know, HT. Why does somebody like you with all the basketball knowledge don't have a channel? Why do you not have one? That's what you should be asking yourself. Why do I have one and you don't? Just ask yourself that. Salute to Nico Sad for pulling up, man. Hey, they can't. I don't know why they get mad because I just tell the truth about the 90s. I told y'all hand checking was trash. I told y'all hand checking was not a good defensive strategy. I told y'all hand checking is something that defenders do when they about to get beat off the dribble and is not an indication of a good defender. When you get to grabbing and trying to hold a man back is usually mean because he faster than you because you can't slide your feet well enough to stay in front of him. Means you're a bad defender. I told you these bigs in the 90s was complete garbage, running around jumping at every fake that they see. You had guys like Christian Laettner able to make all-star games. Been told y'all that. Exactly, Nico. It's hard to even get through some of them old games without being bored half to death. It's amazing to me how people come in here and talk about, oh, Westbrook need a jump shot, man. They don't even guard him. Well, shit. I watched whole games of Magic Johnson not getting guarded. I watched whole games of people sagging off Michael Jordan. Just don't, I can't get mad at the facts, man. All right, y'all, FYF Sports, man. Another good podcast episode, man. Like I said, hopefully I can get my haircut tomorrow, man. I'm looking crazy. Face is all scruffy, man. I got to get a haircut. Looking crazy out here. Yeah, a bunch of players missing jumpers, bad defense. Yeah. That's all it is, man. But salute to y'all. Make sure y'all hit that. Make sure y'all look, y'all. On the next stream, man, I expect at least 50 of y'all to be signed up for these memberships, man. We got to get y'all asked me for the memberships. I got them going. So look, man, y'all become members of the channel, man. Look, it's only $5, man. Become members of the channel, and we got a whole bunch of special perks. And then when we go live during the stream labs, then you can use your points when you become a member, so we can have face-offs, we can have bets, right? We're gonna have spin the wheel contests. So look, make sure you become a member so you have access to all that stuff, especially when we go live using the Streamlabs app. We doing our breakdowns over there, man. So become a member today, man. Like I said, there's a lot of perks to it, man. Check it out if you can. But it's FYF Sports, y'all. Another great podcast episode, y'all. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Until then, it's FYF Sports, and we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF ringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source.